While Jiang Ming was talking to himself, the expressions of the people around him all changed. They were particularly strange. Ning Kaichen, are you sure these are ancient characters? Gucci had a strange look on his face, as if he did not believe what Jiang Ming said. I know a little about this, Jiang Ming said with a frown. He knew that Gucci was doubting him, because he was doubting his own ability. Gucci did not think that it was impossible for him to have done some research on the ancient era aside from cultivating. One had to know that those who studied everything about the ancient era either had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and could only seek to break through by studying, or were old people who had no other talents. However, now, not only was Ning Kaichen talented, but he also had a deep understanding of ancient history. No one could do this, because no matter how talented they were, they would not spend so much effort on doing things. However, Jiang Ming was different. Gucci did not understand that Jiang Ming, unlike them, was immortal and had time to pursue his studies. Alas, Gucci still had an expression that did not believe him, and Jiang Ming could not help but frown. If these fellows insist on not believing it, it is very likely that something big will happen. Perhaps some people might not believe me later. Jiang Ming did not care about the lives of these people. The problem was that once they died, they would become fertilizer for the laws here. When that happened, they would be finished. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming immediately said, actually, the Flower Fruit Mountain is not just a blessed land of immortal cultivation. We have done a lot of research on ancient history. For example, my junior, Zhang Shan, relied on his understanding of the Black Rock ruins to be able to take the first place step by step and finally defeat everyone. The moment those words came out, everyone was stunned. Gucci's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Initially, he did not believe Ning Kaichen. However, when he heard that Zhang Shan's victory was due to the Flower Fruit Mountain's deep research on the Black Rock ruins, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the reason why the Flower Fruit Mountain was so powerful was entirely because of their research and understanding of the ancient era. It was not because of how powerful the inheritance of the Flower Fruit Mountain itself was. As such, Zhang Shan was nothing. Gucci thought so. However, he did not show it. Instead, he smiled and said, I see. Then, Ning Kaichen, what do you think these ancient characters are? What is the third law? This time, Jiang Ming did not answer directly. Instead, he said, before I solve this mystery, I still have some questions. For example, does everyone know the origin of ghostly mystic realms? Alas, many cultivators shook their heads. Even Gucci frowned. It was obvious that he knew very little. I know that the ghostly mystic realms are not in our world. Everything originated from a forbidden zone called the Infernal Realm. In the early medieval times, due to the lack of immortal cultivation legacies and the threat of various powerful foreign creatures, human cultivators constantly created spells and divine techniques, and constantly entered the ruins of the ancient world of immortal cultivation to explore. In the end, they found a lot of treasures, legacies, and divine techniques. However, in the process, many forbidden areas of life were gradually opened. For example, this place, the Cloud Wilderness, is known as the top forbidden zone. We don't know who died there. We only know that it's very likely that it was a top-notch saint. After that, many people entered it to explore. Most of them died inside, and those who came out were basically crippled. However, there were also some who obtained Many treasures, divine techniques, and inheritances. In the end, they climbed to the top step by step and became invincible existences that rocked the world. Hence, countless people took great risks to enter this area. However, the majority of them died. Although those who survived became experts, their lifespans were not too long. In fact, their deaths were extremely miserable. After one of them died, this place turned into a ghostly mystic realm. It was only after someone investigated that they discovered that the top-notch expert had brought something out of the cloud wilderness forbidden zone. It was a treasure that contained the laws of the world. However, it was different from ordinary treasures. Those laws were ghostly laws and were extremely terrifying and strange. After that, the number of such incidents continued to increase, and it gradually became a large area of danger. It was Rao Wuching. After all, he was from the previous generation and had lived for 300 years. Coupled with the fact that he was born in the ancient kingdom blessed land, his understanding of these things was far beyond ordinary people. Jiang Ming could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was worried that if no one said it out loud, his act would be exposed. Fortunately, he made the right bet. Rao Wuching's thoughts are unpredictable and ruthless. However, he's also very good at observing the situation and figuring out people's thoughts. It seems that betting on him was a wise decision. Jiang Ming thought to himself, then smiled and said, Elder Rao is right. Now, Holy Sun Guqi, are you sure that what I said is correct? This thing came from the ancient forbidden zone. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for it to have ancient characters. Right? Guqi frowned and raised another question. Anyway, why would this ghostly mystic realm use the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord as an excuse? It's very likely that this is the infernal realm. Jiang Ming's words were shocking. Guqi and the others, including Rao Wuching, were all stunned on the spot. They did not quite understand the meaning of Jiang Ming's words. I had my suspicions before. Why would the ghostly mystic realm use the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord as an excuse? Why didn't it use the saint's mystic realm? That way, it wouldn't be as eye-catching. Since it's not to attract more powerful beings, it means that the power of the laws here is limited. Jiang Ming's words confused everyone. It seemed to make sense, but they didn't know what the basis of this logic was. On the other hand, Rao Wuching and Guqi's eyes lit up. They understood that this was most likely the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. However, the treasure that the flame demon Heavenly Lord had obtained when he was alive was a treasure related to the laws of the ghostly mystic realm. Therefore, the mystic realm that was built after his death became the current ghostly mystic realm. If that's the case, even if we obtain the inheritance of the flame demon Heavenly Lord, it's likely to be an inheritance of the laws of the ghostly mystic realm? Guqi's face instantly turned red. He did not want to be controlled by the laws of the ghostly mystic realm for no reason. After all, he was the number one holy son of the ancient kingdom blessed land. How could he fuse with that kind of thing? Jiang Ming ignored everyone. However, he also noticed the changes in Guqi and Rao Wuching's hearts. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, he quickly returned to normal. These guys are probably afraid of the laws of the ghostly mystic realm. I'm afraid of them too. However, the devil fire shouldn't be a treasure of the laws of the ghostly mystic realm. I might have to wait and see. However, I have a point that I can confirm. The power of the laws here is limited. It's not impossible to overcome the laws. Perhaps this would be a paradise for martial arts practitioners. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but smile. Why did he feel that all the legacies in the cultivation world seemed to be related to martial arts practitioners? Logically speaking, the path of martial arts is the same as the path of immortal cultivation. They are both one of the great paths of cultivation. However, the path of martial arts has been in decline for a long time. It shouldn't have such a huge impact. Jiang Ming was puzzled. Anyway, it did not matter. He continued to venture deeper, wanting to find out what was going on. It was also at this moment that a cry of surprise was heard. Jiang Ming turned around and took a glance, then froze on the spot. A cultivator fell to the ground and quickly turned into nothingness. What was going on? This time, many people were in an uproar, as if they felt great fear. They realized that it might be the seventh law. This cultivator who had turned into nothingness had most likely violated the seventh law here. Holy Sun, it's your turn. Jiang Ming glanced at Holy Sun Guqi, only he could suppress all the chaos. Now, one had to know that this place was extremely dangerous, and even the slightest mistake could cause a disaster. Moreover, if the chaos continued to escalate, more and more people would die. And the laws that were limited in power would become stronger. Guqi naturally understood this, and his eyes immediately turned cold. All of you, behave yourselves. If anyone dares to move again, don't blame me for being ruthless. His ruthlessness had crippled more than 10 cultivators. None of the cultivators were willing to follow in their footsteps. For a moment, all the cultivators fell silent and did not dare make any more movements. What did this guy experience before? Jiang Ming asked. Did he do or say anything? His gaze fell on the few people beside the cultivator who had disappeared. These people looked at each other for a long time before they said in a low voice, "This fellow only said one sentence earlier." What did he say? Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. He said that he'd long heard that the flame demon Heavenly Lord was a lecherous man and that there will definitely be many female cultivators buried with him. He then said we could have some fun when the time came. Blasphemy. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. They had discussed the flame demon Heavenly Lord before. However, nothing had happened. The cultivator who had turned into nothingness also talked about the flame demon Heavenly Lord. However, his attitude was blasphemous. In other words, we can't speak ill of the flame demon Heavenly Lord and can't casually comment on him, Guqi said, and then his expression was particularly gloomy. Damn it. A casual sentence could kill them. How could they continue exploring? Jiang Ming nodded and said, actually, it's not a big deal. If we're careful, nothing will happen. How stupid did these people have to be to speak ill of a heavenly monarch? Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head. Next, Jiang Ming focused his attention on the bloody words. Friend, take a look and see if you can recognize these words. Although Jiang Ming could tell that the bloody words were formed from ancient characters, he was unable to decipher the meaning of all the characters. He could only rely on the black sword. Damn it, bro, I'm just a sword, not some scholar, the black sword could not help but complain. However, even though it said that, its body began to study the line of bloody words very sincerely. It then transmitted its voice softly. Bro, I have already recognized the origin of these words. They are indeed the ancient language of the current era. However, they are also somewhat different. If I remember correctly, in my era, there was a race called the Jioli race. They were enemies with most of the humans, and this text was inherited from the Jioli race. However, our era was already destroyed, and the Jioli race couldn't have survived either. How could their language still be passed down until now? At this moment, the black sword was puzzled, no matter how hard it thought about it. It had a feeling that there seemed to be some shocking secret hidden here. Is the Jioli race very powerful? Jiang Ming frowned and asked. Of course, they are powerful. You must know that even the most powerful beings in our era could not do anything to the Jioli race. They almost ruled the world at one point, the black sword said slowly. Especially that guy named Chiemo. His combat strength was extremely powerful. The devil fire he created can be said to be the top evil fire in the world. It can burn everything in the world, and it even possesses the power to destroy the world. When the black sword said this, it could not help but shiver. It was obvious that the so-called Chiemo was too powerful. Even the black sword, which had seen too many strong and proud people, felt a chill run down its spine. Jiang Ming could not help but be silent for a while. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Then what do these words mean?" He was also curious as to why the ancient Jioli language from the Black Sword's era would appear here. It was not that Jiang Ming cared about the ancient Jioli language. However, the languages of the ancient races that existed countless eras ago should have been destroyed in the long river of history. Why would they appear again in this era? Actually, this language is very different from the Jioli language. It's just slightly similar. However, I dare conclude that these words are a brand new ancient language derived from the Jioli language. Ugh, time keeps flowing and languages keep changing. Alright, shut up. Jiang Ming cursed in his heart. The black sword was really a chatterbox. The black sword wanted to say a few more words. However, when it heard Jiang Ming, it could only shut up obediently. After a long time, it opened its mouth again. I understand now. The words here were left behind by the owner of this place. It means that other than the devil fire, nothing else is to be touched. Because everything else is tainted by the power of the laws, the black sword exclaimed in surprise. Did he leave behind a manual? How considerate. Jiang Ming was also a little surprised and said, if that's the case, then the owner of this place doesn't want to destroy us, after all? Yes, that's very likely. After all, the laws of the ghostly mystic realm and the host are two different people. It's possible that the host was the one in charge before he died, and after he died, the laws of the ghostly mystic realm became the ones in charge. To him, the laws of the ghostly mystic realm were nothing. After all, in their era, existences that were even more terrifying than the laws of the ghostly mystic realm had appeared before. Jiang Ming pondered for a long time and then took a deep breath. Alright, I understand the third law. It means that you are not allowed to challenge the laws of the ghostly mystic realm here. However, it is obviously a fake rule that can be ignored. Jiang Ming lied for a reason. If he were to directly say the true meaning of these ancient characters, everyone would fight for the devil fire, especially Gu Qi, Rao Wuqing, and the others. Even though they were working together now, this relationship could collapse at any time. Therefore, he could only choose to lie. Jiang Ming looked very sincere, and Gu Qi and Rao Wuqing did not have any doubts. They did not expect that Jiang Ming would still choose to scheme against them at such a dangerous and critical moment. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly had an idea and looked in a direction. Something seemed to be crawling toward them. Gu Qi and Rao Wuqing naturally noticed this as well. They narrowed their eyes and revealed serious expressions. However, when the strange creature approached, everyone's eyelids twitched. What the hell? At this moment, the lizard stuck itself to the wall and slid out its tongue. Like a snake. Is this a mutant born from a lizard and a snake demon? Wu Hen asked. Silently, which immediately attracted a strange look from Ming Sha. At this moment, Rao Wuqing's body moved, and he slashed forward with a huge sword in his hand. Bang! A huge clanging sound erupted. Rao Wuqing retreated with a strange expression. This thing's skin is very hard. Although I didn't use too much power, it shouldn't be to the extent of not being able to break through the defense of a vile creature. Gu Qi, be careful. You guys protect the Holy Sun. If anything happens to the Holy Sun, I'll take your heads. Many experts immediately surrounded Gu Qi, causing Jiang Ming to feel envious and jealous. Gu Qi was born lucky. However, thinking about it carefully, he was immortal. Just this advantage alone was invaluable. At this moment, Gu Qi suddenly said, Ning Kaichen, what kind of creature do you think this is? Although the lizard in front of them was ordinary, they had never seen or heard of such an existence. It should be a foreign creature born in the land of heritage of the flame. Demon Heavenly Lord. Look, the skin of this lizard is black all over, and it's the kind of black that contains a strange aura. Anyway, I've never seen any creature with such strange black skin. It must contain an unimaginable amount of demonic qi and fiendish qi. It was because of this that it was able to withstand Elder Rao's sword. As soon as he said that, many people gasped. They vaguely understood that this mutated lizard was not on their side. Because in the next moment, the lizard launched an attack, and the few cultivators, who were originally arranged to scout the way, died one after another. In fact, if Rao Wuqing hadn't been standing in the front, Gu Qi's side would have suffered heavy casualties. It's equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The strength of this mutated lizard is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Ming exclaimed. It was even stronger than the dark water mystical snake. Even if the current Ing Sha revealed his true form, he would not be as strong. They were on completely different levels. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming's brain was working crazily. He was wondering if this was a pet left behind by the flame demon Heavenly Lord when he was alive, or if it was a strange creature born from the power of the laws. After the flame demon Heavenly Lord died, it was also at this moment that the lizard wailed. Rao Wuqing had made a move and directly cut off its tail. However, it was useless for the lizard's tail to be cut off. Soon, a new tail grew out. At this moment, the lizard lowered its body and stared at Rao Wuqing. The latter was also holding his sword in preparation. However, in the next moment, the lizard suddenly changed its direction of attack. Damn it! Jiang Ming's expression changed drastically. How could he have thought that this guy would attack him? He did not use his favorite sword, the vicious blade, but attacked with the black sword. He did not use the vicious blade to prevent Gu Qi from finding out that it was his. The reason why Jiang Ming chose to fight directly instead of hiding in the crowd and letting Gu Qi and the others go forward was that he was worried that the death of more people would deepen the power of the laws of the ghostly mystic realm. One had to know that once the power of the laws grew stronger, it would have a huge impact on all the cultivators here. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming could not help but take a few deep breaths of cold air. Then, he said in a particularly serious tone, "Holy Sun Guqi, you must ensure their safety. I alone will be enough to deal with this vile creature." At this moment, Jiang Ming looked so righteous that many cultivators were moved by this. Holy Sun Guqi looked very sincere and worried. However, he could not help but curse in his heart. Wasn't this clearly forcing him to go on stage? "Uncle Rao, do your best to help Ning Kaichen. He has already stolen the limelight. Therefore, we can't fall too far behind." He did not care about the lives of these cultivators. However, his reputation could not be too bad. Otherwise, if these people were to survive and go out to spread the news, they would directly raise the status and reputation of Flower Fruit Mountain, and his sect would suffer. Thinking of this, Gucci could not help but grit his teeth. However, no matter what he was thinking, all the cultivators had developed an inexplicable admiration for Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming naturally sensed this. This power hasn't materialized yet. Otherwise, it could form the power of faith and allow your cultivation to advance. The black sword transmitted his voice into his ears. In this world, in addition to the two traditional cultivation systems of immortal cultivation and martial arts, there was actually a third cultivation system called the God system. The so-called God system was to accumulate enough believers and use the power of faith to continuously improve their cultivation realm. However, once such cultivators lost their believers, or if their believers decreased or weakened, their strength would continue to decline. This was the difference. As a result, the Black Sword's voice reached Jiang Ming's ears more and more. However, he did not care at all. He did not intend to use this cultivation system at all. Jiang Ming did not say much. He went forward and waved the black sword. Soon, he fought with the strange lizard. Rao Wuqing also had to step forward to participate in the battle. Very quickly, waves of intense shockwaves erupted between the two sides. Gu Qi and the others blocked in front. The cultivators behind did not suffer too much damage. Damn it, this vile creature's defense is too tough. Moreover, his vitality is extremely strong. I definitely can't deal with him with just my current methods. Rao Wuqing's expression darkened. Of course, he did not use his full strength. He only used a third of his strength at most. It was not that he was deliberately hiding his strength to embarrass Jiang Ming. It was because Rao Wuqing wanted to hide his strength and ensure that he was always at his peak. Only then could he obtain some benefits at the last moment. They were not after the inheritance of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. They were after the entire ghostly mystic realm. If they could control this ghostly mystic realm, they could do many things. After all, the ghostly mystic realm was a special existence among all mystic realms. At the same time, it also possessed unimaginable power and influence. As long as he could grasp this influence, Guqi's status in the sect would rise. Once he reached the top, Rao Wuqing would be considered an elder of 2 dynasties. Even if he could not advance to the nascent soul realm in the future, his status would be stable enough that it would not be easily affected. Thinking of this, Rao Wuqing increased his strength slightly, wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. A figure rushed over like a gust of wind and fought with the strange lizard. It was Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was not like Gu Qi or Rao Wuqing. He did not have much time and energy to waste on the battle with the strange lizard. After all, it was still unknown what kind of existence the devil fire was. Jiang Ming urgently needed to confirm this, or else his new technique would become a joke. It was also at this moment that the strange lizard suddenly roared. The sound was extremely strange, ear-piercing, and mournful. It made many cultivators lose their minds and almost die. You still dare to scream? Die! Jiang Ming shouted coldly, and the golden core magical powers in his body rose at this moment. Boom! 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 Boundless magical power erupted at this moment and swept across the entire scene. These are profound alchemy magic powers. Rao Wuqing's calm face finally wavered. Gu Qi's expression was also extremely ugly. Even the Holy Lord could not cultivate such amazing techniques. As for Gu Qi himself, he was also almost at the level of the Holy Lord. In the end, a young cultivator from the Flower Fruit Mountain was even more terrifying than the rare genius of the ancient kingdom-blessed land. He actually cultivated such amazing magical powers. As a result, many people's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the sword in Gu Qi's hand trembled as if it had sensed something and was extremely frightened. What he had in his hand was a magical treasure that had gained sentience. It was of a high level and almost impossible to find in the world. Are you afraid of Ming Kaichen? Gu Qi muttered to himself in confusion. However, he did not know that the sword in his hand was not afraid of Jiang Ming. Instead, it was after the black sword. At this moment, the black sword still looked extremely dark and ordinary. However, the power and cultivation runes within it were constantly being revealed at this moment. Kill! 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 At this moment, the black sword turned into a peerless lethal sword that carried endless killing intent. It suddenly charged toward the strange lizard. The strange lizard also clearly sensed this majestic killing intent. No, to be precise, it was a majestic and chilling killing intent. The strange lizard did not say anything. It turned its head and wanted to run away. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. Escaped? You want to run? No way. Die. The black sword seemed to have been inspired by something. Without saying a word, it charged at the strange lizard. Immediately, the strange lizard was bleeding and wailing. The black sword seemed to have taken some kind of stimulant and became more and more excited. It did not even slash out sword chi. It just relied on its blade and continuously slashed out bloody marks on the lizard's body. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone could not help but gasp. At this moment, even Jiang Ming could not help but gasp a few times. Ruthless. It was too ruthless. Even further away, Gu Qi, Rao Wuqing, and the others were dumbstruck. Of course, they definitely did not know that a weapon spirit was born in the black sword, and this weapon spirit was extremely powerful. They subconsciously thought that all of this was Jiang Ming's doing. Was this kid that ruthless? Even Rao Wuqing could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Gu Qi felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, he did not offend this kid too much back then. Otherwise, just based on their actions, they would be dead meat. Jiang Ming naturally noticed the change in everyone's moods and knew that these people were afraid of him. He immediately held his forehead and did not know how to explain. At the same time, people started whispering in the crowd. Isn't this guy too ruthless? The strange lizard was about to escape. Why not? Just let it go? Don't beat it to death like this. As the saying goes, don't chase a cornered enemy. It's best to let it escape. Don't force that strange lizard into a desperate situation and make it directly attack us ruthlessly. Huai Mei frowned as she pondered. At this moment, Wu Hen said, Master said that there is no such thing as not chasing a desperate enemy in this world. There are plenty of people who try to take advantage of his soft heart and kill him. Huai Mei was instantly speechless. The corners of Ying Sha's mouth twitched involuntarily. After a long while, he took a deep breath and slowly said, I really hope that Master can kill this strange lizard. This thing is too terrifying. Even Rao Wuqing can't deal with it. If it continues to stay and attack us, it will be impossible to defend ourselves against it. Ying Sha was very clear that if he did not kill such a powerful enemy in one blow, it would definitely have a strong desire for revenge after being angered. Once it hid in the dark and killed them, it would not be a joke. Fortunately, they were still in the open. Perhaps Zhang Shan was right. Only Zhuanan realized that there was a problem. Was this man Ning Kaichen, Zhang Shan, or Yan Qisha? Was it possible that he was someone else entirely? Jiang Ming did not know what everyone was thinking. He stared at the black sword at the moment and watched the latter chop the strange lizard into pieces. Then, he slowly exhaled. However, thinking about it carefully, letting the black sword do what it liked did not seem like a bad idea. Jiang Ming knew very well that what the black sword urgently needed now was to recover and replenish its power. Therefore, was the reason why the black sword was so furious simply because he had lost his temper? Definitely not. The next moment, Jiang Ming observed the situation and finally confirmed his inner thoughts. While the black sword slashed at the strange lizard, it also continuously absorbed its power. In the end, it turned into a pile of bones, and its flesh and blood were all devoured by the black sword. That was great. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He could sense that the black sword's power was constantly increasing at this moment. It was very likely that it would recover some of its power and memories in a short period of time. This was a great thing. One had to know that the black sword had been passed down from countless eras ago. Perhaps that era was not good in other aspects, such as technology, but in terms of cultivation, it was definitely far superior to the present. Which of the experts I met back then did not possess terrifying power? Even in this era, it was definitely a top-notch existence. If the black sword recovered more of its memories, it would be of great benefit to my cultivation. The black sword quickly returned with a leisurely look on its face. Jiang Ming could not help but smile. The black sword was shocked. Bro, what's with your smile? Why do I feel numb all over when you look at me? Like that? The black sword was a little worried now. Was there something wrong with Jiang Ming? Let's talk when we get back. Jiang Ming did not want to talk about this at this time. Therefore, he hid the black sword. Then, Jiang Ming looked behind him and asked, What are your plans now? Everyone looked at each other and did not make a sound. They just looked at Jiang Ming quietly. This time, it was Jiang Ming's turn to be a little scared. What are you looking at? Did I do something wrong? No, Ning Kaichen, you did not do anything wrong. It's just that the way you controlled the flying sword to kill the strange lizard was too heroic. Gu Qi. spoke slowly, thinking that Zhang Shan seemed to be a ruthless person. Could it be that the flower fruit mountain was the place where these barbarians were born? The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He could not be bothered to dwell on this matter and said bluntly, "All right, I plan to go deeper now." "Holy Son Guqi, do you plan to go with me?" Guqi was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, "Ning Kaichen, I plan to choose another path. There are two paths here. One of them is a dead end, and the other is a way out. However, I don't know which one is the way out. Therefore, I hope that you and I can each explore a path. No matter who survives in the end, there's no need to care. After all, we're comrades. Aren't we?" Holy Son Guqi's words were extremely poetic. It was as if he did not care about his life. If it were any other hothead, they would probably be extremely touched. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming was not a fool. He glanced at Holy Son Guqi and chuckled. "Since you've said so, then fine. Go ahead." "Idiot. He has brute force. However, his brain is extremely simple. If he dies here, it will be a great thing for me. After all, if enough geniuses and strong people die, the pressure on me will naturally be reduced." Guqi's expression did not change on the surface. However, he was actually sneering in his heart, as if he was mocking the guy in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ming was also sneering in his heart. He knew that Guqi must have chosen the path of survival and was deliberately trying to kill him. How ridiculous! Jiang Ming had chosen to go deep alone. However, soon, many people came in from behind. The leader was the Holy Son Guqi. This made Jiang Ming's lips twitch. Jiang Ming did not know what these people's purpose was, nor did he know what the purpose of these people from the ancient kingdom blessed land was, or what they wanted to obtain. However, the Black Sword had some guesses. These guys are probably looking for an opportunity to take control of this ghostly mystic realm. Firstly, ghostly mystic realms have their own laws. Once one can control them, it will be a huge boost to one's strength. Most importantly, if Guqi wants to secure his position as the top Holy Son and become a Holy Lord, he will need to increase his stakes. It is difficult to control other mystic realms. However, it is easy to control a ghostly mystic realm. Secondly, Guqi and the others' goal is very likely to reach into the Feather Kingdom. No one knows what the situation outside the Feather Kingdom is like. It might be very chaotic. Although the ancient kingdom blessed land is high and mighty in the eyes of the people of the Feather Kingdom, no one knows what position it has in the outside world. Once they can extend their hands into the Feather Kingdom and continuously infiltrate all aspects of the Feather Kingdom, they will indirectly control the entire Feather Kingdom. This will be of great benefit to Guqi in the future. It had to be said that the Black Sword was indeed a being that had survived from countless eras ago. Even though it had been asleep for many years, its horizons and knowledge were still not something that ordinary people could compare to. Jiang Ming agreed with the Black Sword and said in a deep voice, "In that case, let them be, as long as they don't touch the devil fire." However, this was very difficult. Once these people realized that the devil fire was not affected by the laws, they would definitely try to get their hands on the devil fire. After all, the people of these sects were extremely ambitious. They were very likely to do it for their own selfish desires. In their eyes, this mystic realm was destined to be theirs. Who would be willing to share their things with others? Jiang Ming took a deep breath. He knew that his enemies were not just the laws and the traps here. Gu Qi and his fellow sect members were his enemies too. Therefore, Jiang Ming gave Wu Hen and Ying Sha a look, hinting to them that once any unrest broke out, they must remember to choose to retreat at the first moment. At the very least, they had to protect themselves. Without them, he could retreat more easily. Wu Hen and Ying Sha received this hint and nodded. Even Wu Hen would not be too stubborn on this matter. After all, although their strength wasn't bad, they still couldn't withstand a single blow from the ancient kingdom-blessed land. Jiang Ming was fine alone. He could retreat if he wanted to. However, if Wu Hen was too stubborn, not only would he not be able to help Jiang Ming, but he would also be a burden to Jiang Ming. At this moment, Gu Qi said, "Ning Kaichen, I'm a little worried about you. So, I still plan to go with you." It was not that he did not want to take the other path, it was because of Rao Wuqing's words. The flower fruit mountain is too mysterious, and this kid knows too many things. It's very likely that he lied. For example, we don't know what those ancient words mean. It had to be said that this Rao Wuqing was indeed worthy of being able to accompany the previous generation's top holy son. He was very meticulous. Your actions really make me admire you greatly. As expected of a holy son. Jiang Ming flattered him while Gu Qi kept speaking modestly. However, both of them had their own agendas and naturally understood that the other party was definitely not on their side. Soon, the group went deeper. This time, some monsters appeared. However, they were quickly dealt with by Rao Wuqing. He knew very well that he could not let Jiang Ming continue to show off. Otherwise, everyone would stand on Jiang Ming's side. In addition, if he displayed his power appropriately, he would be able to intimidate everyone, including Ning Kaichen. Right at this moment, a sound that sounded like a beating heart rang out, causing everyone to be unable to help but be shocked. What happened? Some people revealed suspicious expressions, not quite understanding what had happened at this critical moment. In the next instant, a cultivator was directly taken away by a bloody mouth and turned into a cloud of blood. A few cultivators immediately let out miserable screams. They wanted to escape. However, they were quickly taken away by another bloody mouth and eaten. The entire place was deathly silent. At this moment, these cultivators could not remain calm. It was also at this moment that a powerful force spread out. Explosions rang out. Many cultivators were killed. Jiang Ming could clearly sense that the power of the laws in this ghostly mystic realm was constantly increasing. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? Gu Qi could not help but grit his teeth. He did not care about their lives. However, he could not ignore the fact that the power of the laws was increasing. Once it reached a terrifying level, they would all die here. The more they thought of this, the more they could not help but gasp. Jiang Ming was naturally very worried about this. His brain was working crazily to find a suitable solution. However, he was stunned the next moment. It's an illusion. Jiang Ming only realized this after the Black Sword's reminder. He immediately woke up and found that there was no blood at all. However, some people still died. They died from killing each other. Those cultivators wanted to resist the so-called monster. Thus, they attacked. However, their wounds were actually from other cultivators. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Wake up!" His voice had a kind of magic that shook people's minds, causing everyone present to wake up in an instant and stare at each other. He has such a skill? It could actually calm people's minds? Gucci muttered to himself. Rao Wuching narrowed his eyes and said, "This kid is quite capable. He must have many secrets and powerful inheritances on him. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out what kind of faction the Flower Fruit Mountain is, nor do I know its background. Otherwise, I would definitely kill this kid." Even so, Rao Wuching understood that no matter how powerful or terrifying the Flower Fruit Mountain was, he could not do anything to Ning Kaichen. Although the other party could not defeat him, this kind of person had many trump cards. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeve. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to take him down. At that time, he might even make another enemy. Rao Wuching would not have cared if it was an ordinary enemy. However, Ning Kaichen was different. Ning Kaichen's talent alone was extremely terrifying. If he was not careful, he might provoke a genius with extremely terrifying talent. To be able to cultivate Golden Core Realm mana means this kid's aptitude is too shocking. It definitely exceeds the level of a holy sun. It's very likely that he has the aptitude of a divine son. Rao Wuching was secretly shocked. The so-called divine son was someone with an extremely high status. Even in the ancient kingdom-blessed land, which had existed for thousands of years, there had never been a divine son. It was said that only those top forces with extremely ancient histories and deeper foundations had divine sons. Once a divine son appeared, they had the means and confidence to crush everything. Even if Ning Kaichen's aptitude was not at the level of a saint, he was still much more talented than a holy son. He was even more talented than the top holy son. They could not make him their enemy. The more he thought about this, the more Rao Wuching took in a few deep breaths of cold air. He seemed to be thinking about how he should get along with Ning Kaichen in order to maximize his own benefits. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly took a step forward. Die. Jiang Ming saw a cultivator who did not listen to his advice and still insisted on fighting. Moreover, this cultivator was quite strong, reaching the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm. In addition to his crazed state, the other cultivators were no match for him. Many people were killed, and the fortunate ones were heavily injured. If he did not kill him, it would probably lead to an even greater disaster. "Be careful," someone exclaimed. Regarding this, Rao Wuching and Gucci did not seem to mind. They knew he was no match for Ning Kaichen. In the next second, the crazy cultivator's head was chopped off. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. He killed someone this time to prevent more people from dying. Otherwise, he would not have attacked in the mystic realm. This was a huge taboo. In addition, Jiang Ming quickly noticed that the cultivators who had attacked people before were not in a good state. They've been corrupted. Jiang Ming was quite surprised. Then, he took a deep breath and immediately chose to attack. "All of you, calm down. Now, I will remove all the filth from your bodies." They could not let these people be corrupted. Otherwise, they would become the biggest hidden danger for the entire exploration team. As Jiang Ming slashed out sword after sword, many cultivators who were corrupted breathed a sigh of relief. Their confused eyes regained clarity. "That's great." Wu Hen, Ying Sha, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried that their master would start a massacre. If that happened, the power of the ghostly mystic realm would increase and the pressure on everyone would increase. No matter how well Jiang Ming had done before, no one would appreciate it. Although our master doesn't care about the friendship between these people, he still has to prevent them from causing any trouble. After all, compared to these people, he is more focused on the people in the ghostly mystic realm and the ancient kingdom-blessed land. The less you care about them, the greater the danger, Ing Sha muttered to himself. Wu Hen, who was at the side, stared at Jiang Ming's figure, and his eyes twinkled. Huai Mei, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. These two guys must have been brainwashed by Ning Kaichen. Then, she looked at Zhuanan and found that Zhuanan looked calm, but in fact, she was suppressing her inner feelings. Her admiration for Ning Kaichen could not be concealed. Could it be? Is Ning Kaichen really that awesome? For a moment, Huai Mei felt that she could not keep up with the times. At the same time, Jiang Ming's gaze lingered on everyone. He was really afraid of this ghostly mystic realm. It had tricked everyone, and they had not even made a move. If it weren't for the Black Sword's reminder, I wouldn't have realized that this was an illusion. However, in this case, the first obstacle on this path should be an illusion, causing everyone to be corrupted. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. At the same time, in the depths of the darkness, a black-robed man could not help but clench his fists tightly. What a good kid. He actually dared to ruin my plan. He simply deserves to die. I originally planned to corrupt all of these people and then continuously increase my strength and the strength of the mystic realm to reach a higher level. One day, it might evolve into a forbidden zone for life. At that time, I would definitely be the master of the forbidden zone. In the end, this first operation failed. It's all because this kid is messing with my entire plan. At this moment, the black-robed man was even more furious. He wished he could kill Jiang Ming on the spot and devour his flesh and blood. However, he quickly calmed down. My strength is still maintaining the operations of the entire mystic realm. It's not enough to fight against this child. If it wasn't for the fact that my body is a ghost, I would definitely make this kid die without a burial ground. The black-robed man was not just anyone. He was none other than the dead flame demon Heavenly Lord. But now, the flame demon Heavenly Lord had changed his cultivation path, which was the cultivation path of the netherworld. Naturally, he had to start cultivating again. Right now, he was only at the nascent soul realm. However, this was enough for him to kill this batch of people who came in. Especially that guy in the half-step nascent soul realm. As long as he dies, the grade of my mystic realm will definitely rise to another level. The flame demon Heavenly Lord could not help but smile. He was hoping that he could become a ghost god with the path of the netherworld and the ghost god. Secret technique. One had to know that in this world, ghosts and gods were ultimate existences that could compare to saints. At that time, I'll be another variant saint of the new era. That used to be the ultimate terror that stood above all living beings and reached the peak of the world. At that time, I want everyone to submit to me and make all living beings revere me. I definitely won't let anyone dare underestimate me. When the flame demon Heavenly Lord thought of this, he could not help but grit his teeth. It was as if he had thought of something that made him extremely vexed. This was because, long ago, he had many enemies. There was even a quasi-saint and a saint who looked down on him. After he became a saint, he would definitely slap those people who looked down on him. However, right now, we have to get rid of this guy first. Otherwise, the consequences will be worrisome. The flame demon Heavenly Lord's gaze fell on Jiang Ming, and he began to think about how to get rid of him. After half a day, no matter what he did, it seemed that he could not affect this guy at all. What was going on? For a moment, the flame demon Heavenly Lord could not help but freeze on the spot. Even though he could not use too much power, it was reasonable to say that killing an early-stage golden core realm cultivator should be a piece of cake. Why was it so difficult? No. The flame demon Heavenly Lord suddenly realized something and stared at Jiang Ming on the other side of the water mirror. This guy is not only in the golden core realm of the path of immortal cultivation, but also in the innate martial realm of martial arts. The reason why he was aware of this was because he had encountered many martial arts experts. The flame demon Heavenly Lord had not noticed it before because some of his methods were slightly off. Whoosh! The more he thought about it, the more the flame demon Heavenly Lord felt that his physical strength seemed to be constantly declining, and the fear in his heart was constantly magnified. It was all because of the existence of that martial arts expert that had caused the flame demon Heavenly Lord to suffer greatly and almost had his body and soul destroyed. However, this guy is not that bastard from back then. He's just a martial artist. He's still a few realms away from being truly powerful. Killing him is simply a piece of cake. However, I have to consider carefully how I should deal with this child. There seems to be a layer of powerful mysterious power protecting him, isolating him from everything. Otherwise, why would there be such a powerful force protecting him? As such, the flame demon Heavenly Lord gradually understood that this kid might not be the chosen one, but had some kind of treasure on him that was hindering its investigation. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. It's simply a waste of a treasure on a mere golden core realm cultivator. It's better to give it to me. Only in this way can I maximize the use of this treasure, the flame demon Heavenly Lord thought to himself. He took a few deep breaths, his eyes shining as if he was considering something. Bro, I have a feeling that something terrifying is targeting us, the black sword suddenly said. In fact, Jiang Ming also noticed this, without the black sword's words, and he could not help but frown. He's purely targeting the two of us, right? He glanced at the people around him without leaving a trace, especially Gucci and the others. He only slowly withdrew his gaze after making sure that they did not have much of a reaction. Then, he sucked in a breath of cold air. It shouldn't be Gucci, Rao Wuching, and the others. This terrifying existence comes from this ghostly mystic realm itself. Could it be that the laws are targeting me, or is it the owner of this ghostly mystic realm, the flame demon Heavenly Lord? Previously, when Jiang Ming saw the ancient characters left behind, he realized that the flame demon Heavenly Lord was probably not dead. It was very likely that this fellow had survived from ancient times until today. If that's the case, then the ancient characters left behind were deceiving us. There might be a problem with the devil fire. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, feeling a little frustrated. If there was a problem with the devil fire, then why did he enter this place? This was simply nonsense. However, he could not say anything more. He could only go deeper step by step and see what he should do next. It was also at this moment that the heartbeat became louder. This shouldn't be an illusion, but a movement that really exists. The black sword continued to transmit its voice, which made Jiang Ming nod in agreement. This was the only reasonable explanation. Gucci also noticed this and started chatting with Rao Wuqing. Uncle Rao, do you think this heart belongs to the flame demon Heavenly Lord? Gucci's question was a casual one. However, Rao Wuqing's expression was extremely serious as he said, this possibility is extremely high. Previously, I had always felt that the flame demon Heavenly Lord was not dead, or that he had used another method to survive. After all, he's pretty much a quasi-saint. We have no idea how powerful his methods and trump cards are. With that said, Gucci was instantly interested. In that case, why don't we give it a try? How do you want to try? Rao Wuqing asked. Don't forget, this is the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord, and there are countless laws. If we're not careful, we might be affected and die. Do you have any way to deal with it? Gucci thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He said, I do have a solution. However, it's not easy to say whether it's good or not. Gucci, don't be ridiculous. Rao Wuqing frowned and shouted in a low voice. This place is extremely dangerous. If we're not careful, we might all fall into the gutter. Don't make us lose our lives in vain. Gucci repeatedly agreed. However, no one knew what was going on in his mind. At this moment, Rao Wuqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Actually, we don't need to try. There will naturally be people who will scout the way for us. Rao Wuqing's words stunned Gucci for a moment before he reacted. The idiots behind him definitely couldn't do it. In that case, they could not send their own people to their deaths in vain. As such, there seemed to be only one candidate left. Ning Kaichen. Uncle Rao, do you think that Ning Kaichen would be so stupid as to scout the way for us? I'm afraid it won't be easy to fool him. It's impossible to fool him, but he has something he wants. We can use this to negotiate with him. Jiang Ming chose this passage because he thought it would be smooth sailing. However, he did not expect it to cause some trouble. First, there were people constantly spying on him, which made Jiang Ming feel a chill down his spine. Now, it was this heartbeat that made Jiang Ming feel like a sheep entering a wolf's den. Bro, if it really doesn't work, we should retreat. There must be a way to leave here. If we continue to go deeper, I'm afraid we'll all die here, the Black Sword said. It was obvious that even this expert who usually roared about going to heaven and earth felt great pressure at this moment. After all, he was a powerful existence who could step into the saint realm at any time. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and said slowly, we cannot leave. Even if we find a way to leave now, I'm afraid those guys won't let us go. He knew very well that Gucci and the others seemed to have a good relationship with him. However, even if Gucci really became his sworn comrade, he would not let these people let him go so easily. These things had probably already treated him as a target and could destroy him at any time. As a result, the Black Sword could not help but fall silent for a while before saying, in that case, we can only take it one step at a time. However, bro, I still want to remind you that there must be a great terror hidden in the depths of this mystic realm. That flame demon Heavenly Lord is most likely not dead. If you encounter him, be warned that you might be possessed. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's heart trembled. He was immortal. However, that did not mean he could not be possessed. Once someone possessed the body, the person with the immortal constitution and fate would have to be changed. The more he thought of this, the tighter Jiang Ming clenched his fists, and a Cold light flashed in his eyes. Once that happens, let alone these people from the ancient kingdom blessed land, I won't be lenient even if I have to kill everyone. Right, friend, how much of your strength have you recovered? Do you have the confidence to bring me, Wu Hen, and the rest away? It's easy to take you away, the black sword said with a bitter smile. But it's simply unrealistic to take them away safely. Bro, listen to my advice. When the time comes, don't bother about these fellows. At most, you can take that little girl called Juanan away. The other guys simply don't have the capital to make you risk your life to save them. Jiang Ming did not say anything this time. He was indeed a coward. Moreover, he was quite cold-hearted and did not care about the life and death of most people. However, this did not mean that Jiang Ming was absolutely heartless. Huaimei was not his friend. I will let you devour as much power as you can from the beast race here, so that your strength can recover as much as possible. However, I hope that you can take me, Zhua and Wu Hen, and Ing Sha away. As for Huaimei, it would be best if you can take her away. However, if you can't, it won't be a problem. For Jiang Ming, even if it was to save someone, he had his own limits. He would never save someone just for the sake of saving someone. When the black sword heard this, it was silent for a long time before it nodded and replied, "All right." After being with Jiang Ming for a while, the black sword gradually understood that Jiang Ming seemed to be very heartless and immoral. However, he was actually a person with a true moral compass. The black sword took a deep breath, and its eyes lit up. Then, as if nothing had happened, it said, "But let me warn you first. I won't help you fight with the master of this mystic realm. That's too risky. I do not want to lose my memory after recovering some of it." The black sword had its own selfish motives. However, at this moment, the black sword said this in such a joking tone, which made Jiang Ming laugh. "Don't worry, I won't make things too difficult for you. If something really happens, you can choose to run away immediately. In fact, you don't even need to care about my safety. Do you understand?" The black sword was touched. At this moment, the black sword suddenly had an idea. Even if it had to die, it would die with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming naturally sensed the change in the black sword's mood, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It had walked right into his trap. Then, Jiang Ming looked at Gu Qi and the others behind him. "Holy Son Gu Qi, do you still plan to go deeper?" Gu Qi nodded and said, "Of course, we have to go deeper. After all, there's no way back now. We can only press forward." In fact, the people of the ancient kingdom-blessed land were constantly thinking of escape routes. Although there were no results yet, Gu Qi would not say it. In addition, even if he really found a way out, Gu Qi would never tell him. This because, in his opinion, the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. Jiang Ming smiled slightly, knowing Gu Qi's inner thoughts. However, he did not choose to expose them. Instead, he said, "Holy Son Gu Qi, I admire your courage. Right, why don't you guys go ahead first? After all, I have limited means and cannot compare to the sacred land's deep foundation." F***ck. Holy Son Gu Qi could not help but curse in his heart. This guy was really too ruthless. He actually said such words directly. This was completely pushing his own to the forefront. Although Gu Qi did not want to embarrass himself in front of others, he did not want to be the one to stand out. Therefore, he took a look and chose the People behind him. You guys go forward and scout the way. Don't worry, with me around, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. When the others heard this, their mouths twitched. He was such a hypocrite. Huai rejoiced. Fortunately, he was from the ghost spirit sect. Therefore, Gucci would not attack him for the time being. Huai knew very well that if not for his status as the ghost spirit sect's young sect master, he would have long since followed in the footsteps of those cultivators and individual cultivators who had died tragically. The status of being the young master of one of the 6 blessed lands was indeed not low. However, he had miscalculated. Why don't we let young Master Huai scout ahead? He comes from the ghost spirit sect and is most skilled in these sinister methods. Thus, he should be extremely skilled in dealing with such sinister and dangerous places. Jiang Ming spoke slowly, and everyone was stunned. Gucci also started to think about it. It seemed like this was the case. He had been respectful toward the ghost spirit sect's young master. Therefore, he had not allowed Huai to take the risk in front. However, the situation was different now. If Huai were to go up, it might be of great benefit to them. At this moment, everyone's gaze could not help but wander, falling on Huai. Huai was instantly speechless. He stared at Jiang Ming in fury. Ning Kaichen. At this moment, Huai wished he could go forward and kill Jiang Ming with a sword. However, he was quickly stopped by Gucci's gaze and did not dare to move. He could only lick his face and smile. Holy Sun, although I, Huai, have the intention to scout the way for you, my strength is insufficient. If I go forward, I will only lose my life in vain. Before he could finish, Jiang Ming said, It's fine. With me around, I definitely won't let anything happen to you. Moreover, you're a top genius. And you're in the Golden Core realm. You're also a rare expert here. Adding on your status in the ghost spirit sect, it can be said that you are the best candidate to scout the path, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Looking at this guy's smile, Huai wished he could kill him. Jiang Ming naturally wanted to kill Huai as well. It was different from wanting to kill Gucci. Gucci's sect was huge, and Rao Wuqing was by his side. Even Jiang Ming did not dare make a move easily. Moreover, Gucci was limited to outside the Feather Kingdom. Even if there was a conflict in the future, he could just run away. However, Huai's existence had always affected him, especially the threat to Zhu Anan's safety. Only by getting rid of Huai as soon as possible could Zhu Anan's personal safety be guaranteed. At the thought of this, the mockery in Jiang Ming's eyes became even stronger. Gucci also saw this and said after a moment of silence, Young Master Huai, you should scout the way. With Uncle Rao and I around, you definitely won't have any problems. He originally wanted to show Huai some respect. After all, he came from one of the 6 blessed lands, the ghost spirit sect. However, it was unrealistic to make an enemy of Ning Kaichen for Huai. After all, Huai was far from being valuable enough. In addition, Gucci was also rather curious as to why Ning Kaichen was so insistent on keeping an eye on Huai. The status of both parties could be said to be worlds apart. Then, Gucci came to a very important conclusion. Ning Kaichen must be someone who will definitely take revenge. So, as long as I can satisfy this, Ning Kaichen will definitely be grateful to me. At the thought of this, Gucci was even more certain of his theories. He then placed all his attention on Huai, looking as if he would use force if he did not listen obediently. Huai was already in extreme despair when he was being stared at like this. Under the pressure of these powerhouses, he could only slowly move forward, while not forgetting to stare at Jiang Ming. This damned Ning Kaichen. Huai swore that after he got out, he would definitely do his best to hunt this kid down. How could Jiang Ming not notice Huai's expression and gaze? He immediately saw through Huai's true thoughts. However, he did not care at all. He even sneered. At this moment, Huai was already filled with anger and hatred. He was only thinking about how to deal with Jiang Ming. However, he did not expect an invisible force to come crashing down in the next second. The shock caused his chest to cave in slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Where did this invisible force come from? Guqi's face darkened. Rao Wuqing narrowed his eyes and whispered, I'm afraid we've already entered the core area of this mystic realm. They did not seem to have walked for long. However, that was because they had spent all their time dealing with all the dangers. In fact, they had already walked a long distance, and they should have reached their destination. When they arrived at their destination, everyone could not help but look at each other. There really was a heart, a huge red heart that was beating continuously at this moment. Holy Sun, be careful. There's something very strange about this heart. Rao Wuqing said in a low voice. He stared at the huge heart and instinctively used his divine will to test it. After a long time, he could not help but suck in a few cold breaths. It's really as I had guessed. This mystic realm is indeed formed by the body of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. This heart should be the heart of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. However, it is different from a normal person's heart. It looked normal. Regardless, it is actually filled with an evil aura. Rao Wuqing's expression changed as he looked at the man in the middle of the room, who had turned pale from fright. What's going on? Do you understand? Rao Wuqing asked sternly. This time, Huai suppressed his fear and nodded. This should be the aura of the netherworld. He was born in the ghost spirit sect and cultivated this evil path. Therefore, he was naturally very familiar with the so-called evil aura. Rao Wuqing's expression darkened after hearing this answer. Holy Sun, I'm afraid things are very different from what we imagined. This is not just a ghostly mystic realm, nor is it just a mystic realm. It involves the power of the netherworld. Moreover, the netherworld's power is not quite the same as the ghost spirit sects. In the face of this kind of power, the ghost spirit sect's cultivation method is like child's play. It is not worth mentioning at all. This is the true cultivation method of the netherworld. It is quite similar to the cultivation method of the 9 ghost cult outside the Feather Kingdom. It's very likely that they're on the same level. Upon hearing this, Guqi's expression instantly turned much uglier. The 9 ghost cult is one of the top 10 ancient sections. It is known as the strongest cultivation force in the path of the netherworld. Its cultivation method is on the same level as theirs. Could this place be hell? Guqi was shocked. The 9 ghost cult was incredibly powerful. It was a top sect that was several times stronger than the ancient kingdom. Blessed land. In terms of power and strength, the ancient kingdom Blessed Land's position in front of the 9 ghost cult was the same as the 6 blessed lands in front of the 3 grotto heavens. In fact, the difference was even greater. Therefore, the inheritance hidden in such a powerful ancient sect was Naturally not something that ordinary people could imagine. Gu Qi was having the same thoughts. After a long time, he calmed down and asked, Uncle Rao, is there any way to get rid of this aura? The aura of the netherworld was different from the traditional spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the world of immortal cultivation. Once orthodox, immortal cultivators like them broke into a space filled with the aura of the netherworld, their strength would continue to decline. Or worse, they would be continuously eroded by the aura of the netherworld. Once they started to erode, the consequences would be particularly worrying. The more he thought of this, the more Gu Qi clenched his fists. His face was filled with reluctance. He did not want his cultivation to be cut off for no reason. He had worked so hard for his cultivation, and it was also the only thing that would help him when he fought for the position of Holy Lord. Without a powerful cultivation base and combat strength, even if he had more resources, it would be useless. The most important thing was that he must not be affected by the aura of the netherworld. If that happened, he would fall into a state where he was neither human nor ghost. That was the worst outcome. Rao Wuqing naturally had the same plan. He did not want to be affected by the aura. However, he really did not have any good way to deal with the aura here. If it was the ghost spirit sex level of netherworld aura, or even a slightly higher level, Rao Wuqing would have a way to deal with it. However, it was too strong here. The inheritance of the Nine Ghost cult was extremely powerful and terrifying. It could be on the same level as them. How could he, a mere half-step nascent soul realm cultivator, deal with it? It was also at this moment that his gaze landed on Huai and could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Don't tell me you want me to go up. No way. No way. Huai could not help but curse in his heart. How could he fight against the other party's top-notch netherworld aura? He would simply be courting death. This time, Huai's expression changed continuously. However, it did not make Rao Wuqing give up. As Huai had expected, Rao Wuqing said bluntly, Huai, go ahead and test the waters. See if you can get rid of this aura and destroy the nether life. Here with the methods you learned in the ghost spirit sect. Although this was only a small area, it was clearly already in the initial stages of an ecological environment. As long as it took a step further, it would naturally be a complete ecological environment full of nether life. The more they thought of this, the more they could not help but hold their breaths. For a moment, they did not know what to say. They were basically sending Huai to his death. Huai naturally understood this as well. He immediately revealed a pitiful expression, causing Rao Wuqing to feel a chill run down his spine. Are you going or not? If you don't, I'll kill you right now. Rao Wuqing glared coldly at Huai, the viciousness in his eyes unmistakably evident at this moment. The life of a young master of a blessed land was nothing to him. Huai's expression became even uglier. He wanted to struggle a little more. However, Rao Wuqing did not have that much patience. He kicked Huai into the area, causing the eyes of the people around them to widen. He was utterly ruthless. This was completely disregarding the young master's life. It was also at this moment that many people could not help but feel a sense of relief. They had originally thought that the ancient kingdom blessed land was targeting people like them who had hardly anything to their names. They did not expect the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land to target the young master of a blessed land. It was awesome. At this moment, Jiang Ming's expression did not change as he stared at the nether life. He did not care about Huayan at all. Friend, do you have the confidence to absorb all the nether aura here? The black sword could not help but be speechless. Bro, you clearly have a better candidate. Why did you choose me? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment before he reacted. You mean? Anan? That's right. That little girl, Zhuanan, has the perfect physique for this. She is the best target to absorb the aura of the netherworld. Of course, I can absorb it as well. However, who do you think will be more efficient? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, it'll be better for you to absorb it. It's not a good time for Anan to reveal her identity and background. Otherwise, the master of this place will target her. This way, the black sword had nothing to say. Indeed, once Zhuanan revealed her true self, the master of this place would probably target her. To anyone who cultivated the path of evil, Zhuanan was a high-grade material, tonic, or cultivation furnace. Furthermore, the people from the ancient kingdom-blessed land were smart. Once they found out about Zhuanan's background, they would definitely make a move. Normally, it would be fine. However, now that he had to deal with the ghostly mystic realm, he naturally did not have enough strength to protect Zhuanan. However, don't be in a hurry to absorb the aura. Let Huayan test the waters first. In addition, when Huayan makes a slight move, you can also begin to absorb it and use him as a cover, Jiang Ming said concisely. The black sword immediately understood that Jiang Ming was using Huayan. At this moment, Huayan was staring at Jiang Ming. He hated him. If he had not asked him to go forward, he would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. Little did he know that even without Jiang Ming, the ancient kingdom-blessed land would immediately think of him if they encountered such a situation. He would not be able to escape his fate, no matter what. Now that things had developed to this point, Huayan naturally had no other choice. He could only brace himself and start fumbling around. After a long while, he slowly froze on the spot. Huayan, what are you dawdling for? Gucci was getting impatient. Huayan did not make a sound, as if he had been frozen. Very soon, Huayan's entire body was torn apart, causing countless cultivators to be stunned and feel nauseous. Did Huayan just die? Even Jiang Ming did not expect this. He had originally planned to use Huayan as a tool. However, he did not expect Huayan to die on the spot before he could even take action. This nether life is terrifying. Huayan's death was too sudden. All the cultivators present couldn't help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. What happened just now? Why did Huayan suddenly die? At this moment, Gucci's expression changed wildly. This incident disrupted his entire plan. Rao Wuqing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, there's only one possibility. And that is that the netherworld life here has developed its own consciousness. This is enough to explain why Huayan, a cultivator who cultivates the path of evil and is at the Golden Core realm, died so suddenly in such a short time. Gucci's expression turned even uglier. If that's the case, does that mean that we have no way of entering the netherworld's ecosystem? He knew very well that Huayan might be a good-for-nothing who was far inferior to him in terms of aptitude. However, unlike them, he was as proficient in the path of evil. What was going on? If Huayan could not deal with it, how could they? Rao Wuqing also had the same doubts. He could not help but take a deep breath and slowly said, there's still a way, but we'll have to use some of our trump cards. What trump card? Gucci was stunned. He did not understand where Rao Wuqing's trump card came from. A few years ago, I met a traitor of the Nine Ghost cult and saved him. Later, that person taught me some life-saving methods when I encountered the aura of the netherworld, Rao Wuqing said in a deep voice. I originally wanted to use it when my life was at stake. However, now it seems that I have no choice. Rao Wuqing could not help but sigh. A few years ago, he met a defector of the Nine Ghost cult. One had to know that a person who could betray a top force like the Nine Ghost cult was naturally not ordinary. He was at least a nascent soul realm cultivator. The trump card left behind by such a powerful person was obviously extraordinary. Rao Wuqing planned to use it at a critical moment. In fact, he would even be able to become a netherworld cultivator with this trump card and find a plan to break through to the next realm and reach a higher level. However, now, he had no other choice. Facing such a situation, even though his heart was bleeding, Rao Wuqing could only grit his teeth and use his final trump card. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Friend. Once Rao Wuqing uses his trump card, don't worry about anything else. Absorb as much energy as you can from the netherworld's ecosystem. Don't be shy. Jiang Ming was extremely grateful to Rao Wuqing. He was already thinking hard about what he should do to make the black sword absorb all the aura of the netherworld silently. In the end, Rao Wuqing came knocking on his door. Very quickly, Rao Wuqing pulled out something similar to a deep casserole dish. It was called the Dark Nether Basin. With this, we can absorb all the aura of the netherworld. At that time, the netherworld will collapse on its own. Although it's not a good time to reveal my trump card, this is our only chance. It's said that if I absorb enough netherworld aura, this dark nether basin will reveal a powerful and mysterious inheritance. It's the cultivation method of the path of evil. Even if it can't compare to the core inheritance of the Nine Ghost cult, it's definitely much stronger than the cultivation method of the Ghost Spirit sect. If I can master the cultivation technique and inheritance of this path of evil, it will be a great thing for me in the future. Rao Wuqing's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he thought that it would be easy for him to absorb the netherworld aura here. Once he succeeded, this might be the best opportunity for him to become much stronger. At the thought of this, Rao Wuqing took a few deep breaths of cold air. Then, he infused his golden core realm mana into the dark nether basin to activate its divine patterns. In the next moment, the dark nether basin slowly rose into the air. Very quickly, it revealed a powerful force and exploded in an instant. It started erupting with powerful forces one after another. Good. Rao Wuqing revealed a look of joy. Although he did not directly return the power to his body, he could see that the divine patterns were gradually activated. Rao Wuqing also understood that as long as he could awaken all the divine patterns, he would be able to obtain the corresponding power of inheritance. At that time, he, who had been bitterly pursuing the nascent soul realm, would finally have a chance to complete his path of advancement. At most, he would give up on the cultivation method of the ancient kingdom-blessed land and switch to the cultivation method of the path of evil. Looking at this scene, Gucci's eyes were filled with yearning. He also wanted to obtain such a treasure. After all, this thing could definitely improve his aptitude and cultivation. At that time, he would have a greater chance of becoming the next Holy Lord. However, no one noticed that Jiang Ming was acting strange. This is a good opportunity. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Without a word, he immediately activated the black sword in his hand. After giving the order, the black sword immediately began to absorb the mysterious aura here. It went crazy and refined everything into terrifying magical power. The black sword was continuously recovering. More and more of his memories were coming back to it. It even recalled some powerful and mysterious methods, and they were cultivation methods that were specially made for weapons. Good heavens! The black sword was overjoyed. This netherworld aura was indeed extraordinary. Just absorbing a little bit of it had allowed him to recover so many memories. The black sword naturally did not hold back and became even crazier. Furthermore, the black sword was extremely well hidden and would not reveal its true body. It only allowed the dark nether basin to block the way. Soon, the black sword awakened more memories, including some mysterious methods and cultivation techniques. Bro, I have a cultivation technique here. Do you want to try cultivating it? What cultivation technique? Jiang Ming was stunned and asked. The cultivation technique of the netherworld is roughly from several eras ago. In fact, it's from my era. If you're interested, I'll teach it to you. Now, the black sword said. However, Jiang Ming declined. He already had his own cultivation path, and it was powerful and unpredictable. He did not really need to focus on the cultivation path of evil. Moreover, the requirements of the cultivation path of evil were too harsh. 1. Needed to go to a specific place, such as areas with rich nether life. 2. Cultivate. There was no such place in the Feather Kingdom yet. Therefore, even if he cultivated it, it would not be of much use. It would only be a waste of his time. However, I can let Anan cultivate it. After all, she has the physique and the destiny to do so. Jiang Ming was always thinking about Zhuanan. He knew very well that Zhuanan's personality was a little too soft. If he did not pave the way for Zhuanan as soon as possible, then things would not turn out well. Thankfully, Zhuanan's physique and destiny were extremely good for cultivating this high-grade cultivation technique of the path of evil. When Zhuanan received the voice transmission, she also received the cultivation technique in her mind. She could not help but smile. Jiang Ming really doted on her. However, Zhuanan did not tell Jiang Ming the whole truth. In fact, after activating her physique and destiny, she had also obtained the corresponding cultivation method. There was no need for this cultivation method of the path of evil. After all, she already had the most suitable cultivation technique for herself. Zhuanan didn't tell him this, because she did not want to disappoint him. She also did not want to let him down. It was also at this moment that an idea took root in Zhuanan's heart. No matter what, she had to become strong enough to protect Jiang Ming. It was also at this moment that the netherworld aura was completely devoured. Eh? Rao Wuqing was surprised. He did not understand why his dark nether basin had not fully recovered even after absorbing all the aura. Was it not enough? Rao Wuqing was puzzled. Logically speaking, this much netherworld aura should be enough to revive the dark nether basin fully. Why were there still so many divine patterns that had yet to be activated? Rao Wuqing could not understand what was going on. His mind began to spin wildly, and he lowered his head silently. For a moment, he did not know what he was thinking. Gucci did not care about this, instead, he was a little happy. Good. That's great. The problem of the Netherworld's ecosystem has been completely solved. We can now go straight in and thoroughly search this mystic realm. Everyone was shocked at Guqi's words. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Instead, he watched coldly as a cultivator from the ancient kingdom-blessed land stepped into the original Netherworld ecosystem, which was now a void. However, just at this moment, those cultivators suddenly screamed, and their bodies instantly exploded. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that the situation would develop to such a stage. "It's that huge heart," someone exclaimed. They had been too focused on getting rid of the Netherworld creatures to notice the flame demon heavenly Lord's heart. Jiang Ming's lips curled up slightly. That was exactly the case. If he did not get rid of the flame demon heavenly Lord's heart, even if he absorbed all the Netherworld aura and got rid of the so-called Nether life, it would be useless. Everyone was stunned again. Rao Wuqing had used the dark Nether basin to deal with the Nether life. Therefore, why hadn't the heart of the flame demon heavenly lord been destroyed? Logically speaking, the flame demon heavenly lord's heart was able to grow because of the Netherworld's ecosystem. Once the Netherworld's ecosystem was gone, the flame demon's heart should not have remained here. The more they thought of this, the more dumbfounded everyone became. They realized that this situation seemed to be very different from what they had imagined. "Holy Son, Elder Rao, do you have a way to deal with this?" Jiang Ming deliberately asked to draw everyone's attention to Guqi's side. Guqi was silent. How could he know how to solve this problem? Rao Wuqing, who was standing at the side, also returned to his senses, and shook his head. "I don't know how to solve this problem either." This was because the owner of the heart, the flame demon heavenly lord, was an extremely powerful figure on the verge of being a quasi-saint when he was alive. His methods were naturally extraordinary. Even after being dead for so many years, the vitality of this heart is unimaginable to ordinary people. Hearing this, everyone could not help but fall silent. They were thinking of solutions and countermeasures. However, they could not find the root of the problem. Rao Wuqing took a deep breath and slowly said, "If the flame demon heavenly Lord's heart continues to stay here, even if we resolve the problem of the Netherworld's ecosystem, we are destined to be unable to deal with all of this. Therefore, we can only take it one step at a time." He knew very well that this was a huge problem. If he did not solve this problem, they would still not be able to enter. "Ning Kaichen, do you have any way to get rid of this flame demon heavenly Lord's heart?" Rao Wuqing was indeed quite capable. He threw the question back to Jiang Ming. In no time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's lips twitched a few times and he said quietly, "I'm just a rookie. I don't have many insights. How can I have any solutions? I came out of the flower fruit mountain to train. I can't compare to the Holy Sun at all. If the Holy Sun can't do it, then I can't do it either." Guqi and Rao Wuqing glanced at Jiang Ming imperceptibly. They naturally would not believe Jiang Ming's nonsense. This kid's aptitude could be comparable to the level of a divine son. How could such a person be a rookie? However, since Jiang Ming had said so, they naturally could not say anything more. "The only way is to set up an array formation," he said seriously. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up when he heard him say this. He knew that these guys definitely had a way to deal with the flame demon heavenly lord's heart. However, he had never thought that it would be to set up an array formation. After all, those who could set up an array formation were all array masters, and everyone who cultivated the path of array formations was not that simple. Compared to other skills, the difficulty of setting up an array formation was extremely high. Every array master relied 30% on talent and 70% on the accumulation of resources. After all, the higher the level of the array formation, the more difficult it would be to set it up. Therefore, the rarity of high-level array masters was far higher than that of alchemists and talisman crafters. Jiang Ming did not expect that there would be someone who was good at setting up formations among the ancient Kingdom Blessed Land's troops. In the next moment, a man dressed in a traditional set of robes walked out. Slowly. He was leading a few young disciples. They had been hidden and protected very well. They were the array masters. Array masters aren't very powerful. However, they're very precious. Thus, it's normal for them to be protected. The appearance of this long-robed man attracted the respect of many experts from the ancient Kingdom Blessed Land. Although Gucci did not usually show people much respect, he was very polite. Master Zhai, please help us. Don't worry. With me around, I will definitely be able to destroy the flame. Demon Heavenly Lord's heart. His tone was filled with arrogance. Master Zhai was famous for his arrogance. This was because he had reached the level of a third-grade array master at such a young age. Jiang Ming had a veneer of politeness. However, he was actually a little disappointed. He's only a third-grade array master. I thought he was a fourth-grade array master. The black sword was speechless. Bro, not everyone is as talented as you. Moreover, the difficulty of learning to create array formations is much higher than those of other skills. Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. Even Jiang Ming was apprehensive about trying. What if he did not have the aptitude for it? However, that was before. My aptitude has improved a lot. With the 100 Tribulation's sacred body and other cultivation techniques, my cultivation speed has increased a lot. With my immortal constitution, maybe I can consider studying how to create array formations. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but smile slightly. His plan for the future became clearer. It was also at this moment that a powerful force suddenly arrived, setting off waves of ripples. They had begun laying down the array formation. At this moment, even Jiang Ming could not help but glance over. Is this the profound bright stone? The profound bright stone was an extremely precious material used to lay the foundation of array formations. It was incredibly rare. Jiang Ming strode forward and bent down. He said with an unreadable expression, "You people from the ancient Kingdom Blessed Land are really rich. The profound bright stone isn't the best material out there. However, it's not trash either." Master Zhai smiled smugly. That's because of my position and the fact that I'm the youngest third-grade array master in the sect. That's why I have the authority to squander these profound bright stones as I please. Jiang Ming's lips twitched. He could not believe how arrogant and wasteful this man was. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled as he had an idea. He stood up and walked to the side to watch. He looked harmless. However, his eyes were fixed on the profound bright stone. It was as if the moment he had the chance, he would pocket this profound bright stone. One had to know that even if this thing was only resold, it would still go for a considerable amount of money. Moreover, if he wanted to lay down an array formation, this profound bright stone was absolutely indispensable. However, Jiang Ming quickly dismissed this idea. He knew very well that the experts of the ancient kingdom-blessed land were still here, especially Rao Wuqing. If he dared play any tricks, it would be no different from courting death. Moreover, his identity as the successor of the Flower Fruit Mountain would be easily exposed. Once he lost the protection of the Flower Fruit Mountain, these people would not let him off easily. At the same time, Master Zhai smiled after a while. If it was in the past, he definitely would not have so many profound bright stones to squander. In fact, Master Zhai had lied just now. If he had not followed the top holy son, Gu Qi, out and needed to ensure that he was absolutely safe, the sect would definitely not have bestowed him with so many profound bright stones. Unfortunately, I wanted to keep them for myself. I didn't expect them to be wasted like this. Master Zhai's heart ached for himself. In his opinion, using the stones in this kind of place was no different from wasting a natural treasure. After all, if he used it to improve himself, he would easily become a fourth great array master. Soon after, Master Zhai set up an extremely powerful array formation. This formation is called the Myriad Sword Beacon Formation. It's a top-notch third-grade array formation with the support of a fourth-grade divine item, like the profound bright stone. Even if the array formation did not reach the fourth grade, it is definitely enough to kill ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators. Even mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators will not be an exception. Such a powerful and high-grade array formation is enough to deal with the flame demon Heavenly Lord's heart. Upon seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise and began to praise Master Zhai. Master Zhai was very pleased. Jiang Ming nodded and looked at Master Zhai's array formation with admiration. This made Master Zhai even happier. One had to know that Jiang Ming's current identity was Ning Kaichen, the successor of the Flower Fruit Mountain. To be able to make such a big shot admire him was amazing. Alright. Now, there's no need to say anything else. Quickly activate the array formation and prepare to attack. Gu Qi frowned. He was very unhappy. Not only did Jiang Ming steal his limelight, but even Master Zhai stole his limelight as well. Damn it. Master Zhai naturally sensed Gu Qi's displeasure. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately lowered his head and said obsequiously, "Holy Son, don't worry. I'll activate the Myriad Sword Beacon formation now." He did not dare hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Myriad Sword Beacon formation. Soon, flaming swords rose up and fiercely attacked into the distance. Bang! 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 As the sound of attacks rang out again and again, many people revealed shocked expressions. Previously, they had only praised Master Zhai for Gu Qi's sake. Unexpectedly, his array formation was really powerful. Just like that, the huge dark heart was riddled with holes. The netherworld aura gradually dimmed, as if it could completely dissipate at any time. It's so powerful. Even Jiang Ming could not help but exclaim. He sized up Master Zhai and wondered if he could think of a way to snatch the array formation inheritance from this guy. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Ming still shook his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was easy to snatch the storage ring from Holy Son Gu Qi, however, to snatch Master Zhai away to teach me will be impossible. It's best to forget it. The shattering of the huge heart made everyone present heave a sigh of relief. Gu Qi let out a long breath and said, "Now we can continue to go deeper. When We find a way to control this mystic realm, we must get ahead of them no matter what. We must not let Ning Kaichen seize the opportunity. His voice was extremely low, and his gaze kept falling on Jiang Ming. Obviously, Gu Qi regarded Ning Kaichen as his #1 rival. Rao Wuqing's expression was also quite vigilant. That's right, this kid said that he doesn't have enough experience. However, I have a feeling that this kid is definitely hiding his true strength. In fact, there was no need to say it out loud. Everyone knew that Ning Kaichen was hiding his strength. Regardless of what kind of ancient sect the Flower Fruit Mountain was, the fact that Ning Kaichen had displayed a monstrous talent that was close to the level of a saint was enough to prove that he was mysterious and unpredictable. He must have a strong trump card. They had to be wary of him. Jiang Ming sensed their gazes and roughly figured out what they were thinking. He could not help but smile. He was technically telling the truth all this time. However, his series of actions had made these people especially wary, so much so that they were now constantly staring at him. Bro, these people have already decided that you're their enemy. I'm afraid that all your actions will be monitored and controlled by them. It will be very inconvenient for you to do things, the Black Sword said worriedly. Jiang Ming was alone and was targeted by such a large force. His actions would be greatly restricted, and it was likely that this trip to the mystic realm would be fruitless. It's fine. Jiang Ming sent a voice transmission. It's not a bad thing for them to target me. First of all, they won't dare let me put myself in danger. Because my talent is too monstrous in their eyes. It's enough to match someone in the next realm. If they dare attack me, they'll have to worry about the Flower Fruit Mountain taking revenge on them. Thus, to a certain extent, their surveillance and vigilance will restrict my actions. However, it will also reduce the risks I encounter during the exploration of the mythical realm. It can be considered a blessing and a curse. Jiang Ming wasn't lying. Until now, other than the fact that a portion of the ancient divine markings on the dark nether basin had been activated by the Rao Wuqing, the others had not gained anything. On the contrary, they had suffered countless deaths and injuries, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. On the other hand, Jiang Ming also seemed to have gained nothing. However, in fact, he was the one who reaped the greatest benefits. After devouring the flesh and blood of the strange lizard and all the aura of the netherworld, the Black Sword recovered more memories and even derived a powerful netherworld cultivation technique from countless eras ago. Once these spoils were taken out, Gu Qi and the others would be extremely jealous. Jiang Ming continued to choose to hide his strength. His frown made Gu Qi feel extremely happy. Ning Kaichen, why don't you go first? Now that the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord's heart had been destroyed, the biggest danger had been eliminated. Gu Qi naturally wanted his side to enter the mystic realm to obtain more benefits. However, thinking about it carefully, this was not just the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord, it was also a ghostly mystic realm as well as a netherworld realm. If he was not careful, both he and Rao Wuqing would die here. Therefore, he did not want Ning Kaichen to gain any benefits. However, he also wanted Ning Kaichen to be the one to stand out. How could Jiang Ming not see through his thoughts? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he said, "Let's go together. There must be other dangers in the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord. I hope that we can unite and leave the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord as soon as possible to save our lives." This time, Gucci immediately revealed a disdainful expression. He had thought that he was some powerful figure. However, it turned out that he was a coward. Jiang Ming did not bother to waste his breath. He strode forward and observed the walls around him. He sharply noticed a few laws. Among them, the bloody words were the most distinct. Do not destroy the flame demon Heavenly Lord's heart. No. Jiang Ming felt a chill in his heart. He could feel that this law was different from the previous ones. It did not seem to be formed by the ghostly mystic realm itself, nor was it deliberately left behind by the flame demon. Heavenly Lord. This is a warning left behind by another great cultivator. This blood is completely different from the previous ones. It's very likely that it came from a cultivator who entered the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord earlier. The black sword was extremely sensitive to blood, it immediately told Jiang Ming its analysis and judgment. Jiang Ming nodded and looked around. After making sure that nothing had happened, he did not show any signs of relaxing. Instead, he became more and more tense. Ming Kaichen, did you discover something? Gucci walked over and saw the words in blood. His pupils immediately shrank. However, he quickly shook his head. This one is definitely fake. The purpose is to prevent us from destroying the flame demon Heavenly Lord's heart. After this exploration, coupled with their understanding of the laws, Gucci and the others obtained a lot of important information. One of them was that the laws were both real and fake, and they needed to be constantly tested and verified. Gucci was certain that the words written in blood this time were false, because the heart had been destroyed. No. This is true. We might have triggered some taboo by destroying the flame demon Heavenly Lord's heart. Jiang Ming wanted to continue. However, he was interrupted by a loud exclamation. Jiang Ming's face suddenly darkened when he heard the noise. Not far away, a huge dark red heart stood there. It even gave birth to many strange tentacles that constantly swayed in the huge space. Every time a cultivator was touched, it would freeze for a moment and dig out the heart of that cultivator to replenish itself. It was terrifying. At this moment, all the cultivators took a few steps back, their faces turning even paler. What's going on? Wasn't the flame demon Heavenly Lord's heart destroyed? Why? Is there another? And it has become even stronger. Gucci's expression changed drastically. He did not understand what had happened. Why would something that had been destroyed and turned into nothingness appear again? It even brought a sense of fear that was far greater than before. Because the flame demon Heavenly Lord's heart was refined based on the foundation of the path of the netherworld, reviving from the dead is simple. The path of the netherworld is even more powerful than the path of immortal cultivation. It is to cultivate with the body of the dead and seize the secrets of heaven and vitality. However, in ancient times, the Hutu got on this path made the path so powerful that it was on par with the path of immortal cultivation and the path of martial arts. Most importantly, there are too many paths of cultivation in the human world. The path of the netherworld is only a single path. Rao Wuching spoke slowly, his tone especially solemn. Jiang Ming's ears sharply picked up on certain words. In the original world, there was a primeval mythological system that gave birth to countless powerful gods, such as Pangu, Hongjun, and so on. Perhaps some were fabricated. However, Hutu was indeed a mythological figure that existed in reality. Regardless, that's the world of the past. Why is there a Huta God in this world? Is it a coincidence, or did the original world also have immortal cultivation legacies, and those mythical stories themselves were real and not fabricated by our ancestors? At this moment, Jiang Ming only felt that his mind was in a mess. He did not know what to think. But soon, Jiang Ming suddenly smacked his forehead. Friend, were there any Huta gods in your era? Yes, a Huta god is an ultimate existence in every era. Moreover, this is just a general term and not a specific person. You just need to be an expert in the path of the netherworld. The black sword's voice rang out slowly. Besides the great cultivation of heaven and the great cultivation of earth, there is the great cultivation of humanity. It includes the human race, the demon race, and all other living beings. In addition, saints are also divided into several major categories. Some control the great cultivation of heaven, and some control the great cultivation of earth. However, no one has been able to control the great cultivation of humanity. This is because the great cultivation of humanity had many existences just as strong as saints overseeing each race. This led to the great cultivation of humanity not having an ultimate leader. However, the great cultivation of heaven is different. As long as one obtains the recognition of the great cultivation of heaven, they can become a heavenly saint. Although they are still under the great cultivation of heaven and are under its jurisdiction, they are far stronger than ordinary saints. The last thing I want to talk about is the system. There was always only one Huta God. It meant that there was only one person who could control the system. In a sense, the status of a Huta God was far superior to those heavenly saints and every other ordinary saint. At this point, the black sword looked like it was going to speak frankly. However, it was stunned by Jiang Ming's question. What was the final outcome of the Huta God of your era and the Huta gods of the earlier eras? The black sword fell silent. After a while, it slowly replied, they all died, including my master. The black sword's voice became increasingly low and weak, as if its words triggered terrifying memories. There was a horrifying apocalypse back then. Even heavenly saints and Huta gods were destined to die. They could not even try to survive. That was the great destruction. The great destruction that had destroyed countless eras of civilization. When Jiang Ming heard the black sword's trembling and desperate tone, he fell silent for a moment. What kind of calamity was this? He had seen it in the memories of the owner of the black sword. It was a power that could destroy the world. However, Jiang Ming still could not understand it. He had already cultivated to the golden core realm and possessed supernatural powers that ordinary people could not imagine in their lifetime. In the eyes of mortals, he was a true immortal. In the face of such a catastrophe, even the invincible Huta God, who controlled the system, could not escape death. Then, what was the point of cultivating immortality? Then, was Jiang Ming qualified to climb to the peak of martial arts? At this moment, a shocking movement called Jiang Ming back to his senses. It was the resurrected heart. Giant tentacles rose up and bound one cultivator after another. They dug out one heart after another and then gave birth to even more terrifying tentacles. Run! Jiang Ming roared without hesitation, mainly for Wu Hen, Ying Sha, Huai Mei, and Zhuanan to hear. The four of them reacted. Wu Hen carried Zhuanan and rushed forward. Ying Sha directly revealed the true body of the dark water mystical snake. Raising his speed to the maximum, he carried Huai Mei, who had almost been killed, and ran away. Gu Qi and the others were also in a panic. If it was not for Rao Wuqing's powerful strength and Master Zhai's 10,000 sword beacon formation that was still in effect, some of the ancient kingdom blessed land cultivators would have already become nourishment for the growth of the flame demon. Heavenly Lord's heart. The individual cultivators and cultivators of the other factions also frantically ran into the distance, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were a little slower. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back with a gloomy expression. Soon, he disappeared from the area. However, unlike other people who were running around, Jiang Ming's goal was very clear. He ran directly to another passage. Friend, I have to say that bringing you along is like bringing a map along. You can actually tell that there's a passage that leads straight to another path. Jiang Ming could not help but sigh. Hee, of course. I've recovered so many memories, and my horizons have increased by 100 or 1,000 times. To be able to see through such a small trick is simply an easy task. However, I want to remind you that you might not be able to return if you run. The black sword was still feeling smug. However, after a few seconds, its tone became a little weak. Jiang Ming was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What do you mean?" This path and the passage just now are constantly changing. I don't seem to be able to sense that passage anymore. Gu Qi and Rao Wuqing had also lost their way and stumbled into a hall in a daze. What is this place? Why is it full of bronze? Looking at the dazzling array of bronze artifacts and the 16 huge bronze pillars, Gu Qi could not help but gasp. This was no ordinary bronze. It was green jade immortal bronze. It was an extremely rare and precious material. Even the ancient kingdom blessed land did not have much of it. However, it was everywhere here. Holy Sun, look at what this is, a cultivator exclaimed, causing Gu Qi to look displeased. However, when he got closer to take a look, his mouth instantly opened wide, revealing an expression of disbelief. These are spirit dragons. The so-called spirit dragon was a special treasure that was even rarer than the green jade immortal bronze. In the ancient kingdom blessed land, only the Holy Lord had some. It was said that whoever consumed the spirit dragon would be able to change their aptitude in a short period of time and achieve incredible effects. There was even a rumor that a mediocre person with ordinary aptitude obtained a lot of spirit dragons, by chance, and became a top genius of their sect. They even had the qualifications to compete for the position of the next sect master. It was enough to see how precious the spirit dragon was. Even the number one holy son, Gu Qi, could not help but be moved. He even had greedy thoughts. However, just as Gu Qi was about to attack the spirit dragons, Rao Wuqing shouted, "Gu Qi, these belong to me. You can't touch them. Do you understand?" Gu Qi froze on the spot and looked up at Rao Wuqing. What was the meaning of this? Uncle Rao, you. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Rao Wuqing strode forward and took out his storage ring to store all of the spirit dragons. He seemed to be in a frenzy. Gu Qi's expression changed completely. Uncle Rao, these should be mine. As long as I consume these spirit dragons, my aptitude will increase by another level, and my chances of competing for the Holy Lord position will increase by another level. If it was not for the fact that he could not defeat Rao Wuqing, he would have gone up to fight with Rao Wuqing right now. Now, he could only use his status as the number one holy son to suppress Rao Wuqing. I don't care about your trivial matters. I have been stuck in the half-step nascent soul realm for too many years, and I have been searching for the great cultivation of the nascent soul realm to no avail. This is all thanks to your master. Back then, I fought for him and worked hard for him. In the end, I suffered an incurable cultivation injury, causing my cultivation to stop before the nascent soul realm. I thought that after he ascended to the position of Holy Master, he would find a solution for me. From that moment on, I no longer had any sense of belonging to the ancient kingdom-blessed land, let alone any feelings for you and your master. Gucci, I won't touch you, because you are the #1 holy son of the sect. However, if you want to compete with me for the spirit dragon celestial liquid, I don't mind killing you directly, do you understand? Rao Wuqing's words were filled with killing intent, making one shudder. This man, who was known as the most loyal subordinate of the current holy Lord, Gu Hua, had actually said such words. What was going on? However, Gucci did not dare to make any moves. Rao Wuqing had the ability to kill him and all the other cultivators from the sect here in a short period of time. Gucci clenched his fists tightly. However, then he thought about how Ning Kaichen would not be able to get the spirit dragons either, and he instantly regained his rationality. However, what Gucci did not know was that Ning Kaichen had found a treasure that was even better than the spirit dragons. At the same time, it was also a huge risk. He had found a huge cauldron. This is the universe cauldron. On the other side, in the same hall, the black sword stared at the huge cauldron in front of him in a daze. What is the universe cauldron? Jiang Ming frowned and asked. He could only see that this cauldron was extraordinary. Among all the alchemy cauldrons he knew, none could compare to this cauldron. Just the runes and charms on it were not something that ordinary cauldrons could compare to. However, as soon as the black sword spoke, Jiang Ming understood that this cauldron was more extraordinary and unpredictable than he had imagined. The black sword was silent for a long time before it slowly said, "The universe cauldron refers to a cauldron that uses heaven flames and earth veins as fuel and can only be activated by materials. Not only can it be used to refine pills, but it is also the best choice for refining the body. Bro, you are currently cultivating the 100 Tribulations sacred body. You can totally use the universe cauldron to cultivate it. Of course, this cauldron is quite different from the one in my memory. It should be an imitation. Its appearance and inner charm are completely different. However, it's definitely the best choice for refining." Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. Using alchemy to refine his body? How ridiculous. However, thinking about it carefully, what the black sword said was true. As the saying goes, the human body is like an amazing medicine. When one cultivates the path of body refinement to an extremely high level, it is like refining pills and medicine. Of course, this is the traditional way of martial arts body refinement. I'm cultivating the 100 Tribulations sacred body, which means that I'm walking on another path of martial arts. Could I continue to walk on the traditional path? Jiang Ming's brain was working rapidly, thinking about the feasibility of this. At this moment, a loud boom was heard, and a sound wave attack, that seemed to have materialized, hit Jiang Ming's mind. Bang! Jiang Ming's soul seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and was crushed. His face gradually distorted, and his entire body curled up and rolled on the ground. "Bo!" The black sword's expression changed. It immediately wanted to urge his dark Qi to protect Jiang Ming. However, it was stopped by a shout. Don't do anything. This is my opportunity. The black sword was stunned. However, its eyes quickly lit up. Soul cultivation. Actually, the path of the netherworld was a different kind of soul cultivation. Path. When a cultivator died, their soul would still remain in the world. In order to not enter reincarnation and experience the sufferings of the human world. Again, some cultivators would use the netherworld cultivation technique they had practiced during their lifetime to transform from an immortal cultivator to a netherworld cultivator. They were commonly known as ghost cultivators. The people of the ghost spirit sect were called ghost cultivators. However, they were actually just a group of immortal cultivators who cultivated a simplified and mutated version of the netherworld cultivation technique. They could not be considered true ghost cultivators. In fact, the cultivators of the 9 ghost cult were not considered ghost cultivators. Most of them cultivated their own souls and were called soul cultivators. Soul cultivation was the cultivation of the soul. Of course, for cultivators who had stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation, it was the cultivation of the primordial spirit, also known as the path of the dark god. The path of the dark god is to cultivate one's profound spirit to the realm of a dark demon god. From there, one can continuously nourish one's soul and strengthen one's profound spirit. The mental power of every dark spirit was mighty and strange. It wasn't something that normal cultivators could deal with. Of course, the path of the dark god is also divided into grades. 4. Example, the ghost spirit sect, which is a force at the level of the 6 blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom, is not considered the lowest grade, but it is not much different. Jiang Ming thought about this. Along the way, he had exchanged a lot of information with Master Zhai about the cultivation world outside the Feather Kingdom. He was quite familiar with the situation of many forces. The 9 ghost cult interested him. When he learned that the 9 ghost cult was one of the top 10 forces in the entire world of immortal cultivation, and their strength was far superior to the ancient kingdom blessed land, Jiang Ming roughly understood how profound the inheritance of the 9 ghost cult was, and how deep its foundation was. Jiang Ming shook his head and quickly devoted himself to the cultivation process. He knew very well that he was still unable to come into contact with the level of the 9 ghost cult. At least, he had to wait until all the troubles in the Feather Kingdom were resolved before he could have the ability to go outside the Feather Kingdom and explore the wider world of immortal cultivation. Actually, the universe cauldron is not only used to refine the body, but also the primordial spirit. It's different from the path of the dark god. If you focus on cultivating the primordial spirit, you'll be walking the path of the light god. At that time, you'll have a great chance of breaking through and reaching a realm above the saint realm if you cultivate the 3 cultivation paths of immortal cultivation, martial arts, and the light god to the extreme. As the black sword spoke, its entire body trembled non-stop. It seemed particularly excited. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly and say, "What realm is above the saint realm? There's no need to think about it. I just want to know why the universe cauldron is here." Even though it was just a replica, it was still an extremely rare treasure. If it were any other day, Jiang Ming would definitely be excited to see the universe cauldron. However, it was different at this moment. This was the land of heritage of the flame demon heavenly lord, a ghostly mystic realm, and a netherworld ecosystem. No matter how ambitious Jiang Ming was, he would not dare accept the universe cauldron easily. If I'm not careful, I might provoke something that I shouldn't provoke. I don't want to do that. Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The black sword also expressed its approval and said slowly, I need to confirm whether the universe cauldron will provoke the powers of the laws and the aura of the netherworld. However, don't forget. With me around, everything will be fine. As soon as it said this, Jiang Ming was stunned on the spot. After thinking for a long time, he took a few deep breaths and slowly said, then I'll have to trouble you. There's no need to be so polite. I hope that you will become stronger. Only then will you be able to unravel the layers of fog and survive the calamity. The black sword laughed. However, it was full of bitterness. Obviously, the black sword did not think that Jiang Ming could reach that step. The realm above the Saint realm was simple to talk about. However, over the long years and several eras, countless heroes and geniuses were unable to withstand the ravages of time. Although Jiang Ming's aptitude was extraordinary, how difficult was it to advance to the Saint realm? Even the flame demon Heavenly Lord died before he became a saint. He could only choose to walk another path, turning into a ghost and cultivating the path of the dark god. He was a top-notch existence in the past. However, now he has been reduced to an existence that is neither human nor ghost. How sad is that? The black sword seemed to recall countless tragic events in the past and shook its head. Jiang Ming noticed the change in the black sword's mood. After a moment of silence, he laughed. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. He did not want to go beyond the Saint realm. However, in order to cheer the black sword on, Jiang Ming could only comfort him like this. However, Jiang Ming was not exaggerating. Even the flame demon Heavenly Lord had a limited lifespan. However, Jiang Ming was different. No matter how long it took, as long as heaven and earth did not collapse, he, Jiang Ming, was destined to be immortal. Next, try to absorb all the power of the universe cauldron. Remember, don't force yourself. Jiang Ming reminded the black sword again, and the black sword left. Soon, it circled around the universe cauldron a few times. Finally, it took a deep breath and absorbed all the powerful netherworld aura from the universe cauldron. Only the aura of the netherworld, right? After absorbing a portion of the netherworld aura, the black sword could not help but ask in surprise. Logically speaking, the energy of the netherworld would not be too strong or too advanced to suppress the power of the laws. However, now, the power of the laws had failed to erode the universe cauldron. Instead, it had allowed the netherworld aura to enter. No matter how one looked at it, there was something strange about this. Perhaps there's some netherworld creature here, and it's quite strong. Be careful. Jiang Ming didn't need the black sword to remind him. He had already sensed the great changes around him. It was as if countless powerful auras had swept over and wrapped around the universe cauldron in an instant. They even wanted to erode the black sword. Damn it, you want to corrupt me? You're courting death. The black sword was furious. The black sword burst out with a powerful aura, directly shaking away this wave of corruption. Moreover, the black sword continued to erupt with a powerful sword aura. This was the advantage of having a high-level sword spirit. It could erupt with sword intent and sword aura without anyone controlling it. accompanied by a series of clanging sounds. Some cultivators who had mistakenly entered this place were directly killed. Then, a change occurred. The evil auras turned into malicious ghosts and charged at Jiang Ming and the black sword with all their might. A test? No. He wants to refine the black sword and me into human puppets. Jiang Ming was keenly aware of the motive behind all this, and his face immediately darkened. Jiang Ming raised his hand and a huge flame shot out like a sword. In an instant, it destroyed the malicious ghosts. Jiang Ming's blazing mystic massacre was a fire-type mystic technique. Although it did not fuse with any powerful spiritual fire, its power would not be too weak after Jiang Ming's improvement. However, these ghosts still did not disperse. Jiang Ming was especially annoyed by this. He immediately took a step forward and the blade in his hand swept out, killing those ghosts immediately. So strong. The flame demon Heavenly Lord, who was far away in the final hall, could not help but be moved. He had seen many geniuses and their mystic techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as decisive as Jiang Ming. In addition, the fire-type magical power that this person had just displayed was extremely unfamiliar. What a technique! I'm the flame demon Heavenly Lord, wielding a top-notch demon flame. Yet I've never seen such a mystic technique. Could it be that in the long years since my death, the world of immortal cultivation has given birth to other masters who are proficient in the path of fire? The flame demon Heavenly Lord thought hard. However, he quickly threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. It doesn't matter if he's powerful and mysterious. It's just a mystic technique. As a mighty figure at the peak of the insightful emptiness realm, I have seen many divine techniques and divine powers. What is a mere mystic technique? However, this child is extremely powerful and is skilled in the path of fire. He has mastered such a powerful mystic technique and is the best candidate to be refined into a human puppet. The flame demon Heavenly Lord sized up Jiang Ming's figure in the water mirror. He was practically salivating. It was a pity that he was currently quite weak. Forget it. Let the ghastly puppet and the others act first and see if they can take down that kid. In addition, this Rao Wuqing is also a good candidate for the ghastly puppet. At this moment, Rao Wuqing's expression was exceptionally ugly. He had never expected that after devouring all the spirit dragons, not only did his aptitude not make any progress, but even his entire person was constantly being controlled. Damned be asterisk starred, who is it that actually wants to control me? Get lost. Rao Wuqing almost went crazy trying to dispel the power that was corrupting him. However, it was useless. Gu Qi and the others were so shocked that they retreated step by step. Who would have thought that things would develop to this extent? I originally thought that after Rao Wuqing consumed the spirit dragons, his entire person would undergo an earth-shattering change. However, I didn't expect that the spirit dragons contained an extremely evil power that continuously corroded Rao Wuqing's body. At this moment, Gu Qi was extremely glad that Rao Wuqing had swallowed all of the spirit dragons. Otherwise, he would have definitely been affected and become the target here. However, when he thought about it carefully, there were many doubts. These spirit dragons are a true treasure, not a magical tool. It contains the ability to eliminate evil and poison. Why is there such an extremely evil power contained in it? Master Zhai took a deep breath and set up a defensive array formation before saying, "It should be the doing of the master of this mystic realm. His goal is to capture enough cultivators and refine them into human puppets." Human puppet? This term was not unfamiliar to Guqi and the others. However, it was absolutely terrifying. No one was willing to be refined into a human puppet. It was a fate worse than death. They would even lose the chance to reincarnate. At the thought of this, everyone gasped and retreated frantically. They wished they could leave this hall right now. Master Zhai's expression changed. He shouted sternly, "Don't move around. This array formation of mine can ensure your safety. However, if you escape, the surrounding ghosts and ghastly puppets will definitely not let you off." His face was filled with vigilance, because there were many malicious ghosts and ghastly puppets in this hall. Among them, there was no lack of powerful existences who had reached the Golden Core realm. Once they were targeted, they would definitely die. Only in this array formation could one avoid disaster and eliminate evil. Guqi tried his best to calm himself down and slowly asked, "Master Zhai, how long can your array formation last?" 2 hours at most. So, we need to consolidate and strengthen the formation in 2 hours, and also find a chance to escape, Master Zhai answered honestly. 2 hours. Time was limited. Master Zhai, bring some people to consolidate and strengthen the array formation. In addition, Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Protector Su, come with me and think of a way to leave this place. Guqi did not want to lose his life here. Thus, he immediately gave orders to find a way to escape. At the same time, he also faintly realized that the exposure and opening of this mystic realm was definitely a conspiracy. Those who thought that they had opened the door to the mystic realm were actually a bunch of idiots. Then, Ning Saichen's situation would not be any better. However, Guqi was not in the mood to pay attention to Ning Kaichen. He stared at Rao Wuqing, who was tossing and turning. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Rao Wuqing can't hold on much longer. We can't count on him. We can only rely on ourselves." He looked around and saw that besides Protector Su, there were 2 elders in the late stage of the Golden Core realm guarding him. He felt much more at ease. "Holy Son, are we really going to give up on Rao Wuqing? If we go back, how are we going to explain this to the Holy Lord?" Protector Su asked nervously. He was in the peak of the Golden Core realm. Therefore, his strength was comparable to a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator. He could even fight an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. However, he was worried that if something happened to Rao Wuqing, he would not be able to explain it to the higher-ups of the sect. After all, Rao Wuqing was a veteran who had followed the current Holy Lord to conquer the world and was also an important figure in the outer sect of the Holy Land. In response, Guqi snorted and said, "Didn't you hear a single word that Rao Wuqing said before?" He had long looked down on Master and wanted to betray Master. It wouldn't be too much even if this kind of traitor from the sect died 10,000 times. Protector Su was speechless. He could only repeatedly agree. However, he was cursing in his heart. He hated people like Holy Son Guqi. This was the reason why his strength was lacking. In the Feather Kingdom, Golden Core realm cultivators naturally had a lot of authority. However, outside of the Feather Kingdom, in the ancient Kingdom Blessed Land, a Golden Core realm cultivator was nothing, especially in the inner sect. 1. Had to be a nascent soul realm cultivator to become an elder, and it was just an ordinary inner sect elder. Just as Gu Qi and the others were discussing animatedly, a sharp force suddenly arrived, shaking their blood qi. It's Rao Wuqing. This guy wants to drag us down with him. Or rather, he wants to use us to block the tribulation for him. Protector Su's face changed drastically. He had never expected Rao Wuqing to be this vicious. Gu Qi coldly snorted and said with contempt, he really is such a person. Alright, there's no need to say anything more. Now, everyone is using their mana and spiritual energy to resist Rao Wuqing's attack. He should be turning into a human puppet soon. Before this, Gu Qi and Rao Wuqing's relationship could have been said to be extremely good, as if they truly were related. However, now that this side of them had been revealed, everything seemed so fake. Rao Wuqing sensed the reaction of Gu Qi and the others and was instantly enraged. How dare you be *stards actually try to resist me? Don't you know who I am? I'm a follower of the dignified, holy Lord Gu Hua, and I've followed him through hundreds of battles, both big and small, and have made great contributions to the ancient kingdom-blessed land. Gu Qi, I will give you one last chance. Hand them over and I can guarantee that I will protect you. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being cruel. Rao Wuqing threatened. In his opinion, Gu Qi had no chance of refusing because he was a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator. He was stronger than everyone here combined. Gu Qi had no reason to reject him and protect others. Rao Wuqing, you must be dreaming. To tell you the truth, the fact that you are dissatisfied with the Holy Lord has long been known by him. The reason why the Holy Lord sent you here this time is to find a way to kill you. Gu Qi laughed coldly. Did this idiot really think that he would be spared? Today was the day he died. Hearing this, Rao Wuqing's expression darkened. He was about to say something when he suddenly froze. He looked in a certain direction and saw a figure slowly walking out. You. He looked at the person in disbelief and exclaimed, Song Qingshu. Why are you here? Weren't you cultivating in seclusion in the sect and not caring about the world? Song Qingshu was another disciple of Holy Lord Gu Hua. He was slightly older. However, he was only at the half-step nascent soul realm and had the battle prowess of the nascent soul realm. However, unlike Rao Wuqing, Song Qingshu was an expert who had raised his martial arts cultivation to the peak of the innate martial realm. Song Qingshu did not even need to make a move. Just by standing there, he gave off a tremendous aura. Even someone as arrogant as Rao Wuqing could not help but take a few steps back. Song Qingshu, I was wrong. He still wanted to say something, but in the next second, a bloody mark appeared on his neck. What the hell? Rao Wuqing's expression changed drastically as he glared at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu, you really dared attack me? Song Qingshu's expression was cold, as if he was doing something completely normal. This time, he did not kill Rao Wuqing. After all, he was a genuine fake nascent soul cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator. If he hadn't been overly shocked, Rao Wuqing wouldn't have been injured. Song Qingshu also understood this point. He immediately took out a middle grade magical treasure sword from his storage ring and instantly slashed out with sharp sword chi. The heart-palpitating sword intent also shot out. This is sword principle enlightenment. You are only half a step away from Becoming a great swordsman. Rao Wuqing's pupils constricted. In the next second, he retreated quite far and fled crazily out of the hall. The swordsmanship of a great swordsman was not something he could contend against. Not to mention, the other party was a dual cultivator of immortal cultivation and martial arts, and his combat strength could be said to be at the nascent soul realm. Trying to escape? Hee, Mr. Song, please kill this traitor quickly. He dared to have disloyal thoughts toward me. His death is not worth regretting. Guqi raised his head and began to give orders. Without needing Guqi to say anything, Song Qingshu immediately charged forward with his sword in hand. Streams of sword qi transformed into long, light dragons that tore at Rao Wuqing's body. Get lost! Rao Wuqing roared and burst out with the power of the half-step nascent soul realm, forcibly breaking the sword qi that was biting his body. Then, his hands quickly formed a seal, turning into a huge millstone. Slaughter heavenly wheel. Sacrifice. Kill them. At this moment, Rao Wuqing could not care less about anything else. He directly used his strongest lethal move, attracting endless sword aura. It illuminated the entire hall in blood red. As such a majestic sword aura slashed out, the entire hall was directly destroyed. Oh my God! Master Zhai's expression changed when he saw this scene. They were both at the half-step nascent soul realm. Thus, why was the gap between them so huge? That was right. After all, he was an array master. It was normal that he was not good at such crude martial arts. However, at the next moment, Master Zhai seemed to have sensed something and looked in another direction. Bang! Explosions resounded within the hall. However, they came from outside the hall. C came me. Before Master Zhai could finish his sentence, a powerful force swept over and forcefully blasted open the walls of the hall. Then, a huge bronze cauldron flew in. Damn it, it's just a cauldron, yet it's actually wandering around blindly. A series of roars sounded out, followed by streams of sword qi that followed closely behind. Everyone present was increasingly speechless. What was going on? Guqi's eyes flashed with a bright light. The universe cauldron. Although it's an imitation, its power cannot be underestimated. It can be used to refine the body or the spirit. It's a top-notch treasure. He was born in the ancient kingdom-blessed land and had seen countless treasures since he was a child. He was naturally familiar with these treasures. He instantly flew over and formed a seal with his hands. He crazily shot out powerful sword qi. Obviously, he also wanted to fight for this cauldron. Holy Sun Guqi, I discovered this treasure first. Isn't it against the rules for you to stop me halfway? A rather unhappy voice came. It was Jiang Ming. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Jiang Ming was Ning Kaichen. Guqi smiled at Jiang Ming's question and said, Ning Kaichen, you are wrong. I thought you were struggling to contain this thing. Thus, I wanted to help out. I didn't expect you to misunderstand. Jiang Ming almost rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered to pay attention to this person and immediately condensed his strongest sword. As the blade descended, the atmosphere changed color. The entire hall shook even more violently, and it seemed as if it would shatter at any moment. Jiang Ming had never been a kind person. Since Guqi dared to compete with him for the treasure, he would not be merciful. Die. The blade swept across the sky in a terrifying manner. At this moment, Guqi's eyelids twitched a few times, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This guy is not only a golden core realm cultivator, but also a martial artist at the innate martial realm. He suddenly raised his hands, and a silver light flashed. It was Guqi's silver arm guards that had isolated the sword chi. This is a defensive magical treasure. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. Offensive magical treasures were not rare, but defensive magical treasures were relatively rare. It was not that they were difficult to forge, but that most cultivators focused on killing. Once they encountered a battle, they would either fight or flee. However, the situation was completely different now. Guqi's move surprised Jiang Ming, and at the same time, it made the latter's eyes flash with ridicule. You want my silver arm guards? Guqi sensed Jiang Ming's thoughts, and his face twitched. This guy was too much. However, in the next moment, a powerful force swept out. Before Guqi could react, he was forced into a desperate situation by the sword chi that followed. ****. Get lost. At this moment, Guqi roared madly. He was the #1 holy son of the ancient kingdom-blessed land, and he had never suffered such a loss before. A mere golden core realm cultivator, even if he came from an extraordinary sect, could not humiliate him. At this moment, Guqi did not say anything. He took out a blade and whistled over, turning into a tornado to tear Jiang Ming apart. This guy was really decisive. He killed and retreated without hesitation. Some people even wondered if Jiang Ming was the successor of the sect he was from. Unlike individual cultivators, even the disciples of the sects in the Feather Kingdom had their own pride, let alone the disciples of the ancient sects. However, now, Jiang Ming acted like a coward. No matter how one looked at it. It was a little strange. Guqi also expressed his doubts. However, he understood that now was not the time to be troubled by this. You want to retreat? It was too late. Die. Guqi once again released blades that whistled through the air. They formed a storm of blades that was extremely majestic. It was as if they could instantly annihilate all the cultivators in front of them. Some of the cultivators who had just arrived were so shocked that they closed the bronze doors of the hall. All of them were trembling. This was simply terrifying. It was also at this moment that Guqi suddenly took a few deep breaths of cold air and once again launched a powerful attack. He looked like he was not going to give up until he killed Jiang Ming. He knew very well that since he had already fallen out with Jiang Ming, it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, if such a monstrous prodigy were left alive, coupled with his suspected powerful background, Guqi would probably be hunted down. Many of the ancient kingdom-blessed land cultivators returned to their senses. Among them, Protector Su, Elder Li, and Elder Wang immediately condensed their seals. Gale Blade Technique. Heavenly Flames Technique. Earth Tremor Technique. The three Golden Core Realm experts charged out one after another. Each of them unleashed their strongest killing moves, all of which were mystic techniques. Although the other Golden Core Realm cultivators did not master mystic techniques, they also tried their best to kill Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming had to die. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming finally retreated to the place where the wall was originally broken. Then, he grabbed the universe cauldron. Block the attacks. Clang. 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 The clanging sound was endless. All the killing moves from the ancient kingdom blessed land cultivators landed on the universe cauldron and merged into it in An instant. Now that the universe cauldron was facing the attacks of a large number of cultivators, there was no need for Jiang Ming to launch an attack. It was also the best time for him to refine the universe cauldron. Gu Qi and the others on the other side did not notice this scene because the chaos distorted everyone's vision. Gu Qi was still shouting that he was going to kill Jiang Ming. However, in the next moment, Song Qingshu roared from afar, "Idiot! You're doing him a favor. That Ning Kaichen is about to refine the universe cauldron." Gu Qi was stunned at first, then his expression stiffened. Was this a joke? He could not help but turn around, and then his eyelids twitched. Damn it, this was not a joke. The universe cauldron had really been refined. And it was refined by Jiang Ming. The most frustrating thing was that they attacked the universe cauldron, which gave Jiang Ming the chance to refine it successfully. Aya! Gu Qi roared into the sky and stared at Jiang Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ning Kaichen! Ning Kaichen! You actually dared trick me. I will never let you off. At this moment, Gu Qi actually showed signs of going berserk. Holy Sun! Protector Su cried out in shock. He had never thought that such a thing would cause Gu Qi to go berserk. He wanted to bring Gu Qi back to his senses. However, he did not expect Gu Qi to raise his hand and unleash a killing sword technique. Gu Qi's hair was scattered all over the place. He was like a demon, holding a long sword and constantly hacking at the universe cauldron. However, he wanted to cut Jiang Ming. Thank you, Holy Sun Gu Qi. If you hadn't put in a lot of effort when I wanted to subdue and refine the universe cauldron, I'm afraid it would have taken a lot of time. Gu Qi slashed out attack after attack, his killing intent and demonic aura filling the sky. However, he could not hurt Jiang Ming. Gu Qi was becoming crazier and crazier. Protector Su and the others were also trembling, and their faces were extremely pale. It was over. He was completely finished. First, they had lost Rao Wuqing, and now, they had caused the Holy Sun to become possessed. How were they going to report back? However, they did not know that Rao Wuqing was still conscious. All his crazy actions were just an act. He planned to betray the ancient kingdom blessed land. However, he did not dare attack Gu Qi. If he dared kill Gu Qi, he would simply be stirring up trouble. However, now it seems that Ning Kaichen is not only talented, but his thoughts are also extremely deep and unpredictable. He is somewhat similar to the young Holy Lord Gu Hua. However, he is even more decisive and sinister. On the other hand, although Gu Qi is the #1 Holy Son of the ancient kingdom-blessed land, he has no other advantages other than some talent. He is an out-and-out idiot. Rao Wuqing watched coldly from the side. He could not help but shake his head and mock Gu Qi. Rao Wuqing, you don't need to comment on what kind of person the Holy Sun is. You are a traitor of the sect, and you must die to atone for your sins. Song Qingshu turned his head and glared coldly at Rao Wuqing. The sword in his hand began to gather in a frenzy, as if he was about to strike. However, to his surprise, Rao Wuqing had no intention of continuing to flee. Nor did he show any signs of fighting him. He only grinned. Song Qingshu, don't you think you've suffered too much? As the eldest disciple of the Holy Lord, you've made great contributions to the sect. However, what did you gain in return? Nothing. What was the point of all these years of hard work? Rao Wuqing said calmly, causing Song Qingshu to subconsciously stiffen on the spot. However, Song Qingshu quickly regained his senses, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There's no need to sow discord. I, Song Qingshu, am loyal to the sect. No matter what I obtain, it won't affect my loyalty to the sect. On the other hand, you, Rao Wuqing, have wild ambitions. You supported the Holy Lord to ascend the throne. However, you have no ability to make greater contributions to the sect. Now, you plan to betray the sect. I want to ask, even if you leave the sect, where can you go? What could you do? Song Qingshu was clearly a little flustered. However, he did not show it on his face. He just glared at Rao Wuqing as if the latter was a heinous criminal. Rao Wuqing could not help but shake his head. You're so insincere to yourself. If you don't dare face your true ambitions, you are destined to never become a strong person. You're asking me where I can go in the future and what great things I can do. At least I, Rao Wuqing, am willing to fight for my own benefit. However, what about you? In the future, you will become someone like me. After you assist Guqi to ascend to the throne, Guqi will only continue to suppress you because you are just a blade in his hands to do his dirty work. Whether it's the current Holy Lord, Guqi, or the other holy sons, they're not good people. They definitely won't allow their dirty past to be exposed. Therefore, those who knew too many secrets and dirty executioners had never had a good ending. Also, why did I betray the ancient kingdom-blessed land? Don't think that I don't know that. The old thief, the Holy Lord, has already made arrangements to kill me, and you're the dirty executioner that he arranged to deal with me and help Guqi clear the way. You're just an executioner, and you're still feeling superior? Rao Wuqing found it ridiculous. However, thinking about it carefully, the previous executioner had also said the same thing to him. Unfortunately, at that time, he did not understand all of this. It was not until later that the truth surfaced that Rao Wuqing finally understood why he had suffered an unhealable cultivation injury. He had originally broken through to the nascent soul realm. However, because of an accident, he fell to the half-step nascent soul realm, leaving behind a cultivation injury that left him unable to advance any further. This was a deliberate act of the Holy Lord. However, he, Rao Wuqing, did not want to continue being an executioner. He should control his own fate. Song Qingshu's expression was cold and stern. He was indeed moved by Rao Wuqing's words. However, he did not want to believe it. As long as he assisted Guqi in ascending to the position of Holy Lord, he would be able to enjoy glory and wealth. When that time came, he would have everything he wanted. Rao Wuqing was definitely lying to him. I don't care so much. Rao Wuqing, you're the person the Holy Lord and the Holy Son have specifically ordered to kill. Therefore, no matter how you quibble today, you won't be able to escape death. At this moment, Song Qingshu could not care less about anything else. He suddenly attacked and wanted to kill Rao Wuqing. He did not want to mess up his state of mind because of Rao Wuqing. He already knew his fate. The executioner of the previous generation did not escape death either, and the one who attacked was him. This was truly a cycle of reincarnation. However, in the next moment, a clanging sound resounded through the air. Song Qingshu's sword was knocked away. Immediately after, a huge cauldron appeared between Rao Wuqing and Song Qingshu. The universe cauldron. Ning Kaichen. Rao Wuqing looked at Jiang Ming in bewilderment. Why did this young cultivator from the flower fruit mountain block Song Qingshu's attack for him? Because you are still useful. Jiang Ming's words were concise. He did not expect Rao Wuqing to break off relations with Gu Qi and the others. However, it was also a good thing. At least he could try to rope Rao Wuqing in for his own use. Rao Wuqing had a strange expression on his face. Why are you here? It shouldn't be for the universe cauldron, right? In his eyes, the universe cauldron was just a variable. No one had expected that there would be a replica of the universe cauldron in the land of heritage of the flame demon heavenly lord. So, what was the real purpose of this genius? From the flower fruit mountain in exploring the land of heritage of the flame demon heavenly lord? For the devil fire. Devil fire? Rao Wuqing repeated, then nodded and said, if it is because of the bone spirit devil fire, that is a very reasonable explanation. However, Ning Kaichen, I want to remind you that the bone spirit devil fire is very likely to be contaminated by the netherworld aura. If you come into contact with it, you will be corrupted. If you are not careful, you will become the human puppet of the master of this place. Unlike the spirit dragons, the bone spirit devil fire was of a higher grade. Thus, its importance was self-evident. The flame demon heavenly lord must have been prepared long ago when he was alive. He had combined the bone spirit devil fire with the power of the netherworld aura and the laws, and it was completely corrupted. If Jiang Ming dared come into contact with it, he would probably die. It's fine. I'm confident in refining it, Jiang Ming said calmly and glanced at Rao Wuqing at the same time. If I remove the corruption from your body, how confident are you in killing this pretty boy? The pretty boy he was referring to was naturally Song Qingshu. After all, the latter looked like a scholar. Song Qingshu was speechless. Song Qingshu had never expected that Rao Wuqing, the eldest disciple of Holy Lord Gu Hua, would be determined to kill him. Although he did not have the position of Holy Son, he was still an extraordinary cultivator. Hehe, Ning Kaichen, right? Why don't you take a look at who I am and what kind of person Rao Wuqing is? As the shadow of the current #1 Holy Son, I'm extraordinary in both immortal cultivation and martial arts. I have many tricks up my sleeve and countless trump cards. I've even mastered all of Rao Wuqing's combat methods. As for you, you're a genius from the flower fruit mountain. I shouldn't have attacked you. However, the universe cauldron is too precious even if it's an imitation. So, you have to hand over the universe cauldron obediently today, or you'll die here. Song Qingshu said proudly. It was not that he did not have the talent to become a holy son. It was just that he had become Gu Qi's shadow from the beginning. Although he felt agreed, this was his mission that he had to complete. Moreover, he was not as stupid as Rao Wuqing. Even if he was Gu Qi's shadow, he would still be careful and not follow in Rao Wuqing's footsteps. Rao Wuqing's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He was a complete idiot. Since ancient times, shadows and executioners were destined to have bad endings. Whether it was him or the shadow of the previous Holy Lord, they were all self-righteous and believed that they would not end up in a miserable state. However, what happened in the end? Compared to the previous generation's shadow, his only advantage was that he had Ning Kaichen's help. One should know that the previous generation's shadow was all alone, and in the end, he ended up with an unpleasant fate. I don't have much confidence in killing him alone. Thus, Ning Kaichen, I hope to get your help, Rao Wuqing said sincerely, which was exactly what Jiang Ming wanted. Alright, you can. However, I want you to swear an oath to the heavens, pledge allegiance to me, and work for my sect. You must not betray me, and the Flower Fruit Mountain. Rao Wuqing did not hesitate and immediately swore an oath to the heavens. In fact, he had also made a heavenly cultivation oath when he was the Holy Lord's shadow. Logically speaking, he should not have betrayed the ancient kingdom-blessed land. However, since the other party had broken the oath, first, he could not blame him for turning his back on him. As for whether or not he wanted Ming Kaichen to swear a heavenly cultivation oath, Rao Wuqing did not consider this. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to obediently submit to Ning Kaichen. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat Song Qingshu alone, let alone escape from the land of heritage of the flame demon heavenly lord. Good. Jiang Ming smiled and shouted, then let's join hands, and kill this be asterisk starred. Jiang Ming did not plan to engage in close combat. He was only in the early stage Golden Core realm. If he engaged in close combat, he would definitely die in Song Qingshu's hands. After all, Song Qingshu had the aptitude of a holy sun and had cultivated his mana to the peak of the malevolent core realm. Song Qingshu himself was above the peak of the golden core realm and was a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator. He was definitely no match for him. However, Jiang Ming had another supreme treasure, the universe cauldron. Sacrifice. Smash. Refine. Bang. 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 For a moment, the sound of attacks could be heard without end. The universe cauldron spun in the air and smashed toward Song Qingshu. Huge pits appeared one after another, and there were even more corpses. They were all cultivators of the ancient kingdom-blessed land. Hide further away. Guqi roared. Now that Rao Wuqing was no longer a threat, they immediately withdrew and fled far away. Then, they constructed another array formation to ensure their safety. Song Qingshu had a disheveled look on his face. He looked at Jiang Ming fiercely and shouted, Ning Kaichen, if you have the guts, don't rely on the universe cauldron. Come and fight me with your real strength. Song Qingshu was not a fool. He knew the power of the universe cauldron very well. If he was hit, he was destined to be severely injured even if he did not die. If it was any other time, it would be fine. However, Rao Wuqing was still watching from the side. If he was severely injured, Rao Wuqing would definitely kill him immediately. Therefore, he had to avoid the universe cauldron and lure Jiang Ming to fight him in close combat. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming sneered. Song Qingshu, were you dropped on your head as a baby? Do you think I'm that dumb? What a joke. This was a life or death battle. Jiang Ming did not bother to say anything. He kept using his hands to form seals and controlled the universe cauldron to attack. This was the technique that the black sword had passed to Jiang Ming after it recovered part of its memory. It was the smashing human body technique. When he first heard of this name, Jiang Ming could not help but complain. How could the name of a mystic technique be so vulgar? However, when he really used it, Jiang Ming realized that it was really using something to smash people. In the next moment, as Jiang Ming formed the 12th seal, the universe cauldron spun faster and faster, hitting Song Qingshu directly. The latter was shaken so badly that he spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. Instantly. Next is the 13th attack. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth curled up. At the same time, he was extremely vigilant. That blow just now should have been able to cripple an ordinary half-step nascent soul realm cultivator. However, even though Song Qingshu had vomited blood and his face was pale, his breathing was not too chaotic. As expected of a person like him. He is indeed extraordinary. I reckon Rao Wuqing is not inferior to him. Fortunately, I didn't insist on having a conflict with Rao Wuqing, or I would have died. Jiang Ming was extremely glad. Rao Wuqing's expression did not change. However, his eyes lit up. Song Qingshu did a great job. He was using Song Qingshu to show his strength, to let Ning Kaichen know that he could make Rao Wuqing submit and serve him. However, he definitely couldn't underestimate him. However, Rao Wuqing also looked at Jiang Ming warily. This brat's methods are a little too ruthless. Just these 10 or so attacks are enough to make a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator miserable. Most importantly, he's only in the early stage of the golden core realm. If he could advance to the middle stage, late stage, or even the peak of the golden core realm, with the help of the universe cauldron, he would be able to instantly kill a cultivator in the half-step nascent soul realm and a cultivator with the potential of a holy sun. Rao Wuqing could not help but take a deep breath. Both sides seemed to be fighting against Rao Wuqing. However, in reality, they were revealing some of their trump cards in order to create a certain degree of deterrence in front of each other. It could be said that Song Qingshu had been a tool from the beginning to the end. Song Qingshu did not know that he had been reduced to a tool. He was still roaring crazily, trying to block the universe cauldron again and again. He kept trying to go around and kill Jiang Ming. Unexpectedly, Rao Wuqing attacked him brazenly and sent Song Qingshu flying with a fireball. Song Qingshu could not stop coughing up blood, and his breathing became more and more dispirited. Jiang Ming glanced at this guy and said indifferently, "Rao Wuqing, are you still not going to kill this person?" Rao Wuqing's expression froze for a moment before he shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it. This fellow is the same as me back then. We are both pitiful people. His future has long been decided. He can't escape this calamity and will be abandoned." Rao Wuqing seemed to recall the scene from many years ago. That old shadow could have killed him back then. However, it was that moment of hesitation that allowed him to survive while that old shadow died. Today, since he had the upper hand, he would give Song Qingshu a chance to live, because the same thing would happen again in a few decades or 100 years. Jiang Ming did not care about this matter and said casually, "It doesn't matter if we let him go." However, what about Gu Qi and the others? Gu Qi and the others' expressions changed instantly. They never expected Jiang Ming to target them. "Ning Kaichen, we were extremely close before this, why must you be so ruthless?" Jiang Ming did not care about this at all. What a joke. If he did not have some wits about him, he would have died in Gu Qi's hands countless times. The most important thing was that he still had Zhang Shan's identity. Gu Qi had been eyeing Zhang Shan and Minnie Bai. Jiang Ming would definitely not let him off easily. Jiang Ming's killing intent rose. Just as he was about to attack, the entire hall suddenly changed. The lights flickered, and the entire magnetic field changed greatly. "What's going on?" someone cried out in alarm. In the next moment, he was crushed into a bloody mist by a powerful force. Immediately after, several more ancient kingdom-blessed land cultivators and ordinary cultivators died one after another, causing everyone to panic. One of the supreme experts from a certain sect immediately wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he was swallowed by a bloody mouth. Jiang Ming's heart trembled. This time, it was not an illusion. It was probably the master of the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord. The Flame Demon Heavenly Lord. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming subconsciously clenched his fists. A flying sword swept out from his spiritual core to resist the whistling bloody mouth. So strong. Rao Wuqing muttered to himself. He could feel the terrifying power of this bloody mouth. It had actually reached the malevolent core realm. And the danger level was still rising. However, Rao Wuqing did not care too much about this. With a flip of his wrist, a huge barrier appeared, protecting himself and Jiang Ming. Rao Wuqing's explanation made Jiang Ming's lips twitch in jealousy. However, I need to pay more attention to the changes in this hall. Was the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord going to show up soon? Jiang Ming's face was full of vigilance. Just as he was about to continue looking around, an extremely familiar scream suddenly rang out. "It's Master Zhai." Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Master Zhai was at the half-step nascent soul realm after all. Even if he was not good at fighting, he was powerful. In the end, he was directly hit. Activate the array formation. Kill him. Ah! Master Zhai roared furiously. Countless bursts of sword chi shot out, forcing the huge tentacles and bloody mouths to dodge instinctively. Master Zhai was thrown to the ground. Fiercely, Master Zhai spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly picked the nearest group and started to gather. Coincidentally, it was Jiang Ming's group. "Mr. Ning, Elder Rao, help. I don't want to die yet." Master Zhai was so anxious that he was about to cry. He had never thought that he would one day be reduced to such a state. He was a genius. He had a great future. Thus, he definitely could not die here. "I can save you. However, you have to swear." Jiang Ming opened his mouth. However, before he could finish, Master Zhai made a heavenly cultivation oath, saying that he would submit to Ning Kaichen and would never betray the Flower Fruit Mountain. Jiang Ming was stunned. At this moment, Jiang Ming vaguely understood why this guy could still live. Until now, despite being such a good-for-nothing. Just his flexible character was amazing. Rao Wuqing did not care about this at all. He had long been unhappy with the ancient kingdom, blessed land. It would be best if he could steal some talented people over. At least he could vent his anger. However, Gucci was enraged. "Zhai, you're courting death." He stared at Master Zhai's figure and kept roaring. However, Master Zhai ignored him and kept flattering Jiang Ming. "Mr. Ning, please see if you have any way to bring us out." Jiang Ming did not say anything. At the same time, a creepy laugh was heard. "Hee, you want to leave? No way. Today, you ants will all stay here, ha ha ha." He laughed wantonly, as if he were a demon from hell. Jiang Ming and Rao Wuqing narrowed their eyes, their faces full of vigilance. At this moment, a majestic force swept over, wanting to blast away the power of the defensive magical treasure. Unfortunately, it failed to do so. Unless a deity transformation realm expert comes, they can't do anything to us. Rao Wuching was very pleased with himself. At the same time, he took out the dark nether basin, as if he was waiting for an excellent opportunity. He wanted to see if there would be netherworld energy being born this time, allowing the dark nether basin to awaken even more divine markings. The wanton laughter stopped abruptly. Damn it, the two best candidates he wanted to refine into human puppets actually had such trump cards? Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Now, let my laws corrupt you. As he spoke, a powerful and evil aura spread out. It was the power of the laws that covered the sky and earth. It even transformed into a fog that was about to wrap around the two of them. F***ck. Rao Wuching's expression changed drastically. His defensive magical treasure could withstand physical and mental attacks. However, it didn't mean that it could withstand the power of the laws. He was dead. He was going to die. Master Zhai had a look of despair on his face. He closed his eyes as if he were waiting for death. Gu Qi, Song Qingshu, and the others were also shocked. They were afraid. Once Ning Kaichen and the others died, it would naturally be their turn. Rao Wuching, do you have any other trump cards? If you do, hurry up and use them, or we will all die here. Jiang Ming raised his voice, causing Rao Wuching to reveal a bitter expression. How can I still have any trump cards? If it was netherworld energy, Rao Wuching, would naturally have a way to deal with it, but ghostly mystic realms are extremely rare, and the power of the laws is also rare. How would I have made preparations for these? At this moment, the gloominess in Rao Wuching's eyes had completely dissipated. He felt slightly relaxed. Perhaps this was the best time for him to be completely free. However, Jiang Ming did not want to lose his life in vain. Seeing that Rao Wuching really did not have any trump cards, he could only sigh and say in a deep voice, "Friend, let's go." All right. The black sword whistled through the air, quickly sweeping up Jiang Ming, Rao Wuching, Zhai Tianfeng, and the others, and rushing into the distance. It also swept up Wu Hen and the others who had just trespassed into this mystic realm, and directly broke through the air. What the hell? Gu Qi and the others were dumbfounded. Ning Kaichen actually had a trump card? The flame demon Heavenly Lord was also stunned on the spot and immediately roared, "Die!" The overwhelming demonic chi spread out at this moment. He wanted to kill everyone here. Jiang Ming snorted coldly. Flame demon, I know what you're capable of. Although you used to be a Heavenly Lord, you're only a remnant soul now. Even if you cultivate the netherworld path again, how capable can you be? You're delusional. Get lost. Jiang Ming took out the universe cauldron and activated the smashing human body technique, which sent the incarnation of the flame demon Heavenly Lord flying. Bang! The incarnation of the flame demon Heavenly Lord dissipated in the air, accompanied by a series of wild roars. Ning Kaichen, I definitely won't let you off so easily. Ah! At this moment, a roar resounded throughout the air. Jiang Ming did not intend to leave just like that. He still wanted to subdue the bone spirit devil fire. Retract. Ning Kaichen, don't. Rao Wuching's expression changed, and he immediately tried to stop him. That was the bone spirit devil fire, and he did not know if it had been tainted by the evil power of the netherworld or the laws. It contained an unparalleled and terrifying power that was not something ordinary people could erode. If he was not careful, it was very likely that he would explode and die. But in the next moment, Jiang Ming showed his most powerful technique. 100 Tribulations Sacred Body. I'm activating the longevity cultivation. Body. At this moment, the two supreme physiques were activated. The energy of the divine body surged out crazily, absorbing the bone spirit devil fire into his body. Jiang Ming did not choose to refine it directly. Instead, he temporarily suppressed it in his body and took this opportunity to shoot out one punch after another. Bang! 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 As the sound of collisions erupted again and again, countless powerful living beings felt the pressure. This fellow actually swallowed the bone spirit devil fire. How could he have such courage? The flame demon Heavenly Lord's expression changed drastically. He had controlled the bone spirit devil fire for a long time. However, he had only refined a portion of it. He did not dare to swallow it into his body. In the end, Jiang Ming easily swallowed the bone spirit devil fire. Hee, you're still not strong enough. Jiang Ming laughed sarcastically. He was so angry that the flame demon Heavenly Lord could not help but go crazy. Since when could a young boy anger him like this? Ignoring the demon, Jiang Ming instructed the black sword, let's go and break through this realm. All right. Without hesitation, the black sword was about to break through the air and leave the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord, causing the flame demon Heavenly Lord to laugh coldly. My mystic realm was refined by me when I was alive. There are many spatial distortions and sealing powers in it. I want to see how you can break through the area. At this moment, the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord was forcefully broken open. The flame demon Heavenly Lord's face instantly fell. This was simply a slap in the face. It was also at this moment that a figure appeared. Before everyone could see clearly, an incomparably sharp sword chi whistled over. It's the heaven and earth sword. Whoosh! Boom! It was as if it was a divine work of art. The sword slashed out and the entire space of the mystic realm began to shatter. Run! Gu Qi and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately began to shake. They naturally did not have the ability to escape on their own. At the ancient kingdom blessed land, someone spoke up. Gu Qi is in trouble. Therefore, I need to go. You guys stay here and guard the area. In the next moment, a powerful and majestic aura tore through the air. In just a few minutes, it descended on the mystic realm within the Feather Kingdom. A black robe billowed in the air. The figure wore a crown on his head. He was a peerless emperor. It was the current ruler of the ancient kingdom blessed land. Holy Lord Gu Hua actually came here personally. It seems that he values Gu Qi very much. After Jiang Ming and the others escaped, they found a secret place to recuperate and cultivate. When they saw this person arrive, they immediately ran far away. Actually, Holy Lord Gu Hua already knows about our existence. However, he doesn't want to pay attention to us, Jiang Ming said. Rao Wuqing chuckled. What kind of person is he? He was already at the peak of deity transformation realm before he became the Holy Lord. Now that more than 100 years have passed, he might have reached the peak of the deity transformation realm or even the insightful emptiness realm. He is one of the top existences in the world, and with his status as a holy lord, why would he care about ants like us? As he spoke, Rao Wuqing looked at Jiang Ming curiously. Ning Kaichen, I wonder how powerful the ruler of your sect is? The black sword was speechless. It fell silent. The others also chose to remain silent, except for Huaimei, who knew nothing. Flower Fruit Mountain? What the hell? People still believed Jiang Ming's stupid lie? Regarding this question, Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and then revealed a look of admiration. I've never seen the ruler of our sect. However, I've heard that there was once a riot in the Forbidden Zone. My ruler killed countless creatures in the Forbidden Zone with a single sword. He wore a white robe and suppressed everything. What the hell? He was able to suppress a dark Forbidden Zone by himself? Rao Wuqing's smile froze, turning into fear and reverence. Could he be a saint? Rao Wuqing sighed in admiration. If the ruler of Flower Fruit Mountain was so powerful, then his safety would be guaranteed. Jiang Ming stared at Holy Lord Gu Hua's figure and was deeply moved. He was a true powerhouse. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something. He could not help but narrow his eyes slightly and look in a direction. It's Reverend Mo, from the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. Reverend Mo? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Huaimei nodded and said in a low voice, the foundation of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven is the feather transformation heavenly technique. However, it is a simplified version. It is said that the real feather transformation heavenly technique is inherited outside the Feather Kingdom. It was obtained by the first generation Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven sect master, the ruler of the Feather Kingdom. In addition, the real feather transformation heavenly technique is in the Ascension Divine Kingdom. It's the Divine Kingdom's royal family's ultimate cultivation technique. There's also a rumor that the first generation of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven sect master had a scandal with a princess of the Feather Kingdom. Humph. Suddenly, a grunt came from Rao Wuqing. Jiang Ming looked at him strangely, asking him what he meant. Rao Wuqing pointed in a direction with a strange expression and said quietly, "You can discuss these things. But don't King discuss it in front of others." Jiang Ming's expression froze. Huaimei was even more dumbfounded. At this moment, even though Reverend Mo did not appear, everyone could feel that they were being stared at. He was right. It was not good for them to discuss this here. The group of people immediately shut their mouths and did not dare say anything. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. The grade of Reverend Mo's feather transformation heavenly technique seems to be quite high. At least, it's not weaker than Holy Lord Gu Hua's technique. After all, different grades of cultivation techniques give different auras to cultivators. I'm afraid that what Reverend Mo cultivated was not the original simplified version of the technique. Rao Wuqing sent a voice transmission over. Your guess is correct. What Reverend Mo practices is indeed not the simplified version of the feather transformation heavenly technique. Instead, it is a new technique that combines several other techniques such as the true martial heavenly demonic technique, the Qiangu evergreen attack, and other unique techniques. Although it is not comparable to the inherited technique of the Ascension Divine Kingdom, it is definitely not weak. As a member of the ancient kingdom blessed land, even if he was an abandoned member, Rao Wuqing knew more than ordinary people. Is there really a rumor between the first sect master of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and the princess of the Ascension Divine Kingdom? Yes. Shouldn't the so-called geniuses and monsters all be cold and aloof? Why was he so different? However, now was not the time to care about this. Rao Wuqing's attention was completely focused on Holy Lord Gu Hua. If the other party had any intention of targeting him, he would immediately run away. It was also at this moment that a powerful force swept down and directly hit the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. Come out! Holy Lord Gu Hua was expressionless as he shouted in an emotionless tone. He wanted to pull Gu Qi and the others out of the mystic realm. He did this. However, it quickly alerted the flame demon Heavenly Lord. Presumptuous! How dare you destroy my mystic realm in front of me and even want to take away the high-grade materials that I fancy? Brat, aren't you looking down on me? An incarnation appeared. It was none other than the flame demon Heavenly Lord. He was staring at Holy Lord Gu Hua with a cold gaze, like a cold blade that made one shudder. Holy Lord Gu Hua subconsciously glanced at him and said calmly, I only want people from my sect. You can keep the people from the other factions. He was polite. He did not want to offend the flame demon Heavenly Lord. However, it backfired. Hee, you're still bargaining with me? Brat, I'll give you some respect since your cultivation is quite extraordinary and you've reached the insightful emptiness realm at such a young age. If you leave now, I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, die. At this moment, the flame demon Heavenly Lord's momentum was so great that it seemed like Holy Lord Gu Hua would die on the spot if he did not obey. Gu Qi and the others felt their hearts in their throats. Would Holy Lord Gu Hua offend the flame demon Heavenly Lord for them? Flame demon Heavenly Lord, you were indeed extraordinary when you were alive. You were only half a step away from becoming a quasi-saint and even had the hope of becoming a saint. It's a pity that you failed in the end. Now is our era. You're already a person of the past. Don't dwell on the present and stay here obediently. Holy Lord Gu Hua's tone was very gentle. However, in the end, his expression instantly turned extremely cold. If you don't listen, then I don't mind killing you. With a raise of his hand, the world changed color. It was as if his slender fingers had the power to crush the sun, moon, and stars. Endless spiritual energy gathered, forming a phantom phoenix phantom and then a surging river that was about to suppress everything. It was said that this generation's Holy Lord Gu Hua could be said to be the strongest in recent times. He had outstanding talent and extraordinary combat strength. He even took out a divine demon cauldron and the ancient crimson ruler to kill a large number of enemies, including some experts from other ancient sects. If he was given another 100 years, he would definitely be able to lead the ancient kingdom-blessed land to a higher level, and even to a terrifying level where he could compete with the top forces in the world like the Nine Ghost Cult. Rao Wuqing commented. Although he resented Holy Lord Gu Hua's unfairness and selfishness, he had to admit that this person had extraordinary means and talent. Jiang Ming was silent for a while. He wanted to become a stunning person like Holy Lord Gu Hua. However, this path was too long. One had to know that Gu Hua's aptitude was even higher than his. According to Rao Wuqing, the reason why Holy Lord Gu Hua nurtured Gu Qi was that he didn't want to stay in the ancient kingdom-blessed land and wanted to go to a higher level of the world. This was a true immortal cultivator. Although he loved power, it was for the greater convenience that power brought. His main goal was to become stronger and see a wider world. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. In the past, he did not know about it. However, now, he learned a little about the truth of this world from Rao Wuqing. They were in the South Continent. In addition, there were the East Continent and the North Continent. Whether it was the South Continent, the East Continent, or the North Continent, they were all in the lower realm. Thus, there was naturally an upper realm. There were also saints in the upper realm. However, they were not saints in their understanding. That's a universal saint who can truly illuminate the heavens. He's definitely not one of those crappy saints conferred by the heavenly cultivation of the lower realm. These were Rao Wuching's original words. He also yearned for the vast world of the upper realm. Multicolored phoenixes filled the sky, and long streaks of light whistled. Holy Lord Gu Hua stood in the air. The power of the phenomenon behind him did not decrease at all, and it carried a monstrous divine might that was shocking. Flame demon heavenly lord, don't you think you've crossed the line? You were a heavenly lord at the peak of the insightful emptiness realm in the past. Although I haven't reached the peak, I'm still a heavenly lord of the insightful emptiness realm. Why do you insist on disrespecting me? Do you think I'm afraid? Or do you have some tricks up your sleeve? In the next moment, countless streaks of sword chi gathered and formed a long sword that was a mile long. Its width and height were even more shocking. Once it fell, it would definitely destroy half of the mystic realm. One had to know that Holy Lord Gu Hua's heaven-cleaving sword was not what it looked like on the surface. It was actually in accordance with the great cultivation of heaven and earth and the laws of the void. The true power of the technique was hidden in the void. At this moment, the flame demon heavenly lord's expression suddenly froze. He had originally wanted to use this opportunity to blackmail him and see if he could fight for an opportunity. In the end, things had actually developed to this stage. Holy Lord Gu Hua really did not want to give him a way out. Heavenly Lord Flame Demon gritted his teeth and stared at Holy Lord Gu Hua. After a while, he let out a long breath and said, "Since you want your people back, I naturally won't deny your request. Please take them." He raised his hand and placed Gu Qi and the others in front of Holy Lord Gu Hua. All right. Holy Lord Gu Hua nodded. His expression did not change, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. The flame demon heavenly lord clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely reluctant. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to give up. However, he had other requests. Holy Lord, please wait. Holy Lord Gu Hua turned around and asked the flame demon heavenly lord if there was anything else. The flame demon heavenly lord pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Holy Lord, I want a person. I hope that you can help me bring him back. If I cultivate the path of the netherworld again in the future and become stronger, I will definitely repay this favor." As soon as these words were spoken, many people were stunned. Was this the beginning of a strong alliance? On one side was the current ruler of the ancient kingdom Blessed Land, the young and promising Holy Lord Gu Hua. On the other side were the almighty experts of the same era as the Black Rock ruins. If these two joined forces, the terror they could unleash would be indescribable. The most important thing was that the land of heritage of the flame demon heavenly lord had appeared in the Feather Kingdom. Once it really had the momentum to rise, the Feather Kingdom would probably be in chaos. Would Reverend Mo finally make a move? I don't think so. Although Reverend Mo has outstanding talent and is unprecedented, his power is limited to the Feather Kingdom. He doesn't have the capital to compete with Holy Lord Gu Hua, Huai Mei said. Rao Wuching nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, Jiang Ming's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. At the same time, a voice transmission came from Holy Lord Guhua. This is the Feather Kingdom. If you want to join forces with others, you should find Reverend Mo of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, not me. Holy Lord Guhua's tone seemed calm. However, Jiang Ming sensed that he was afraid of something. Could it be that he was afraid of Reverend Mo? How was this possible? Even Jiang Ming felt that it was unbelievable. No matter how powerful Reverend Mo was, his power was only limited to the Feather Kingdom, and the Feather Kingdom was nothing in front of the ancient orthodoxies of the ancient kingdom. Blessed land. Then why was the dignified Holy Lord Guhua, a cultivator at the insightful emptiness realm, so afraid of perfected Mo? The clouds suddenly parted. Spiritual light shone on the ground. A crane descended from the sky, and on it sat a young man dressed like a cultivator. Reverend Mo, the sect master of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and the Feather Kingdom's strongest expert. Huaime's eyes instantly lit up. Reverend Mo arrived. He only glanced at the flame demon Heavenly Lord and retracted his gaze. He was extremely disdainful. What? The flame demon Heavenly Lord naturally noticed this and could not help but exclaim in shock and anger. Shut up! Holy Lord Guhua shouted angrily at the flame demon Heavenly Lord. At this moment, the once glorious flame demon Heavenly Lord was completely stunned on the spot. Where was his blade? He really could not hold it in any longer. He wanted to immediately slash these two guys to death. Jiang Ming was also puzzled. Holy Lord Guhua seems to be very afraid of Reverend Mo. However, this doesn't make sense. One is the strongest expert in a small place like the Feather Kingdom, and the other is the top existence in the entire world of immortal cultivation in the past. In the end, he values the former and despises the latter. This is too ridiculous unless Reverend Mo has a hidden background. At this moment, a voice entered Jiang Ming's ears. Bro, you guessed right. Reverend Mo indeed has an extraordinary background. He is the reincarnation of a peerless mighty figure. Moreover, the identity of this peerless mighty figure is different from that of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. The latter is currently alone. However, Reverend Mo has a great background. It was very likely that he was related to some existences and forces in the upper realm, the Black Sword said. You also know about the upper realm? Jiang Ming asked subconsciously. The Black Sword rolled its eyes. Bro, aren't you talking nonsense? My master was also a powerful cultivator from the upper realm. He had no choice but to become the heavenly saint of the lower realm. Did you really think that my master was an existence that these living beings from the lower realm could catch up to? The Black Sword complained endlessly. It felt that Jiang Ming was underestimating its master. Jiang Ming could not help but smile in embarrassment. He did not expect the owner of the Black Sword to have such a powerful background. He was actually a peerless existence in the upper realm. In that case, what the Black Sword said about Reverend Mo was most likely true. Can you judge what level of existence Reverend Mo was in his previous life? The Black Sword did not answer in detail. It only replied perfunctorily, I don't know the details. However, he's definitely an immortal. Immortal ascension. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Were there really immortals in this world? Two of the highest realms were the Tribulation Transcendence realm and the Ascendant realm. That's why I always thought that even if there was an upper realm, there would at most be peerless experts at the tribulation transcendence and ascendant realms. I didn't expect that there would really be immortals. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally realized his ignorance. He also understood how difficult it was to become invincible. Just as Jiang Ming was thinking about several things, the scene changed again. The flame demon Heavenly Lord was obviously impatient and immediately burst out layers of power to deter Reverend Mo. His current netherworld cultivation was only at the nascent soul realm. However, the power he could mobilize in the entire mystic realm was comparable to the last stage of the deity transformation realm. How capable can a mere grotto heaven master be? Kneel down obediently. The flame demon Heavenly Lord unleashed all of his power, causing countless cultivators to tremble. Some even knelt on the ground with a thud. Cultivators below the golden core realm showed signs of bleeding from their orifices, and they would die if they were not careful. That's enough. Stop. Holy Lord, Gu Hua glanced at Reverend Mo and lifted his hand to shake off the flame demon Heavenly Lord's power, making the latter almost jump up in anger. Holy Lord Gu Hua, are you really going to be my enemy? Before he could finish his sentence, a gentle power swept out and turned into thousands of light spots that fell down and fused into the bodies of every cultivator present, healing their wounds continuously. Reverend Mo had done that. What a powerful healing mystic technique. Reverend Mo had remained calm from the beginning to the end. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. This matter ends here. Flame demon. Heavenly Lord, I know what you are thinking. You want Ning Kaichen, right? The entire place was silent. Holy Lord, Gu Hua raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he could not remember who Ning Kaichen was. Reverend Mo continued to say, if you want Ning Kaichen, you can have him. However, you have to go through me first. After all, Ning Kaichen has done a great favor for the sword maniac of my grotto heaven. Although I don't care about the matters of the younger generation, I will never repay kindness with enmity. Do you understand? The flame demon Heavenly Lord bared his teeth. Young cultivator, what right do you have to shout here? However, he did not dare make any strange movements. Although the mystic technique that Reverend Mo had displayed just now was a healing technique, it also showed that his means were extraordinary. However, it did not matter if he was powerful. How could a mere owner of a grotto heaven reach the deity transformation realm? Boom! A huge hand descended from the sky and wiped out more than half of the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord. They had always heard that Reverend Mo was the most powerful person in the Feather Kingdom and could be considered a hero in the outside world. However, they did not expect this person to have such extraordinary means. In the blink of an eye, he had wiped out more than half of the mystic realm. At this moment, all the cultivators understood something. Reverend Mo was not as simple as a deity transformation realm cultivator. Sure enough, the next moment, the flame demon Heavenly Lord returned to his senses and looked at Reverend Mo in disbelief. He is over 200 years old. However, he is even stronger than Holy Lord Gu Hua. No. He's not using the power of his main body. His power comes from the upper realm. You're the incarnation of a peerless almighty from the upper realm. At this moment, the flame demon Heavenly Lord felt great fear and could not help but take a few steps back. All the cultivators were stunned. The upper realm? What upper realm? Their knowledge was too limited, and they did not know the division between the upper realm and the lower realm at all. Holy Lord Guhua was calm. It was obvious that he knew about perfected Mo's background long ago. The flame demon Heavenly Lord was only half right. The man in front of him was indeed related to the upper realm. However, he was not an incarnation. Instead, he was a person of destiny appointed by a super orthodoxy in the upper realm. He had come to the lower realm only to experience the mortal world. The flame demon Heavenly Lord retreated step by step. It seemed like he wanted to run away. However, his body was restrained. Did you hear what I said earlier? Reverend Mo's eyes were sharp, and his entire person was still like an immortal, calm and composed. This sentence made the flame demon Heavenly Lord completely freeze on the spot. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, I understand. Sure, then you can go now. What do you mean? Without waiting for the flame demon Heavenly Lord to finish speaking, Reverend Mo raised his hand again and condensed a supreme seal with his stunning divine technique. Suddenly, layers of astonishing power erupted. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts and endless heavenly flames appeared, showing signs of destroying everything. This is a lightning technique. It's the top-notch Light 5 lightning technique. At this moment, even Holy Lord Guhua could not help but be moved. Lightning techniques were not rare. In the world of immortal cultivation, there were many cultivators and forces who mastered lightning techniques. However, they were all inferior lightning techniques. They were either simple versions or mystic techniques that were somewhat connected to lightning techniques. In reality, there was only one true lightning technique, which was divided into the Light 5 lightning technique and the Dark 5 lightning technique. All the lightning techniques of today were actually simplified versions of the Dark 5 lightning technique. In a sense, the Dark 5 lightning technique was inferior to the Light 5 lightning technique. The latter had disappeared for tens of thousands of years and had been lost during the era of the Black Rock ruins. In the end, it had appeared in Reverend Mo's hands. In response, Reverend Mo only said one sentence, one day, when you advance to the deity transformation realm, you can go to the upper realm. They have the most complete immortal cultivation inheritances and systems there that the lower realm can't compare to. In his eyes, the upper realm was the king's way. The cultivators in the lower realm were just people who were struggling to survive. They were not on the same level at all. Holy Lord Guhua remained silent for a while before nodding and replying. Understood. Also, you have to watch your brat. If he dares attack Ming Kaichen and Jiang Shan again, I won't let him off. Yes, sir. Holy Lord Guhua agreed. However, he was shocked. What kind of people were Ning Kaichen and Jiang Shan to actually be worthy of such attention from this powerhouse of the upper realm? In addition, Guqi actually provoked these two? Holy Lord Guhua's sharp gaze landed on Guqi, who was originally in shock, quivered and lowered his head after reacting. Damn it, he had originally wanted to seek revenge in the future. However, he did not expect Reverend Mo to be so powerful. Even Holy Lord Guhua was afraid of him. His plans to defeat Ning Kaichen and Jiang Shan would definitely fail. Jiang Ming also had a strange look on his face. Now, everyone's attention was on Ning Kaichen's identity. No one noticed that the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord had been completely destroyed. A remnant soul broke through the air. It was the flame demon Heavenly Lord. Reverend Mo. Just you wait. Even if you are from the upper realm, I will definitely come back for revenge. The flame demon Heavenly Lord's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Reverend Mo shook his head and immediately waved his horsetail whip, obliterating the remnant soul of the flame demon Heavenly Lord dozens of miles away. Jiang Ming and the others were completely dumbfounded. Reverend Mo was ruthless. Reverend Mo was different from ordinary otherworldly experts. His first move was decisive. Holy Lord Guhua was not surprised. The rulers of top forces like theirs could not just rely on their cultivation and combat strength to rise to the top. It also required an extremely tenacious mind and extremely decisive and ruthless methods. Reverend Mo, since the land of heritage of the flame demon Heavenly Lord has been wiped out, I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the future, if fate allows it. This was also the second time he had met Reverend Mo. Thus, he did not want to be entangled with him. Even if the other party had a great background, being friends with such a person was too risky. Even Holy Lord Guhua was wary of him. Reverend Mo nodded and immediately turned around to wave his sleeves. Many people seemed to have seen him take something away. It seemed to be a human? After Holy Lord Guhua left, countless cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. The various factions that had just arrived were stunned. What's wrong with you guys? Why was he so panicked? Could it be that there was some great terror in here? No. What about the mystic realm? Some people came back to their senses and realized that there was no mystic realm in this area. It was just barren land. Don't mention it. The leader of one of the forces smiled bitterly and revealed everything that shocked countless people. Holy Lord Guhua and Reverend Mo had come one after the other? The most important thing was that the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven's methods were so powerful that they directly flattened the land of heritage of the Flame Demon Heavenly Lord and even made Holy Lord Guhua treat him with respect and fear. I didn't expect Reverend Mo to be so powerful. It seems that the absolute dominance of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven can't be shaken. The experts from the other two Grotto Heavens sighed, then looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The Feather Kingdom was destined to be under the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. However, what no one knew was that the sect master they were talking about was staring at a group of people in front of him. To be precise, it was a young cultivator. Ming Kaichen? Or are you Zhang Shan? Reverend Mo stared at Jiang Ming and said two names before smiling. Or are you saying that you're neither? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched and he looked around vigilantly. He did not want his background to be known by others, even if it was Ing Sha and his presumed allies. Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths and looked at the person in front of him in shock. This person is too terrifying. He can actually see through my disguise. Even Wu Ming, who was in the peak of the nascent soul realm, could not do it. This man is truly powerful. Jiang Ming's imagination ran wild. At this time, Reverend Mo spoke again. Your disguise is extremely brilliant. Even Holy Lord Guhua can't see through it. However, I'm from the upper realm. As an immortal, it's naturally easy for me to see through you. However, this is based on the fact that your cultivation level is low enough. If you reach the insightful emptiness realm, or even the cultivation integration realm, I'm afraid that even immortals won't be able to see through your disguise. Reverend Mo's interested expression made Jiang Ming even more flustered. What exactly did this person want? As if he had seen through Jiang Ming's panic, Reverend Mo smiled again. There is no need to panic. I am not interested in who you are or where you came from. What I am interested in is why you are disguising yourself like this. Also, do you really intend to establish the so-called flower fruit mountain? Jiang Ming tried his best to calm down. After a while, he nodded and gave a clear reply. That's right. I want to establish the flower fruit mountain and become the second largest faction in the Feather Kingdom. Don't go against your conscience. You can't hide it from me. Reverend Mo's words made Jiang Ming laugh dryly. In the face of such a mighty person, or even the reincarnation of an immortal, Jiang Ming really could not hide his thoughts. Jiang Ming said seriously, I want to establish the strongest faction in the world. I won't stop there. I'll make it the strongest faction in the upper realm. At this moment, his middle school fantasies erupted. Reverend Mo smiled. It's a good thing to have ambition. However, you are not talented enough. Why? Don't I help you? Why? Jiang Ming asked warily. He had a feeling that this guy was plotting something. Reverend Mo pondered for a moment before slowly saying, have you heard of the effulgence weapon? Jiang Ming shook his head. The current era is the era ruled by the effulgent heavenly emperor. Whether it's the upper realm or the lower realm, they are all under the effulgent heavenly dynasty. However, that emperor is just a power-hungry person who usurped the throne. I, Reverend Mo, was once an old minister of the previous dynasty. Now, I have reincarnated to the lower realm to accumulate enough power to prepare to overthrow him one day. Forget it, you won't understand. Even if I say so much. You only need to know that I need some excellent seeds. Whether it's you or the sword maniac, you're both seeds that I fancy. That's why I'll help you guys and let you ascend to the upper realm one day. However, he changed the topic and was extremely sharp, no longer looking like an immortal. If you want my help, you have to be my people. In the future, you have to work for me and the emperor, and you have to shed your blood to overthrow the effulgent heavenly dynasty. Reverend Mo's gaze was sharp, as if it were a knife that could pierce into Jiang Ming's mind. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. He was only a small cultivator in the Golden Core realm. How could he provoke such a mighty person and even involve himself in the upper realm? This was just like what happened in his previous life. Moreover, the level of difficulty here was even higher. Only the heavens knew how powerful the so-called effulgent heavenly emperor was, and what kind of colossus the heavenly court was. Reverend Mo, I was just being wishful. I hope you don't take it seriously. Jiang Ming laughed and cursed in his heart. He just wanted to grow stronger. Reverend Mo's gaze returned to its usual coldness as he chuckled, if you agree to this, I will not use you. A hot-blooded brat is useless. Instead, a person like you who has unfathomable thoughts and is extremely shrewd can be of great use. Good. Very good. Young man, I have high hopes for you. At this moment, Jiang Ming wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. Since when did he become someone sought after? In the next moment, Reverend Mo suddenly attacked. His killing intent was biting cold as he charged straight at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming took a few steps back vigilantly, not daring to look Reverend Mo in the eye. This person was too dangerous. His actions involved a wide range of people. And his cultivation realm was also shockingly high. He had to be wary. Seeing Jiang Ming's expression, Reverend Mo's lips curled up slightly, and he said, "There's no need to panic. The current you won't be of any use. If you can't even go to the upper realm or become an immortal, you will be useless to the great revival. However, I will still invest in you for the time being. Now, I'll give you 2 conditions. You decide which one to choose." As he spoke, Reverend Mo slowly stated his first condition. "First, I will arrange a blessed land for you in the Feather Kingdom to support you in your cultivation to the nascent soul realm. After that, I will help you enter the ancient kingdom blessed land or any ancient sect or holy land outside the Feather Kingdom. Cultivating there will be very beneficial for you. The second condition is that you can still be an individual cultivator. Don't ask me how. I know. I have an ancient book here that records the history of all the hidden places and forbidden zones in the lower realm, as well as methods and means to avoid risks. You can enter on your own to obtain opportunities. Brat, you can choose which path you want to choose now. Don't tell me you don't want to, or I'll kill you directly." Jiang Ming was speechless. This was the first time he had seen someone delivering good things to his doorstep. However, he really did not want to accept anything from this person. Reverend Mo was too strange and mysterious. In front of this person, he was like a nobody with no privacy to speak of. The most important thing was that the intricacies involved in the great revival were extremely complicated. Jiang Ming only wanted to cultivate and did not want to be involved in the whirlpool of power struggles in the upper realm. He did not want karma to bite him in the end. At this moment, the black sword suddenly sent a voice transmission. "Bro. Accept it. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen to you." Jiang Ming was stunned. Was this the black sword really confident in protecting him from such immense karma? Don't worry, he's just the reincarnation of a low-grade immortal. The trap he set up is like child's play to me. The black sword was full of confidence. It then added, "If you choose the second option, you can continue to be an individual cultivator in the future. Moreover, there must be some incredible inheritance and supreme treasure in this place. It's a great opportunity for you. Also, you don't need to join any huge sect." Indeed, Jiang Ming, who had the 100 Tribulations sacred body cultivation technique, did not need to enter any ancient sect. Instead, the temptation of the forbidden zones and hidden places was greater. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and immediately replied, "I choose the second option." This time, Reverend Mo's eyes revealed a strange look. Obviously, he did not expect Jiang Ming to choose the second condition. Does this kid like being an individual cultivator that much? One had to know that only by entering the ancient sects could one obtain the guidance of a master teacher and obtain more cultivation resources. He's probably an idiot. Reverend Mo sighed in his heart. He threw out an ancient bamboo slip and said, "Since you have already made your choice, then work hard in your cultivation. The great cause in the future needs you very much." If it was an ordinary person, they might have fallen for this flattery. However, Jiang Ming simply did not care. "Thank you, Reverend Mo." As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, Reverend Mo had already disappeared. Whoosh! Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure that Reverend Mo gave him was too great. He was like an ant facing a saint. He was small and weak. At this moment, Reverend Mo turned around from afar. Her calm face was filled with doubt. I actually can't figure out this child's background. He's definitely not a disciple of the flower fruit mountain, but an individual cultivator. However, this is based on my thousands of years of cultivation experience. I have no idea about how he truly is. Reverend Mo was overwhelmed with shock. He had looked calm and collected before and had Jiang Ming under control. However, he was actually panicking. Inside, he was afraid that Jiang Ming was the reincarnation of another peerless mighty figure. He did not want to offend a peerless mighty figure. Instead of showing mercy, fortunately, he accepted my favor. No matter what his background is, even if he is the reincarnation of a mighty person from the upper realm, he is destined to inherit my karma. He is also destined to be controlled by me. At this moment, Reverend Mo was in an exceptionally good mood. He laughed loudly as he rode his sword away. However, he did not know that his so-called karma was not worth mentioning in the eyes of a certain sword. A mere human immortal brat dares to threaten my friend with karma? Ridiculous. My master was an ultimate existence who was about to step into the saint realm in the past. The black sword huffed. The saints he mentioned were naturally referring to the saints of the upper realm, not the fake saints of the lower realm. In front of such an existence, even Reverend Mo in his previous life had to obediently kneel on the ground and submit. There's something wrong with your era. The black sword's sudden words stunned Jiang Ming. What's wrong with our era? Or are you unable to cut off the karma that Reverend Mo set up? Jiang Ming's expression instantly turned ugly as he finished speaking. The black sword shook his head and continued, in our era, saints are saints. They are ultimate existences. However, in your era, how do you have such weak saints? Isn't this nonsense? It seemed to have thought of something, and its expression suddenly stiffened. Could it be that the lower realm has also developed the will of the great cultivation? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. Who cut off the heavenly cultivation and shattered the entire heavenly cultivation? Jiang Ming was speechless again. He expressed that he did not understand what this guy was saying at all. Jiang Ming roughly glanced at the ancient bamboo slip and found that it seemed to be an ordinary bamboo slip. However, it was actually in line with the truth of the great cultivation. It was actually formed by the void and derived a lot of useful information. The Great Wasteland. When Jiang Ming saw those words, he was slightly stunned because there was a whole paragraph about the Great Wasteland. However, the most attractive thing was that there were living beings in the Great Wasteland. It was not a forbidden area for life, nor was it a hidden place. However, its uniqueness was higher than some forbidden zones and hidden places. It's rumored that the Great Wasteland has inherited the bloodline of a god. The great barbaric god. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. So far, Jiang Ming had learned a lot about the world of immortal cultivation, such as its history. He also knew the existence of many saints. However, this was the first time that a god was involved in the process. The great barbaric god? This seems like a god who reigned over blood chi, the physical body, and brute force. Perhaps this was the most suitable place to cultivate martial arts. In our era, there was a tribe called the Sorcerer Tribe. They even competed with the Demon Tribe and almost became the supreme ruling force of the whole world. The most powerful aspect of the Sorcerer Tribe was undoubtedly their physical strength. They contained powerful mysteries and wonders that ordinary cultivators could not even imagine, and they were even more powerful and astonishing than the martial arts legacies of today. Later on, the rise of the human race was partly due to the various mystic techniques and cultivation. Techniques evolved from the billions of stars read by the saints. On the other hand, it was a certain saint who read the path of martial arts according to the cultivation technique of the sorcerer tribe. It can be said that the path of martial arts originated from the cultivation technique of the sorcerer tribe. I don't know how strong this great barbaric god is. However, I'm sure that he's also a powerful being who walks the path of sanctification with his body, similar to the living beings of the sorcerer tribe. Bro, if you want to practice the 100 tribulations sacred body, you need to constantly temper your body and push your combat strength to the highest level. There's no other way. The Black Sword analyzed the situation for a while, which led to Jiang Ming slowly narrowing his eyes. Then, he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! As he threw his fist, a huge cloud of dust swept out. The basic form of the great barbaric fist can't even be considered as the first form. However, it can create such power. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. This might be the key to taking his martial arts training to the extreme. Thinking of this, he immediately ran into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Then, he suddenly kicked a boulder, and it instantly shattered into pieces. In the distance, Ing Sha and the others watched this scene, and their eyes bulged. Just now. Did this guy use the power of the divine light? Huai Mei asked. Weakly. Ing Sha shook his head and said, he didn't use the power of the divine light. He relied purely on his physical strength. At most, he only used a fifth of his strength. Master, you seem to be experimenting with some kind of martial arts ultimate skill. However, it doesn't seem to be quite right. In terms of grade, it's higher. All of a sudden, Ing Sha's eyes narrowed and he said in disbelief, don't tell me Master cultivates martial arts techniques. There were 3 grades on the path of martial arts. Above the upper grade martial arts were unique martial arts techniques. However, unique martial arts techniques were not the pinnacle of martial arts. There were techniques stronger than this called combat techniques. The combat techniques of the path of martial arts were on the same level as the mystic techniques of the path of immortal cultivation. They both contained all kinds of mysteries. Once they were cultivated successfully, they could display unimaginable power. They were definitely treasures that countless martial arts experts dreamed of getting. However, in the Feather Kingdom, there are quite a number of innate martial realm experts. But there are very few who can obtain combat martial arts techniques. Most of the combat techniques fall into the hands of 10,000 arts realm experts. The 10,000 arts realm is a martial arts realm that is one level higher than the innate martial realm. The levels of martial arts were also complicated and strict. After the foundation establishment realm of martial arts, it was divided into the innate martial realm, 10,000 arts realm, true arts realm, and 3 other higher realms, which corresponded to each realm of the path of immortal cultivation. Among them, the absolute experts who have reached the highest realm are referred to as martial saints and martial arts holy spirits. They are comparable to saints on the path of immortal cultivation. Although the 10,000 arts realm is far inferior to the highest realm, it is even more difficult to cultivate than the nascent soul realm. In the Feather Kingdom, there are many nascent soul realm cultivators. However, there are very few martial cultivators in the 10,000 arts realm. In fact, there is absolutely no martial arts expert in the true arts realm in the Feather Kingdom. Naturally, it is impossible to leave behind any combat techniques. Then, where did the combat techniques in Master's hands come from? Could it be from Reverend Mo? Ing Sha could not help but curse in his heart. Could it be that the Master is Reverend Mo's illegitimate child? Smack. A slap landed on his face. Sir, why did you hit me? Ing Sha looked at Jiang Ming with an aggrieved expression. He had been slapped for no reason. What was this? I don't know why I hit you. However, the way you look at me is very strange. Are you trying to betray me? Jiang Ming came over step by step. He was planning to using Sha to practice the two martial arts techniques he had just learned, the barbaric fist and barbaric kick. Ing Sha wanted to explain. However, Jiang Ming did not give him a chance. He shouted, "Come, let's spar." At this moment, Jiang Ming was like a peerless ferocious beast that pounced straight at Ing Sha. With just a slight punch, he could kill an early stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. Ing Sha could not help but curse. Without saying a word, he immediately ran backward. His speed was also extremely, terrifyingly fast. Have they always been like this? Huai Mei frowned. No matter how she looked at it, these guys did not seem like people who would do great things. What was the point of fighting all day long? To this, Wu Hen replied, "None of your business." At this moment, Ing Sha finally could not hold it in anymore. He revealed the true form of the dark water mystical snake and pounced at Jiang Ming. Master, you're the one who forced me. If you die in my hands, don't turn into a malicious ghost and come looking for me. In the end, the next moment, Ing Sha was sent flying by a slap. Damn it, you still dare challenge me? Who gave you the confidence to do so? Jiang Ming had a look of contempt. He always felt that there was something wrong with this guy's brain. Otherwise, why would he say such crazy things? Ing Sha immediately covered his face and wailed incessantly. He was truly aggrieved right now. He had only cursed in his heart a few times, yet he had been beaten up to such a state. He felt so wronged. He could not stay on this team anymore. He had to run. Smack. Ing Sha's entire body was lifted up, and he was smashed onto the ground. You still want to run? You really don't know what's good for you. You want to run away after eating the pill I refined for you? Dream on. Seeing this, Huai Mei immediately felt bad. Was she going to be treated like this? Jiang Ming was extremely fast. He threw out one punch after another, causing Ing Sha to just barely dodge each time. Master, I know my mistake. I hope that you will show mercy and stop beating me up. Ing Sha was aggrieved. Jiang Ming still wanted to keep fighting. He long suspected Ing Sha was a snitch who might sell him out one day. Mister, stop fighting. Someone's coming. What the hell? As soon as Zhuanan said that, Jiang Ming was stunned and immediately looked into the distance. Someone was indeed approaching them. Let's go. Jiang Ming led everyone away without hesitation. A few seconds later, 7 or 8 men clad in black hurried over. Have you found Ning Kaichen? One of the teams asked, and the other team shook their heads. We received news that Ning Kaichen was in the land of heritage of the flame. Demon Heavenly Lord before, and then he appeared here. In the end, he disappeared as soon as he arrived. Have we been exposed? Their expressions were strange. As dignified assassins of the network, their concealment techniques were naturally extraordinary. Alas, they were the first to be detected. What should we do next? The leader specifically asked for Ning Caichen's head, and he has been pushing us for a long time. We finally bumped into him. However, we still haven't caught him. I'm afraid we will be punished when we go back. One of the assassins from the network had an ugly expression on his face. He knew very well how cruel the leader was. If they went back like this, they would not meet a good end. At this time, another assassin swept back and forth for a while and finally noticed that something was wrong. Maybe we still have a chance. All the assassins were stunned and asked, "Did you find any clues?" "That's right. I found some remnants of auras hidden nearby. It seems that a battle occurred here, and one of these auras belongs to Ing Sha." Ing Sha? A battle between Ning Caichen and Ing Sha? It seems that Ing Sha is still chasing after Ning Caichen. As expected of our comrades from the network. He knew that he was no match for him. However, he still insisted on carrying out the mission. "When we return, we must ask to give Ing Sha credit," one of the leaders said. However, everyone knew what he was really thinking. He wanted to follow Ing Sha's aura to find Ning Caichen and take his head. We have Zhang Shan to kill as well. We have to take their heads before we can go back. So, there's no time to lose. Soon after, the group of people began to move, trying to find Ning Caichen with the help of Ing Sha's aura. However, after a whole day of searching, they returned empty-handed. Instead, they accidentally entered a forbidden zone and almost got wiped out. Jiang Ming walked out of the peak of the barren mountain. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and Huaimei walked out from behind him. "You set up a trap from the very beginning by using Ing Sha's aura to lure them into a dead end, didn't you?" Huaimei stared at Jiang Ming for a long time and was secretly surprised. His actions were really ruthless. In just a moment, he was able to set up a lethal trap for 7 or 8 high-end assassins. Jiang Ming shrugged. He did not care about this at all. It was just a basic trap. He had actually noticed the approaching aura of the network assassins earlier than Zhuanan had. Therefore, he had been using the fact that he had beaten up Ing Sha to lure the enemy. Ing Sha finally understood. He could not help but scratch the back of his head and smile stupidly. "I thought that you really wanted to kill me. It turns out that you were just setting up a trap to lure the enemy." "Shut up." Wu Hen rolled his eyes at him. "Master genuinely was beating you up. You deserved it. Do you understand?" Ing Sha's expression immediately turned gloomy, causing Zhuanan to giggle. At this moment, Rao Wuqing walked over. "Ning Caichen, most of the assassins from the network have received the news and are already rushing over. I think you can leave the Feather Kingdom and go to the wider world of immortal cultivation to avoid their pursuit." Jiang Ming shook his head. "There's no need to avoid it. It's only a matter of time before I encounter the network. What I need to do now is to greatly weaken the network's strength and make a name for the Flower Fruit Mountain. In addition, Rao Wuqing, are you willing to be the first elder of the Flower Fruit Mountain?" Rao Wuqing's lips twitched. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength was the most important thing. If one wanted to establish a sect, they had to be powerful to attract disciples. Jiang Ming did not even have a nascent soul realm cultivator and still wanted to establish a sect. How audacious. Rao Wuqing calmed down and told Jiang Ming all of his worries in an attempt to dispel Jiang Ming's thoughts. Even if you want to establish a sect, you must wait until you are strong enough. Or perhaps you can establish a small school of cultivation first. No, it must be a proper sect. Jiang Ming shook his head. Rao Wuqing's idea was feasible. However, it required a lot of time and effort. Jiang Ming wanted to establish an ancient sect. However, he did not want to spend too much energy on it. In the future, I will find a sect leader, and as the first elder, you will be responsible for assisting him. Rao Wuqing was confused and asked, "You don't plan to take the position of sect leader yourself?" "No, I'm the sect master. The sect leader is someone else." Jiang Ming looked serious. Rao Wuqing was speechless. Jiang Ming was so lazy. He just wanted to reap the benefits while others did the work. "Now, let's go find someone. Once we find him, we can build the sect. However, before that, I need to raise your cultivation to the nascent soul realm." Jiang Ming stared at Rao Wuqing. His words made the latter's eyelids tremble. And all kinds of thoughts rippled in his heart. "Do you mean that you are confident that you can help me advance to the nascent soul realm?" Rao Wuqing could not help but gulp, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although he had obtained a lot of spirit dragons, they were corrupted and were of no benefit to him. "You can use other methods," Jiang Ming said concisely. Hearing this, Rao Wuqing could not help but be stunned. He instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" "You must destroy and establish. Without destruction, there can be no establishment." Jiang Ming's words caused Rao Wuqing's expression to change drastically. He roared in disbelief, "Are you planning to make me cripple my cultivation and start cultivating again?" Jiang Ming nodded seriously. "That's right." Rao Wuqing was speechless. Following that, with Jiang Ming's help, Rao Wuqing completed the act of destroying his cultivation. This required a reckless attitude, and ordinary cultivators would definitely not be able to do this. Rao Wuqing was a cultivator with great perseverance. An ordinary person would definitely not be willing to destroy their cultivation. However, Jiang Ming only said a few words. "You're in charge of destroying your base and cultivating again. I'm in charge of refining pills and providing your cultivation technique." Then, Rao Wuqing started destroying his cultivation base. Not far away, Wu Hen, Ying Sha, and Huai Mei looked at this scene with bewildered expressions. Ning Kaichen isn't trying to trick Rao Wuqing, is he? What kind of amazing pill can heal the cultivation injuries of a cultivator who was half a step into the nascent soul realm? Moreover, Rao Wuqing has suffered injuries for nearly 100 years and was destined to never recover. If he loses his cultivation base, Rao Wuqing will probably fall into the mortal world. Ying Sha nodded in agreement. Rao Wuqing's hair had turned white overnight, which was the negative effect of his cultivation being destroyed. One had to know that Rao Wuqing was already 200 to 300 years old. Originally, he could still maintain his youthful appearance by relying on his cultivation in the half-step nascent soul realm. Now that he had destroyed his cultivation, he had instantly aged a lot. Most importantly, Rao Wuqing had lost his cultivation and his lifespan had been drained terribly. If he was not careful, he could die. Rao Wuqing is indeed worthy of being the shadow of the previous Holy Lord, Gu Hua. His temperament and perseverance are extraordinary. Unfortunately, he is destined to be tricked by Ning Kaichen. Mei had a regretful expression. Wu Hen glanced at her and said indifferently, "How do you know that Master is scamming Rao Wuqing? Master is truly trying to help him." Hearing this, Mei sneered. "Don't treat me like a fool. Even if Ning Kaichen was born in an ancient sect, so was Rao Wuqing. However, Rao Wuqing couldn't heal his injuries in 100 years." Wu Hen fell silent. He did not quite understand what Jiang Ming was planning to do. Asking Rao Wuqing to destroy his cultivation base was undoubtedly crippling the strongest person on his side. While everyone was talking, Rao Wuqing, the victim, was very calm. He subconsciously glanced into the distance in the direction of the ancient kingdom-blessed land. If Ning Kaichen really has a way to heal my cultivation injury and give me a chance to step into the nascent soul realm again and take another step forward, one day, I will definitely set foot in the ancient kingdom-blessed land again and seek justice for all the grievances I have suffered over the years. Rao Wuqing clenched his fists. He did not believe Ning Kaichen's words. However, now that things had come to this, Rao Wuqing had no choice but to believe it. He could only give it his all for revenge. It was also at this moment that a sudden burst of medicinal fragrance came from Jiang Ming's direction. It was enough to make people's hearts flutter. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? Just the fragrance alone can benefit me a lot. It was also at this moment that the sound of a cauldron exploding caused everyone's hearts to tremble. In the next second, a spirit pill flew out and landed directly in Rao Wuqing's mouth. Consume it and refine it. He could not see Jiang Ming. However, he could hear his voice. Rao Wuqing hesitated for a second before sitting down cross-legged on the ground. He began to circulate his blood qi to refine the pill. Soon, he was stunned. Has my rapid aging stopped? No, that's not right. Rao Wuqing's eyes widened as he could feel his vitality recovering and rising. Is this a pill that can prolong life? And it's not an ordinary longevity extending pill. Rao Wuqing was born in the ancient kingdom-blessed land. Therefore, his horizons were naturally extraordinary. Ordinary alchemists could refine all kinds of medicinal pills. However, how difficult was it to refine a medicinal pill that could prolong one's life? This was because extending one's lifespan was next to impossible. Only incredibly talented alchemists could pull this off. Moreover, ordinary pills that could prolong one's life had no effect on Rao Wuqing. However, the one refined by Jiang Ming had an extraordinary effect. It could extend the life of a former half-step nascent soul realm cultivator. This was not simply a miracle. This was essentially going against the heavens. Rao Wuqing subconsciously glanced in Jiang Ming's direction, and his heart was in turmoil. Who exactly was Jiang Ming? Jiang Ming did not say anything. He was refining pills non-stop. I have to say that although this universe cauldron is an imitation, it is still not something that an ordinary cauldron can compare to. This cauldron is taking my alchemy to the next level. Jiang Ming could not normally refine a pill that could extend the life of a half-step nascent soul cultivator. However, now, with the universe cauldron, the third-grade longevity extending pill refined by Jiang Ming had directly risen to a higher grade. Next is the medicinal pill to heal cultivation injuries, the Eternal Youth pill. The Eternal Youth pill was a pill that could truly increase vitality and give birth to endless possibilities. However, the difficulty of refining it was extremely high and required Countless precious resources to support it. Even the immortal feather grotto. Heaven could not do this. However, Jiang Ming was different. My biggest advantage is my own body. My blood itself is a precious ingredient. Jiang Ming thought of this and gulped. He had just realized this. If he did not become stronger, he would suffer endlessly if someone were to catch him. At this moment, the eternal youth pill was completely refined. This was a supreme-grade spirit pill that could heal cultivation injuries, and it was suitable for Rao Wuqing to consume. My cultivation injuries have healed. What a miracle! The injuries that I, Rao Wuqing, have accumulated for hundreds of years have finally healed at this moment. I finally have the ability to return to the nascent soul realm. Rao Wuqing's unrestrained laughter was interrupted. Don't cultivate the cultivation method of the ancient kingdom-blessed land. There must be something wrong with what you have obtained. The Holy Lord will not give a shadow any chance to rise again. Jiang Ming spoke calmly and directly gave him a cultivation technique. Rao Wuqing was bewildered. The flower fruit divine technique is the ultimate divine technique of the sect that I have taught. You are the first person to cultivate it. Jiang Ming looked haughty and everyone present was stunned. Rao Wuqing had been stuck at the half-step nascent soul realm for too long. Moreover, he had once stepped into the nascent soul realm. Therefore, he knew how powerful it was. Naturally, he yearned for it. Now, I actually have the chance to recultivate to the nascent soul realm. It's really a stroke of good fortune. No. Rao Wuqing suddenly looked into the distance. It was in the direction of Jiang Ming. It's not good fortune. It's Ning Kaichen. No, it's the sect master's benevolence to me. This time, Rao Wuqing knelt on the ground and kowed out a few times, causing Huai Mei's expression to change drastically. Rao Wuqing's cultivation injury has been cured? How is this possible? Even though Holy Lord Gu Hua and the others were interfering, Huai Mei knew that it was extremely difficult to heal cultivation injuries. It was not as simple as healing the injuries on the body or spiritual core. Master is truly powerful. At this moment, Ying Sha sighed with emotion, causing Huai Mei to cast a disdainful look at him. However, she also understood that the influence of curing Rao Wuqing's cultivation injury was immense. Not only would it make Rao Wuqing completely loyal, but it would also intimidate them. Wouldn't it be easy for me to break through to the golden core realm if I stuck around? Perhaps Ning Saichen's background is truly extraordinary and unfathomable. If I can follow him, I'll definitely flourish and I'll no longer have to be restricted by the ghost spirit sect. During these days, Huai Mei's thoughts were jumbled. She thought that since Huai En was dead, she could return to the ghost spirit sect and perhaps have a chance to fight for his position. However, now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The benefits of following Ning Kaichen far outweigh the benefits of being a top figure in the ghost spirit sect. Then, what's the point of me going back? Speaking of which, how should I seduce Ning Kaichen? Should I be his concubine? If Jiang Ming knew what she was thinking, he would definitely ridicule her. At this moment, Ying Sha's thoughts were equally complicated. Previously, I was thinking of taking away Minnie Bai when Ning Kaichen wasn't paying attention. However, now, it seems that perhaps by staying by Ning Saichen's side, Minnie Bai and I can grow faster. Forget it, I'm just a servant. Moreover, although Ning Kaichen is an asshole, his character is still good. I'm not afraid of being conned by him. As for Wu Han and Zhuanan, they were calm, as if these things could no longer alarm them. After all, they trusted Jiang Ming. It was also at this moment that there was a sudden movement in Jiang Ming's direction. Master is about to break through. It had only been a month since Jiang Ming broke through. Was he going to advance another step? Rao Wuqing was also surprised. No matter how talented he was, it was still difficult to improve further after reaching the Golden Core realm. He needed time to constantly break through and reach a higher level. In the end, Jiang Ming had only been in the Golden Core realm for a month and was already about to start breaking through again. I don't know if it's a breakthrough in the path of immortal cultivation or a breakthrough in martial arts cultivation. However, regardless, it shows that Jiang Ming's talent is too amazing and monstrous. Just as Rao Wuqing was about to cultivate, thunder and lightning erupted in the sky. Countless whistles and booms erupted at this moment, causing one's heart to tremble. 9 heavens dark thunder. Rao Wuqing's face darkened, and he immediately ran into the distance, not daring to stay here any longer. Huai Mei and the others also hid well, afraid that they would be implicated if they were not careful. This was the 9 heavens dark lightning tribulation. Once they were struck by it, they would die without a doubt. At this moment, in the immortal feather grotto heaven, Reverend Mo was in deep thought. The dark lightning tribulation? Could it be that Ning Kaichen attracted them? Reverend Mo's gaze was cold. However, he could feel his shock. If that was the case, then Ning Kaichen definitely had an extraordinary technique. Forget it. I'm the reincarnation of an immortal. I've seen all kinds of amazing techniques. No matter how good the technique of a native cultivator from the lower realm is, it can't compare to my technique. Thinking of this, Reverend Mo closed his eyes and no longer cared about what was happening on the other end. At the same time, a large number of assassins descended on the barren mountain. The dark lightning tribulation? What's going on? Could it be that a nascent soul realm cultivator is about to advance to the soul formation realm? Normal nascent soul realm cultivators won't be able to attract the dark lightning tribulation when they reach the soul formation realm. The grade of the 9 heavens dark lightning isn't low either. There's still someone in the Feather Kingdom who can reach the soul formation realm? Stop joking. In the outside world, a soul formation realm cultivator would be leading huge factions. How could a remote place like the Feather Kingdom have such a person? Then there is only one possibility left. All the assassins looked at each other and shouted a name in unison, Ning Kaichen. Previously, Ning Kaichen's advancement to the Golden Core realm attracted the 9 heavens dark lightning tribulation. Now, he's going to advance again? It has only been a month. Even if a prodigy wants to advance from the early stage of the Golden Core realm to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, it is unrealistic to do it in such a short period of time. How did Ning Kaichen accomplish this? Oh my God! How did Ning Kaichen do it? Is he that talented? No matter how he did it, no matter how monstrous his talent is, we must kill him today, a leader shouted coldly, causing all the assassins to tremble. They nodded and said, "Understood." Without saying a word, they immediately ran into the distance, wanting to kill Ning Kaichen in a short time. Ying Sha and the others naturally noticed the influx of this large group of assassins, and their expressions changed drastically. The commotion caused by Master's breakthrough is too big. It has attracted so many assassins. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them with just the few of us. If Rao Wuqing hadn't destroyed his cultivation, he would definitely be able to defeat these people. However, now, Rao Wuqing is weaker than us. Huai Mei's expression was extremely ugly. She was not going to die here. Right? It was also at this moment that Wu Hen shouted, "Insha, let's combine forces. We must stop this group of assassins. We must not let them disturb Master's breakthrough." As he spoke, Wu Hen leaped out in a flash and punched one of the assassins in the face. Bang! The assassin's body exploded. Fighting was inevitable. Damn it, Wu Hen is really King reckless. Ing Sha was furious. He had planned to find a place to hide for the time being. Jiang Ming and Rao Wuqing had hidden themselves very well anyway, and these people wouldn't be able to find the two of them in a short period of time. In the end, Wu Hen rushed forward without saying anything and made it impossible for him to avoid the battle. After all, Wu Hen had already charged forward. If he hid behind, he would definitely suffer if Jiang Ming found out. But I have to protect Huai Mei and Juanan. Ing Sha suddenly thought of a reason. However, in the next second, Zhai Tianfeng, who had been silent all this while, spoke up, "I've already set up a defensive array formation to ensure NN and Miss Huai Mei's safety. F***CK. At this moment, Ing Sha was completely driven mad. If he could defeat Zhai Tianfeng, he would definitely give the other party a good beating. Forget it. He would charge forward. Ing Sha took a step forward and his entire body flashed out like a dragon, directly ending the lives of a few ordinary network assassins. Immediately after, he threw out a heavy punch and directly killed a leader of the network assassins. Many assassins' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. How strong! To be able to kill a leader with one punch means this guy is definitely not an ordinary intermediate golden core realm cultivator. You have to know that the leader just now was very strong and could fight with demonic beasts of the same level. However, he couldn't even last one move against this person. Who is he? Ning Kaichen is monstrous enough, and the people around him are not simple either. If we don't get rid of this hidden danger as soon as possible, the network will become a bunch of losers. Kill them. All of a sudden, all the assassins rushed out at a terrifying speed, wanting to kill everyone in a short period of time. However, they were easily blocked. Bang! 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 After so many collisions, many assassins exploded. Ing Sha seemed to be frenzied and killed these assassins with ease. Run! Flee! This guy is simply not human. His physical strength is too powerful, like a humanoid beast. Someone cried out in alarm and frantically ran outside. However, he did not know that Ing Sha was a transformed great demon. Did he escape? Ing Sha heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of these people. However, he did not want to waste his energy. The next second, Wu Hen suddenly said, "No, they didn't leave just like that. An even stronger enemy is coming." Ing Sha was just about to open his mouth when he was sent flying by a huge force. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. What a powerful attack. He is definitely an expert in the peak of the golden core realm. Ing Sha's face turned pale. He could clearly sense that the other party's methods were powerful and unpredictable. He could not compare to him. A Cultivator in the peak of the Golden Core realm was a top leader in the network. In the Feather Kingdom, apart from the chief of the network, there are 3 other deputy chiefs and more than 10 commanders. They are all in the nascent Soul realm. The most powerful ones below them are the leaders. There are about dozens of people in the peak of the Golden Core realm and the half-step nascent Soul realm. Other than that, the assassins of the network are far stronger than individual cultivators and cultivators of ordinary factions of the same level. They are more skilled in all kinds of assassination techniques and killing methods. When these words came out, the expressions of the few people in the defensive array formation instantly changed. What should we do next? Huaimei asked weakly. The network was infamous, it had caused countless massacres over the years. And even cultivators of the 6 blessed lands were destroyed in its hands. In a single night, it had wiped out thousands of cultivators. It was still fresh in people's minds and terrifying. The leader clearly sensed Huaimei's fear and immediately laughed out loud. With me around, all of you will die. In the end, he was sent flying by a slap in the next second. Everyone was stunned, especially Wu Hen, Ying Sha, and Huaimei. They looked at the person who attacked in disbelief. It was Zhai Tianfeng. Why are you all looking at me? Zhai Tianfeng raised his eyebrows. Didn't you say that you're only good at arrays and not in combat? Ying Sha said weakly. The corner of Zhai Tianfeng's mouth twitched. He looked at Ying Sha as if he was looking at an idiot. Bro, I'm not good at fighting, but you have to see what level of battles I participated in the past. What kind of enemies were they facing? Ying Sha was stunned and smacked his forehead. They had been thinking about Rao Wuqing but had neglected Zhai Tianfeng. Although this person's aptitude was not at the level of a holy sun and could not even be considered a combat genius in the ancient kingdom blessed land, he was definitely an outstanding young talent in the Feather Kingdom. Secondly, Zhai Tianfeng's opponents and enemies were all first-class or even top-notch geniuses in the Feather Kingdom. At the thought of this, the corners of Ying Sha's mouth could not help but curl up, and he arrogantly shouted at the leader, "See? This is my eldest comrade, Mr. Zhai. If you want to beat me up, fine. However, you have to get past him first." "Ah, Mr. Zhai, why did you hit me?" Ying Sha's aggrieved expression made him look even more like he deserved a beating. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Don't annoy me." Zhai Tianfeng was speechless. Jiang Ming was such a monstrous genius and a divine son. How could he have such a stupid subordinate? Then, his gaze fell on the leader of the assassins. "How do you want to die?" The leader narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to turn around, hidden weapons suddenly shot out. "Die." The baleful aura filled the sky. At this moment, the leader's lips curled up. He could tell that the person in front of him did not have much combat experience. He was just a small array master. Whoosh! In the next moment, the leader assassin was killed on the spot. The entire place was deathly silent. All the assassins from the network were stunned. They did not understand why Zhai Tianfeng, who had been schemed against, was safe and sound while their leader had died on the spot. "How dare you show off when you're this weak? You don't know what's good for you." Zhai Tianfeng clapped his hands and said indifferently. All the assassins gulped and did not know what to say for a moment. After a long time, they finally thought of escaping. However, at this moment, Zhai Tianfeng seemed to have sensed something and raised his head. Someone is coming. Everyone raised their heads in disbelief, their eyes filled with fear. A commander-level assassin. He's one of the 13 commanders, a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Ing Sha's eyes widened. This time, he did not need to overthink. He revealed his true form and was about to dash into the distance. Without Rao Wuqing, they would definitely die. A commander-level network assassin's combat strength was not something that an ordinary team leader could compare to. That was a genuine nascent soul realm cultivator. Ing Sha had served the network for many years. Thus, he naturally knew how terrifying a commander-level assassin was. He immediately shouted, "Stop daydreaming, and run. This is a commander of the network, not someone we can defeat." Within the network, the hierarchy was strict. No one knew the cultivation base of the top leader. However, some people speculated that he might have reached the deity transformation realm. The few vice leaders below were at the peak of the nascent soul realm at the very least. Even the weakest commander-level assassin was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The strongest had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, only half a step away from the peak of the nascent soul realm. The commander-level assassin in front of him was the weakest. However, he was still not to be underestimated. Unless Rao Wuqing was at his peak, he would not be able to defeat him. Wu Hen, Huai Mei, and Zhai Tianfeng's expressions were extremely ugly as they subconsciously retreated. "Haha, you want to escape? Too late." The commander-level assassin snorted coldly. He raised his hand and pressed down horizontally, wanting to kill the few people in front of him. "After killing you all, I will destroy Ning Kaichen, and then continue to capture Zhongshan. Who cares about the flower fruit mountain? Those who dare to provoke the network will only die." Within the Feather Kingdom, the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven ruled one half, and the network ruled the other. Whoever dared disobey them would die miserably. The commander-level assassin's killing intent exploded and was revealed at this moment. With this burst of killing intent, an extremely powerful force swept down, causing the surrounding dust to fly. The endless multicolored light transformed into a huge beam of sword chi that whistled over and killed all the enemies. Ing Sha and Wu Hen were the first to be severely injured. They spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the mountain rocks red. Huai Mei immediately fainted. Zhai Tianfeng struggled to hold on and continuously constructed a grand array formation to resist the commander-level assassin. It was a defensive array formation at the peak of the 3rd grade. At this moment, Zhai Tianfeng seemed to be going all out. He constructed an extremely powerful defensive array formation and used it as the core to continuously blast out waves of huge force in all directions. The commander-level assassin gasped. He eyed Zhai Tianfeng greedily. "His talent is very rare. If we can obtain it, it will be of great benefit to the strength of the network." The commander assassin's brain was working crazily. He wanted to take Zhai Tianfeng away immediately. "Move your dirty hands away!" Zhai Tianfeng roared. He was born in the ancient kingdom-blessed land and was a disciple of a family of array masters. How could he tolerate ordinary people harassing him like this? Moreover, it was the network, a notorious existence within the Feather Kingdom. "Haha, you still want to resist? Come over here like a good boy." The commander-level assassin was too lazy to say anything else. He immediately raised his hand to grab Zhai Tianfeng again. This time, he would not give Zhai Tianfeng any chance to break free. I'll repeat it for the last time. Get lost. Zhai Tianfeng's killing intent was fully displayed. He raised his hand and pressed down horizontally, frantically shaking away the opponent's touch. He was also doing his best to speed up the array formation. He would not be captured so easily. Zhai Tianfeng knew very well about the cruel methods of those people from the network. If he was captured, he would not die. However, he would be imprisoned and become a tool of the network. He would never see the light of day again. It was also at this moment that Zhai Tianfeng suddenly felt something. He looked up and saw a bolt of dark lightning coming at him. The dark lightning tribulation. Damn it. The commander-level assassin's expression changed drastically. He was about to raise his hand to block. However, he was ruthlessly struck to the ground. Ning Kaichen. The commander-level assassin gritted his teeth. This was a third-grade 9. Heaven's dark lightning. Although it could not kill him, it could still cause quite a bit of trouble. He did not want to suffer for no reason. However, no matter how hard he tried to dodge, the lightning seemed to have eyes on him. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, causing the commander assassin's blood qi to churn. He almost lost his breath. At this moment, the commander-level assassin bent down and panted heavily. Then, he roared at the sky, Ning Kaichen, if you have the guts, come out and fight. Don't hide in the dark and use the 9 heavens dark lightning to deal with me. He roared fiercely. However, he regretted it in the next moment. Oh? Are you sure you want me to come out and fight you? Jiang Ming's interest was immediately piqued. He immediately appeared and approached the commander-level assassin. The lightning hanging above his head made one's heart tremble. At this moment, the commander-level assassin completely regretted his taunt. Countless lightning bolts struck down, shaking the commander-level assassin as he retreated step by step. He was completely battered and in a sorry state. Jiang Ming was also forming a seal with his hands and shouted, blazing flame. Divine massacre. As the attack shot out, the lightning was scattered. He's so strong. Some people narrowed their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Wasn't it just advancing from the early stage golden core realm to the mid stage golden core realm? Why would it attract the 9 heavens dark lightning? The commander-level assassin's face was full of envy and jealousy. His mystic technique was useless against the lightning and could only be suppressed. At this moment, Jiang Ming stopped and dodged abruptly, causing a bolt of lightning to strike the ground and hit the commander-level assassin in front of him. The commander-level assassin spat out blood crazily. His face was extremely pale, and his heart was thumping. B*****. This damned B**** definitely did it on purpose. He forced me into this situation. Damn it, he really deserves to die. At this moment, the commander-level assassin's heart was filled with monstrous killing intent. He swore that he would not give up until he completely finished off the person in front of him. However, it was also at this moment that a powerful force whistled out from the sky. It was another bolt of lightning. Boom! This terrifying bolt of lightning caused the entire world to tremble. The expressions of Wu Hen and the others changed drastically. Master! Ning Kaichen! The commander-level assassin laughed wantonly, as if he had witnessed Jiang Ming's fall. In the face of such terrifying heavenly lightning, how could Jiang Ming survive? Jiang Ming's expression was equally cold. He could clearly sense that the lightning was abnormally powerful and terrifying. Once it descended, half of the mountain would be reduced to nothingness. Therefore, Jiang Ming did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, he turned sideways and formed a seal with both hands, erupting with a powerful attack. Endless flames clashed with the terrifying lightning. The commotion that erupted was naturally huge, and the terrifying consequences were extraordinary. Damn it! The commander-level assassin's expression changed. He subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, he was too late. Soon, he was wrapped up by the powerful, destructive aftershock, and his entire body turned into ashes in an instant. All assassins who ran a little slower suffered as well. Jiang Ming had already expected this and left with Wu Hen and the others. Coupled with the powerful defensive array formation, they were more or less in one piece. Looking back, they saw that the mountain peak had been shattered, causing everyone to tremble in fear. If we had been a little slower just now, we would have died. Zhai Tianfeng's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, he exclaimed in shock, "Why is the Nine Heavens' dark lightning so powerful? How could he destroy a nascent soul realm cultivator?" He looked at Jiang Ming in confusion. After a moment of silence, the latter slowly said, "It's because of the collision between the Nine Heavens' dark lightning and my attack. The energies within it have clashed and mutated, resulting in such a huge effect." Hearing this, Huai Mei and the others clenched their fists tightly. They finally realized that they were still too weak. In front of such a powerful force, even a nascent soul realm cultivator could not withstand a single blow. Let alone golden core realm cultivators like them. At this moment, Ying Sha suddenly said, "However, if this is the case, I'm afraid that the people from the network will not give up easily." Hearing this, Huai Mei and the others all revealed ugly expressions. Being targeted by the net was one of the most terrifying things in the Feather Kingdom. The foundation of the network is too deep. They have a main hall outside of the Feather Kingdom. It can be said that their background is ancient. It is basically unrealistic to ask for peace, Zhai Tianfeng said slowly. As the youngest array master of the ancient kingdom blessed land, his understanding of the network was far better than everyone else, including Ying Sha. "Is the flower fruit mountain behind us not famous enough?" Ying Sha asked. Immediately, Zhai Tianfeng shook his head and said, "The forces of the network are complicated. It is said that there is an assassination dynasty behind them. In the face of such forces, I'm afraid that ordinary ancient sects will not be able to do anything. Only those three major forces can make the network fear them." "Which three?" Jiang Ming asked with a frown. "The Ascension Divine Kingdom. You should know something about it, right?" Zhai Tianfeng's words made everyone nod. They had some understanding of the Ascension Divine Kingdom. When Zhai Tianfeng said this, he could not help but sigh. The so-called ancient kingdom blessed land was just a joke in front of the three magnates. Because among the three big shots, there are inheritances from immortals. That was all Zhai Tianfeng had to say. He did not want to mention the names of the three magnates at all. Jiang Ming saw this and felt even more confused. Why would Zhai Tianfeng talk about the Ascension Divine Kingdom and not the names of the three magnates? Was it taboo? Or could it be that Zhai Tianfeng was inextricably linked to the so-called three magnates? It did not matter. Jiang Ming threw all these thoughts to the back of his mind, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Zhai Tianfeng, you're now in charge of advancing to a fourth-grade array. Master. Can you do it? Zhai Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, before he smiled bitterly. I can't do it. It's too difficult to advance to the fourth grade. I don't have the ability at all. He was a genius. However, there was a limit. Among the younger generation of the ancient kingdom-blessed land, he was the most talented person in the field of array formations. However, in the real world of array formations, his talent was at most second class. He had nothing to do with prodigies or geniuses. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to help you advance to the next grade. As long as you swear eternal loyalty to me, I'll naturally give you enough opportunities. Otherwise, you might as well return to the ancient kingdom-blessed land and cultivate properly." When Zhai Tianfeng heard this, his expression changed, and he asked in bewilderment, "Do you have any ideas?" Although he had followed Jiang Ming and knew that he had incredible supernatural powers and a powerful heritage, he did not think that the other party had any brilliant ideas or inheritances in the field of array formations. In the next second, Jiang Ming pointed at his forehead. A golden light appeared, and soon, a stream of inherited memories surged into Zhai Tianfeng's mind. This was Zhai Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Where did you get this inheritance? It is actually so profound and unfathomable that it pointed straight to the realm of a divine grade array. Master. This was just a term used in the lower realm. In fact, it was an 8th grade array master. Although the ancient kingdom-blessed land was not a holy land or ancient sect that specialized in array formations, it still had many array formation inheritances and great array masters. However, at most, they could only cultivate to the 6th or 7th grade. The inheritance that Zhai Tianfeng had obtained could at most allow him to cultivate to the 5th grade. However, now, he had unexpectedly obtained an array formation inheritance that was directly related to the divine grade. The so-called divine grade was a level that only the best among 8th grade array masters could reach. They were also known as array saints. It's hard to say if there are any array saints in the lower realm today. However, they are definitely rare. As for the divine inheritance, it's even rarer. It's basically only passed down among those array saints. Zhai Tianfeng spoke instinctively. He suddenly thought of something and stared at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Was there an array saint in the flower fruit mountain? There's no need to get to the bottom of it. Just focus on your cultivation. Jiang Ming seemed so mysterious. He patted Zhai Tianfeng's shoulder and left, leaving the latter stunned. Ning Kaichen is really mysterious and extraordinary. Perhaps following him was the best decision I've ever made in my life. Jiang Ming naturally understood that his actions had successfully intimidated Zhai Tianfeng. I was just worrying about not having an array master to guard me. Now is the perfect time. As long as I nurture this array master, the flower fruit mountain can continue to grow. Jiang Ming's mind was spinning as he began to think about where to establish a sect. The Feather Kingdom was vast. However, it was not a good area. It had countless sects and aristocratic families. The good spirit veins, dragon pools, and grotto heavens were all controlled by these old forces. Staying here is not a good idea unless I destroy some sects and aristocratic families and use their territory as the foundation for my sect to become rich. Jiang Ming thought to himself. He had a rough idea of what to do. He did not intend to stay in the Feather Kingdom. Instead, he planned to travel outside the Feather Kingdom. The exploration missions in the Forbidden Zones and mysterious places were especially important. This bamboo scroll that Reverend Mo gave me contains information about all the forbidden zones and hidden places in the lower realm. If I don't make good use of it, I'll be wasting it. After a few months, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes, which were flickering. My cultivation level has broken through again and reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Now, Jiang Ming believed that his combat strength had soared a lot. Ordinary late-stage Golden Core realm cultivators were no match for him. He was even qualified to fight with those in the peak of the Golden Core realm. However, the people I've encountered so far are people like Rao Wuqing. If I encounter a true expert in the peak of the Golden Core realm outside the Feather Kingdom, I don't know if I can fight him. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and immediately began the next step. He had work to do. It had been more than half a year since he had obtained the Bone Spirit Devil Fire. However, he had yet to fuse it. After all, most of his energy had been spent on alchemy and cultivation. Jiang Ming took out the Bone Spirit Devil Fire without hesitation and began to try to fuse it with the Blazing Flame Divine Massacre. However, after failing time and time again, Jiang Ming was completely defeated. This is too difficult. I always thought that it would be easy to fuse. However, I failed time and time again. I even blew up half of this barren mountain. Looking at the devastated barren mountain, Jiang Ming felt guilty for a few seconds before he began to work again. A year later, Jiang Ming finally completed the fusion. Boom! The Blazing Flame Divine Massacre could annihilate everything. This aura is really powerful. That's right. Ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators don't have the ability to create their own mystic techniques at all. In the end, not only did Master create his own mystic technique, but he was also able to raise the grade of his mystic technique by one level. This is definitely the grade of a middle grade mystic technique. Ying Sha exclaimed in shock. Zhai Tianfeng was also shocked. In the history of our sect, there have been many Golden Core realm prodigies who had created their own mystic techniques, such as the current Holy Lord. However, they had all reached the late-stage Golden Core realm or even the peak. Moreover, even if they created their own mystic techniques, they were only at the lowest grade. He sighed and exclaimed, Master's talent is too monstrous. He will definitely be famous in the future. This was a monstrous talent that surpassed all the previous holy sons of the ancient kingdom, blessed land. Even if he did not reach the level of a divine son, he was still terrifying. In the outside world, he would definitely be a terrifying prodigy. At this moment, another powerful force spread out. It's Rao Wuqing. Zhai Tianfeng looked over and saw a figure slowly descending. It was Rao Wuqing. He had the aura of a cultivator at the nascent soul realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary aura. This is the aura of the peak of the nascent soul realm. The current Holy Lord, Gu Hua, had advanced to the peak of the nascent soul realm, and the mana he cultivated was at a realm above. Most of the nascent soul cultivators in the world had the mana of the half-step nascent soul realm. Those who could reach the peak of the nascent soul realm were the elites of their own realm. Even the reincarnated Immortal, the sect master of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, was only at the half-step nascent soul realm. In this way, Rao Wuqing's power has already surpassed Reverend Mo and Holy Lord Gu Hua. No, that's not right. It wasn't because of his monstrous talent, but because of the effect of changing his fate with the help of Ning Kaichen. After destroying his cultivation base. This time, Zhai Tianfeng was not too shocked, because the array inheritance that Jiang Ming had given him previously was of the divine grade. Now, not only had he successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm, but his attainments in array formations had also reached the 4th grade. He could even challenge some late-stage 4th grade array masters. Rao Wuqing felt refreshed at this moment. Slowly, the aura from his entire body spread out in an instant. Boom! 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 As the explosions erupted, endless spiritual tides gathered and turned into huge waves that whistled over. It was as if a huge blade had slashed down and directly cut off a mountain peak. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone's eyelids twitched a few times. However, soon, Wu Hen was so excited that his entire body trembled. That's amazing. Master's cultivation has broken through, and Lord Rao has also recovered to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, he is far stronger than before, and our sect's strength has risen to another level. Lord Rao? Upon hearing this name, Rao Wuqing was brimming with joy. He had finally made it. Even if Holy Lord Gu Hua was at the same cultivation level as him, Rao Wuqing would still be able to hold him down. That was amazing. Rao Wuqing was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, a powerful aura suddenly spread from afar. It's the assassins from the network. Ing Sha's face sank. However, he quickly calmed down. Even if there was a commander-level expert among the assassins, there was no need to panic this time, because Rao Wuqing was here. At this moment, Rao Wuqing swept his gaze over and frowned slightly with displeasure. How impudent. You're just an insignificant mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, and you dare act up in front of me? Die. Rao Wuqing did not waste any time. He attacked with a lethal move. A frightened voice came from afar. However, that person was just about to escape when he exploded into a cloud of blood. It was deathly silent on that side. Countless assassins fled in all directions, not daring to stay here for even a moment. This was simply courting death. Everyone held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Wu Hen looked at Rao Wuqing's figure with yearning in his eyes. He was a truly powerful existence. He had just stepped into the nascent soul realm, and he already had the ability to kill enemies of a higher level, killing his opponent in an instant. Huai Mei lowered her head, feeling both shocked and delighted. Rao Wuqing's original ability was definitely not this strong. It's very likely that Ning Xiqin's cultivation technique increased Rao Wuqing's combat strength greatly. If I work for Ning Kaichen, I might be able to obtain such a profound cultivation technique. At this moment, many thoughts surfaced in Huai Mei's mind, and she was unable to calm down after a long time. Ing Sha was the most shocked. Damn it, although I knew that Ning Kaichen was extraordinary and must have many powerful cultivation techniques, the nascent soul realm is not like the golden core realm. If you want to have the means to kill those who are higher than you in the nascent soul realm, how powerful are the cultivation techniques and pills that Ning Kaichen has? As a veteran assassin of the network, Ing Sha knew very well how powerful a top-notch commander-level expert of the network was. One had to know that the network was the most powerful assassination force in the Feather Kingdom. The members of the network were naturally not ordinary, especially the leaders and commander-level assassins. They were people with extraordinary talent and were outstanding figures in various large sections. In the end, such a genius commander-level assassin could not withstand one move from Rao Wuqing? He was simply too strong. At this moment, Ying Sha completely gave up the idea of leaving. He would have an amazing life by Ning Xichun's side. It was also at this moment that Rao Wuqing slowly restrained his aura and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was so much stronger now. Rao Wuqing quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the group of people on the other end. Now, do you still intend to stay here and die? Wu Hen and the others were startled. They followed Rao Wuqing's line of sight and saw a few groups of people watching from afar. It's people from the Giant Rock sect, Lingwu sect, and Lei Mountain sect. Huai Mei was very familiar with the details. There were also people from other factions. However, these three were the most powerful. Of course, that had to be excluding the group from the Divine Eye sect. The Divine Eye sect. Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan are both descendants of the Flower Fruit Mountain. And Zhang Shan killed the young master of the Divine Eye sect on the Saint cultivation platform. The Divine Eye sect will definitely not let this go and will direct their anger on Ning Kaichen. The enemies that Zhang Shan had provoked in the past were now gradually turning their attention to Ning Kaichen. The Divine Eye sect elder's expression turned cold as he glared at Rao Wuqing. Who are you? Why would you appear here? And what is your relationship with Ning Kaichen? Rao Wuqing raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily, You don't know me? The Divine Eye sect elder snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Ah. In the next moment, he exploded. Everyone was stunned. How terrifying and ruthless. One had to know that the Divine Eye elder had only said one sentence and had no intention of making a move at all. In the end, the other party killed him without saying a word. It was over. The Divine Eye sect would not let this matter go so easily. However, they did not dare stay any longer and fled frantically. Rao Wuqing could not be bothered with these nobodies. They were just pieces of trash in his eyes. I alone can wipe out these small sections. Rao Wuqing spoke domineeringly, causing many cultivators to be terrified. Asterisk. Rao Wuqing. Wasn't he injured and destined not to be able to step into the nascent soul realm? Then where did his nascent soul realm cultivation come from? The green-robed middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, a skinny old man's face also darkened. It's definitely Ning Xichun's doing. This fellow has an extraordinary inheritance and a huge secret that can heal cultivation injuries and allow Rao Wuqing to soar to the sky, the skinny old man said. His voice was so cold that it could pierce through one's bones. The green-robed man narrowed his eyes as killing intent burst out. In that case, should we try to kill him? No. Ning Xichun's background is too mysterious. If we make a move, we'll definitely provoke him. There are plenty of other people who will take care of him for us. These were none other than a senior teacher from the Green Feather Cultivation Academy and an elder from the Spirit Silkworm Mountain. They were both in the late-stage nascent soul realm. Normally, they would be ruthless and could easily wipe out a sect. However, they were apprehensive about facing Rao Wuqing. Let's go. Let's let other people take care of him. At that time, we'll reap the benefits. Soon, they left. Rao Wuqing had long noticed that something was odd. His expression froze. Slightly, and he immediately went to look for Jiang Ming after he learned that Jiang Ming had come out of seclusion. Master, I sensed the auras of the cultivators from the Green Feather Cultivation Academy and the Spirit Silkworm Mountain just now. They are both at the late-stage nascent soul realm and are quite strong. Rao Wuqing had long acknowledged Jiang Ming's power. Coupled with how much he had helped him, he had pledged his allegiance to Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that I can't stay in the Feather Kingdom anymore. I need to head outside the Feather Kingdom immediately. He had originally wanted to hide and cultivate. However, now that he had made a mistake, he had attracted so many powerful enemies. He had made enemies of the Green Feather Cultivation Academy, the Spirit Silkworm Mountain, the Blood-Devouring Hall, the Ghost Spirit Sect, the Network, and the Divine Eye Sect. Among them, there were no less than 3 or 4 blessed land-level forces. Of course, the most important thing was that Mo Lingche. Although Jiang Ming was wary of the Green Feather Cultivation Academy and the other factions, he was most afraid of Reverend Mo Lingche was too mysterious and unpredictable. His thoughts were also extremely meticulous and deep. It was very likely that he would fall into a trap if he interacted with such a person. Most importantly, Jiang Ming did not want his life to be controlled by others. What great cause, huh? It was all bullshit. If it were not for Mo Lingche's threat, Jiang Ming would not have wanted the secret bamboo slip at all. Of course, since the black sword could cut off the karma within, Jiang Ming naturally would not say a word. However, he also needed to leave the Feather Kingdom as soon as possible. For now, we should find Wu Ming first and then establish the Flower Fruit Mountain to prepare for our return to the Feather Kingdom in the future. Jiang Ming made a plan for the future, and then his gaze fell on Rao Wuqing. 1. Master, if you need anything, just tell me, Rao Wuqing said respectfully. Jiang Ming felt particularly happy hearing this. After all, in his previous life, Jiang Ming had read martial arts novels. What he yearned for the most was to become the leader of a sect. However, he knew very well that he did not have the capital to be a sect master at the moment. He immediately said, "Do you know any experts who are good at finding people? If we want to find Wu Ming, we need the help of such people." Wu Ming was a free spirit. If Jiang Ming did not get some external help, he really would not be able to find him. Rao Wuqing pondered for a moment before saying, "Yes, and they're within the borders of the Feather Kingdom." Soon, the group arrived in front of a huge city. Unending City? Was this a city built by imitating the Ascension Divine Kingdom and the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom? Jai Tianfeng was stunned. Jiang Ming looked over and asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" "Well, the first thing is the size and structure of the city, and the second is its name." "Oh? Only such powerful forces can build such a city. I did not expect there to be an unending city in the Feather Kingdom. How bold. If some people from the Divine Kingdoms knew about it, this unending city would probably be massacred." Rao Wuqing nodded and agreed. The word unending has a wide range of implications. Ordinary kingdoms are indeed not qualified to build it. Otherwise, it would be crossing the border. However, the founder of this unending city was not ordinary. He was indeed qualified to build this place. "Oh? Care to elaborate?" This time, Jai Tianfeng revealed a curious expression. Jiang Ming also looked over. He was extremely curious. Rao Wuqing nodded and said, "It was built by a saint clan." However, it's a saint clan that has declined for many years. It's called the Gongya Saint sect. Jiang Ming could not help but gasp. Saint clans were very rare, not because it was difficult to produce children at that level, but because it was extremely difficult to produce children with powerful bloodlines. If they could not give birth to a powerful bloodline, they would not be able to establish a saint clan. Half-saint. However, after thousands of years, the Gongya saint sect had become weaker and weaker. Most importantly, a saint clan meant that the first generation would be a sage, the second generation would be a quasi-saint, and the third generation would be at least a half-saint. This was extremely difficult. Thus, it was better to find someone with extraordinary talent to inherit the mantle. Gongya Saint sect? It seemed to have been created by Saint Gongya's eldest grandson thousands of years ago. He was a half-saint. However, after thousands of years, the Gongya Saint sect had become weaker and weaker. Most importantly, their strength had decreased drastically after experiencing some turmoil. In that case, the overall strength of the Gongya Saint sect was not worth mentioning. The strongest person in the sect was at most at the soul formation realm. They were almost invincible in the Feather Kingdom. However, they were nothing much outside the Feather Kingdom. But Rao Wuching changed the topic. What you don't know is that the Gongya Saint sect gave birth to a son 300 years ago. His aptitude is extraordinary, and he reached the saint realm in less than 300 years. He also left behind a successor to maintain the peace of the entire Gongya Saint sect. As for that person, his whereabouts are unknown. The person we're looking for this time is none other than the descendant of this monster. He's an existence with an external bloodline and the surname Gongya. This time, Jiang Ming's interest was piqued. He was about to ask more when the city gate suddenly opened. Boom! 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 The earth trembled. Countless cultivators and commoners knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. It was as if some high and mighty figure was about to descend. Kneel down if you don't want to die. Someone beside him reminded him. However, Jiang Ming and the others did not move. They just looked at the city gate quietly. Soon, they saw a large group of people coming out. In front of them were warriors in heavy armor. Behind him was a dragon, pulling a carriage inlaid with gold and jade out. The person sitting on it was especially young and carefree. Gongya Bin. Rao Wuching softly spat out this name, shocking countless people. He was courting death. He actually dared call this person by his name. Clearly, Gongya Bin had also heard the commotion. His expression darkened slightly as he turned around with a sharp gaze. What kind of peasant dares call me by my name? You're courting death. However, when he saw the person who called out his name, he was instantly stunned. Elder Rao. Gongya Bin widened his eyes in disbelief. Rao Wuching smiled calmly. Gongya Bin, your abilities haven't improved much. However, your temper has grown a lot. How dare you call me a peasant? The corner of Gongya Bin's mouth twitched and he immediately smiled apologetically as he got out of the carriage. Elder Rao, please don't mind me. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare say anything. Rao Wuching snorted and said disdainfully, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Now, use your carriage to bring us to your father. Gongya Bin's expression changed again, causing Rao Wuching to frown. What's wrong? Is it so difficult for me to see your father now? Gong Yebin pondered for a moment and immediately put on a smile. Elder Rao, what are you saying? My father has always been thinking about you. How could he not see you? It's just that my father is a little busy now. So. Humph. Don't forget that your father still owes me a favor. This time, I came to look for him to find someone. After I'm done, I'll naturally leave. However, if he doesn't agree, I don't mind dyeing the ground red with his son's blood. Rao Wuching was very domineering. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Something was not right. It was said that the Gongye Saint sect had declined for many years. However, not just anyone could provoke it. No matter how powerful Rao Wuching was, he should not be so overbearing, right? However, it did not matter. Jiang Ming trusted Rao Wuching's intellect very much. He was definitely not someone stupid like Gu Qi. Gong Yebin's expression sank when he heard Rao Wuching's words. 1. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said with an apologetic smile. Elder Rao, you don't have to say that. My father has always been thinking about repaying your kindness. However, he does have something to do now. After all, he has to entertain an honored guest. Gong Yebin enunciated each word, and Rao Wuching narrowed his eyes. The Gongye family must have long known that he had stepped into the nascent soul realm and was now in the news. However, they still dared to neglect him. There must be a reason behind this. This honored guest. He could not help but glance at Jiang Ming, who nodded and gave him a look. Rao Wuching understood and turned to look at Gong Yebin. Since your father is busy right now, I won't disturb you for the time being. However, I'll still have to keep the things that you gave me previously. With that, Rao Wuching turned around and left. His words were like thunder in Gong Yebin's ears. Elder Rao, wait. Rao Wuching acted as if he did not hear him and continued to leave. Gong Yebin was so anxious that he immediately said, Uncle Rao, it's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. It's just that my guest status is too special. It's that person from the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. Mo Lingche? Rao Wuching subconsciously narrowed his eyes. However, in the next second, he froze on the spot. It's not Reverend Mo. It's Reverend Mo Rong, the second son of Reverend Mo. Reverend Mo Rong, the son of Mo Lingche, was also an elder of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, and a big shot of the Mo family. However, this person's status could not be compared to Rao Wuching's. Therefore, why was he an honored guest? Rao Wuching's face darkened as he said coldly, I don't think he's the only one here. Tell me the truth, did the ancient kingdom blessed land send someone as well? Gong Yebin smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not hide it from the person in front of him. He could only tell the truth. That's right, there's also Holy Son Gu Qi and Elder Song from the ancient kingdom blessed land. Rao Wuching's expression kept changing. He wanted to leave immediately. However, Jiang Ming pulled him back. You weren't afraid of Gu Qi and Song Qingshu before, but now that you've stepped into the nascent soul realm, you're still afraid of them? Rao Wuching shook his head and whispered, Master, you might not know this. However, since Song Qingshu dares to show his face, it's enough to show that Gu Qi has an even more powerful cultivation protector by his side. It's very likely that he's a nascent soul realm cultivator. I'm not afraid. However, I can't kill a nascent soul realm elder of the ancient kingdom blessed land. I'll be offending the entire ancient kingdom blessed land. He did not mind offending the entire ancient kingdom blessed land. However, he was afraid that it would hinder Jiang Ming's great cause. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and slowly said, "It's fine. We'll go in and wait. This is the Feather Kingdom after all." Moreover, according to M.O. Lynch's words, no matter what the M.O. family does, they won't dare to attack me. As for Gucci and the others. Haha, so what if it's the ancient kingdom blessed land? Sooner or later, they'll meet again. The ancient kingdom blessed land was destined to have grudges against his sect. One was between Zhang Shan and Gucci. The other was between Ning Kaichen and Gucci. And now, there was another involving Rao Wuqing. Of course, he had also poached the ancient kingdom blessed land and lured Zhai Tianfeng away. Rao Wuqing also understood everything and immediately said loudly, "Young Master Gongye Bin, please bring us in now." Gongye Bin's expression changed slightly. He wanted to get the item back and did not want Rao Wuqing and the others to head to the Gongye residence. However, he had no choice but to do as he was told. "All right, Uncle Rao. This way please." Gongye Bin had a very polite expression as he gave his subordinate a look. The subordinate immediately ran back to the residence and saw Gongye Bin's father, Gongye Zhang. "What's the rush? Didn't I always teach you that you have to be calm and collected in order to achieve great things?" Gongye Zhang said in dissatisfaction. "Old master, it's young master who sent me back to report the news that the traitor, Rao Wuqing of the ancient kingdom blessed land, has arrived." Rao Wuqing was here. Gu Qi and Song Qingshu, who were sitting at the side, had ugly expressions on their faces. The other middle-aged man, Mo Rong, also had an ugly expression on his face. "Did Ning Kaichen come?" "He's here." Mo Rong immediately snorted coldly, appearing extremely displeased. Zhang Shan had killed his own descendant, cutting off the chance of his own bloodline ascending the throne. This was a blood feud. Mo Rong would naturally not let Zhang Shan off so easily. As a result, Ning Kaichen, who was from the same sect as Zhang Shan, had long been blacklisted by Mo Rong. Gongye Zhang, on the other hand, was the calmest one. He had already predicted all of this. Thus, he sent his son to intercept them at the city gate. However, now, he had walked in openly. What was his son doing? Gongye Zhang sighed and regained his composure. "Since you're here, there's no need to panic. I'll naturally pay you a visit when I'm done here. Alas, they are very anxious and want to see you immediately." The guard added fuel to the fire in order to make Gongye Zhang hate Rao Wuqing even more. In reality, he had been bribed long ago and was considered Mo Rong's man. Mo Rong smiled. He had long wanted to interfere in the matters of the Gongye family. He wanted to gain a foothold in Unending City and obtain sufficient benefits. Hence, it was normal for him to bribe some people. Gongye Zhang had long understood all of this and was not angry. He only said calmly, "Then let's go. Everyone, do you want to go together?" Gongye Zhang intended to take back what he had given Rao Wuqing back then. However, he did not intend to have any further interactions with Rao Wuqing. He planned to use Mo Rong and the others to disgust Rao Wuqing. "I've heard about the top golden core realm cultivator in the ancient kingdom blessed land for a long time." Mo Rong laughed. "I'll naturally go and meet Elder Rao. I can also ask him about golden core realm cultivation." Gu Qi's and Song Qingshu's expressions became increasingly gloomy. They could tell that Mo Rong was trying to goad them into dealing with Rao Wuqing so that Mo Rong could focus on dealing with Ning Kaichen. However, to Gu Qi, dealing with Rao Wuqing was a small matter. Getting rid of Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan was a big deal. Unfortunately, Mo Rong was too cunning, leaving him speechless. Gu Qi took a deep breath and immediately strode into the distance. Elder Ruan, I'll have to trouble you to help us clean up the ancient kingdom blessed land later. Another voice came from the dark. Holy Sun, don't worry. With me around, Rao Wuqing won't be able to cause any trouble. Hearing this, Gu Qi was relieved and thought about how to deal with Jiang Ming. At the same time, Jiang Ming and Rao Wuqing were also having a discussion. Gu Qi and Mo Rong will definitely attack us. Mo Rong himself is a nascent soul realm cultivator, and so is Gu Qi's cultivation protector. 2. Extraordinary nascent soul realm cultivators. Do you have a safer way to deal with it? Rao Wuqing shook his head. He really did not have any. Therefore, he could only rely on Jiang Ming to think of a way. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment. Before he could think of a reason, he had already arrived. Ha ha ha, Rao Wuqing, you're a rare guest. You didn't even inform me before you came. I didn't prepare anything. It was Gongye Zhang. He was dressed in a green robe and looked like a scholar. He seemed very friendly. However, everyone knew that this person was just pretending. Jiang Ming glanced at this guy and knew that he was a shrewd person. How could someone like him who was good at divination not know of their arrival? Rao Wuqing naturally knew this. However, he could not expose it. He just smiled and said, "You must be joking. I am now an individual cultivator." Oh. No, I'm now the first elder of the Flower Fruit Mountain. In order to better manage the entire sect, I'll have to trouble you often in the future. Gongye Zhang's eyelids twitched. Flower Fruit Mountain? He looked at Jiang Ming subconsciously. Of course, in his eyes, this was Ning Kaichen. Hee, Rao Wuqing, don't joke around. I've never even heard of the Flower Fruit Mountain. You're an elder of the ancient kingdom blessed land, a capable general. Now that you've advanced to the nascent soul realm, I'm sure you'll be able to advance further in the ancient kingdom blessed land. Rao Wuqing's lips twitched, and he glanced at Jiang Ming. Seeing that the latter had no intention of making a sound, he immediately smiled. The Flower Fruit Mountain has just been established. However, we're not weak. Even if it can't compare to the 3 grotto heavens and the 6 blessed lands, it's still at the level of a top sect. After all, our sect master is an absolute expert who is half a step into the soul formation realm. For a moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Behind them, Gu Qi, Song Qingshu, and Mo Rong all sneered. The level of a top sect? Wasn't it just Rao Wuqing who had just entered the nascent soul realm and a few golden core realm cultivators? Oh right, there was also a foundation establishment realm cultivator and a little girl. How dare they call themselves a top sect? At this moment, Mo Rong took the initiative to speak. Since you intend to establish the Flower Fruit Mountain, why don't you cooperate with me? With the help of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and the Mo family, the Flower Fruit Mountain will be able to develop even better. After all, it's not easy in the Feather Kingdom to find a blessed land or a spirit vein. However, Jiang Ming and Rao Wuqing ignored them. Jiang Ming said directly, "Alright, let me introduce myself." He stood up. Master Gongya, my name is Ning Kaichen. I was born in a holy land outside the Feather Kingdom. This time I was ordered to go down the mountain to train and I also intend to establish a sect in the Feather Kingdom, the Flower Fruit Mountain. However, in order to increase our strength, our sect's first elder wishes to use a favor from the past. We would like to use your divination to see a person's whereabouts. Oh? So, Ning Kaichen, you intend to be the sect master of Flower Fruit Mountain? Without waiting for Gongya Zhang to speak, Guqi interrupted. Jiang Ming could not help but rub his temples and say with annoyance, Holy Son Guqi, you're too immature. Why did a child like you interrupt when the adults were talking? You. Guqi's face fell. He had been humiliated for no reason. If Rao Wuqing was not here, he would have taught him a lesson. Fortunately, they had conspired with Mo Rong this time. Therefore, they would definitely be able to spare Jiang Ming and Rao Wuqing's lives. However, the next moment, a leisurely voice sounded. You're just looking for me. Why did you have to consult the Gongya family for a divination? He was here. Jiang Ming was stunned. He did not expect Wu Ming to take the initiative to find him. He immediately looked up and saw a figure descending. Wu Ming. This time Mo Rong's expression became even uglier. Another enemy. As a big family in the cultivation world of the Feather Kingdom, the Mo family naturally wanted to hoard enough resources. They also needed to constantly suppress the group of individual cultivators. In this way, Wu Ming, the top individual cultivator, was undoubtedly the #1 enemy of the Mo family. Good heavens, it seems that Mo Rong's enemies keep increasing. Gongya Zhang sized up the crowd with a fake smile, gloating in his heart. He did not care who won or lost. He was just watching the show. However, at this moment, Rao Wuqing suddenly said, since Wu Ming has come, we'll take our leave first. He planned to leave. Gongya Zhang's expression changed. He immediately stood up and asked, Rao Wuqing, did you forget something? Rao Wuqing naturally understood that Gongya Zhang wanted him to return that supreme treasure. Unfortunately, Rao Wuqing had no intention of returning it. This was a favor. The original intention was to ask the Gongya family to help him perform a divination before returning it to him. However, now that Wu Ming was here, did he still need to return this thing to him? Gongya Zhang's expression darkened completely. Unfortunately, he could not make a move. After all, Wu Ming was definitely not weak. He could be said to be the strongest person below the soul formation realm. Once he made a move, the Gongya family would definitely suffer heavy losses. Gongya Zhang watched as the group of people left, his expression extremely sinister. At this moment, Guqi and Mo Rong walked forward. Holy Son Guqi, why aren't you attacking? Mo Rong questioned. This was completely different from what they had agreed on. Guqi snorted coldly. Elder Mo, don't treat us as fools. Would you really dare attack them? Mo Rong's face stiffened. Naturally, he would not dare attack Jiang Ming. Before this, he had only been making a fuss. After all, Jiang Ming was Ning Kaichen. He was someone Mo Lingche wanted to protect. Guqi sneered again and looked at Gongya Zhang. Master Gongya, are you planning on not returning that thing? Everyone knew that Gongya Zhang owed Rao Wuqing a favor back then and had handed over something as a keepsake. Now, he insisted on returning because he did not want to have anything to do with Rao Wuqing. Of course, if Rao Wuqing was still in the ancient kingdom blessed land, Gongya, Jiang would definitely suck up to him. However, now that Rao Wuqing had betrayed the ancient kingdom blessed land, Gongya Zhang naturally did not want to have too much to do with him. Unfortunately, Rao Wuqing did not do as he was told. Gongya Zhang said with uncertainty, "Of course, I have to return it. However, I have to make preparations first. After all, Wu Ming is not weak. Rao Wuqing has also advanced to the nascent soul realm. His combat strength can be said to be extremely strong. I don't dare make a move before I'm completely confident." He looked at everyone and could not help but smile. "Do you want to cooperate? After all, Reverend Mo still owes my family's ancestor a favor. Even if I kill Ning Kaichen, I will, at most, be questioned. The punishment will not be excessive." For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Not only could he get rid of Ning Kaichen, but he could also get rid of Wu Ming and Rao Wuqing. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Ming and the others found an inn to stay in. "Sir, are you really going to stay here? I keep feeling that these guys are not good people," Ing Sha said. "Where do you want to go?" Jiang Ming glanced at him and asked. Ing Sha smiled sheepishly. "Master, I just feel that since we found Lord Wu, we might as well leave and find a high-quality spirit vein to establish a sect." Jiang Ming smiled. Zhai Tianfeng looked over and chuckled. "Do you really think we came here to find Wu Ming?" "What?" Ing Sha was startled. Jiang Ming, Rao Wuqing, Zhai Tianfeng, and Wu Ming looked at each other and smiled. Ing Sha was speechless. He felt like he had been tricked. What did they mean? Wu Ming said, "It won't be easy for you to poach someone from under the Gongya Saint clan. Although the Gongya Saint clan has declined for many years, its foundation and prestige are still there. After all, the reputation of a saint clan is not something to be trifled with. You have to plan carefully. If you fail to poach someone, all of us will be left behind. Don't worry, they don't have the power to hurt us." Jiang Ming sneered and took out a pill. "This is a soul formation pill." Wu Ming's expression changed and he looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. "The soul formation pill is extremely precious. There are only a few in the entire kingdom. They are basically in the hands of the 3 grotto heavens and the 6 blessed lands. Only the people at the helm are qualified to hold them." "Where did you get this one?" Rao Wuqing coughed dryly and said, "It's mine." He added, "However, it belongs to the master now. After all, this soul formation pill has already been refined by master again. Its medicinal effects and other aspects have improved to a higher level." This time, Wu Ming's expression became even more brilliant. Refining such a pill required a high level of alchemy. Wu Ming looked at Jiang Ming in shock. He knew that this guy's strength was extraordinary. However, he did not expect him to be so powerful. One had to know that those who could refine the soul formation pill were at least 5th grade alchemists. Then, Jiang Ming's alchemy skills. "Don't worry about this. Take the pill and cultivate well. Try to reach the soul formation realm within these 2 days." Logically speaking, now that Rao Wuqing had betrayed the ancient kingdom blessed land, the so-called favor should be left in the dust. Why should he care about a mere token? Rao Wuqing laughed heartily. Holding a token, he said with a smile, "You should have heard of the general tomb, right? General Tomb? Huaimei suddenly stood up and stared at the token without blinking. Is this the token that can open the General Tomb? That's right. Huaimei sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing that everyone was staring at her pretty face immediately blushed. She lowered her head and said, "The General's tomb is a burial ground left behind by a general of an ancient country that disappeared in the long river of history. It's not a mystic realm, but it's even more terrifying. It's said that there are countless dark and evil spirits hidden in the general's tomb, and every single one of them is extremely powerful. Could he have turned into a ghost cultivator?" Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. Ghost cultivators and soul cultivators were not orthodox cultivation paths. However, there were indeed many of them. For example, the ghost spirit sect walked the path of soul cultivation. However, compared to ghost cultivators, soul cultivators were considered a combination of ghost cultivators and spiritual cultivators, a variant version of the cultivation path. A real ghost cultivator was extremely terrifying. When Jiang Ming heard this, he suddenly asked, "Is there any way to help Anan change her fate?" Zhu Anan's current physique was still not good enough. She had to change it in order to survive. Jiang Ming did not want something to happen to Zhu Anan. One day, Huaimei was also nervous about this. After thinking for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "There's a chance. After all, the tomb's general has an extremely powerful background. It's said that he's at the level of a heavenly saint." Heavenly saint? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. If it was before, he would definitely think that the so-called heavenly saints were very powerful and reigned supreme. However, things were different now. After seeing the reincarnation of the immortal, Mo Lingche, Jiang Ming finally understood that the so-called heavenly saints were just powerful cultivators who had reached the end of the lower realm and could not step into the upper realm. They were not real saints at all. At this moment, the black sword suddenly sent a voice transmission. "We can go and take a look first. Maybe they have some secret inheritance or even heavenly treasures that can help the little girl change her fate." When Jiang Ming heard this, he could not help but twitch slightly before nodding in agreement. "After the matter in Unending City is settled, we will head to the General Tomb. In addition, the token to open the General Tomb is with you. Gongya. Zhang will definitely not let this go. It is very likely that they will take action tonight." Jiang Ming fell into deep thought. He needed to find a relatively hidden and safe place in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that Wu Ming suddenly said, "Don't worry. I know people in the Gongya family who can guarantee our safety." After saying that, he immediately left, causing everyone to look at each other. Wu Ming has really hidden himself well. He didn't say a word before. However, now he's telling us that he has connections in Gongya's family. This is telling us that he has many channels and connections, and that he is very important to us, Rao Wuqing said slowly. He could naturally see through Wu Ming's thoughts. Jiang Ming nodded. However, he did not care. Since he had set Wu Ming as the leader of the Flower Fruit Mountain, he would naturally pay attention to Wu Ming. Following that, Rao Wuqing also began to meditate and cultivate. He planned to temper his foundation to a more solid level in preparation for advancing to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm in the future. Jiang Ming had the same plan. "I've already stepped into the middle stage of the innate martial realm. However, my immortal cultivation hasn't improved for a long time. No, I have to reach the middle stage of the golden core realm in a short period of time. Before this, it seemed that Jiang Ming had advanced to the middle stage of the golden core realm. However, it was not the case. It was an illusion to intimidate Ying Sha and the others. What he needed to do now was to truly cultivate to the middle stage of the golden core realm. Jiang Ming quickly entered a state of meditation. At the same time, Wu Ming found his connections in the Gongye family. Gongye Jiao, long time no see. Hee, Wu Ming, you didn't come all the way here to just chat with me, did you? I know that you're with Ning Kaichen, Rao Wuqing, and the others. Are you planning to use Ning Kaichen to accomplish your great cause? Gongye Jiao was dressed in a green robe. His face was pale as if he was seriously ill. He was from the direct line of descent of the family. However, because he was born weak, he could not cultivate. He could only rely on consuming the spiritual fruits of heaven and earth to prolong his life. This was also the most important point. Logically speaking, he should have been abandoned. However, Gongye Jiao's treatment was completely different. Not only was there no ill treatment toward him, but he was even treated like an elder. Wu Ming had always been curious about this. He could not help but stare at Gongye Jiao and ask, how did you know? How could a mortal with no cultivation know all this? In his opinion, Gongye Zhang would not tell such a thing to a useless person. Gongye Jiao laughed and did not intend to say much. He only said, tell me. What do you want me to do? Wu Ming straightened his expression and said seriously, I want you to arrange for a safe place for us to stay. Furthermore, it is a place that the Gongye family cannot search or set foot in. Oh? Gongye Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked around. Then, this is the only place left. In Unending City, the Gongye family was the absolute ruler. There was no place they could not go. Of course, Gongye Jiao dared to say this, because he was confident. This was also the answer that Wu Ming wanted. Alright, I'll contact Ning Kaichen and the others now. Wait. Gongye Jiao opened his mouth and called out to Wu Ming. He said in a deep voice, I can let you stay here. However, I need Ning Kaichen to do something for me. If he is willing, I will agree to your request. What is it? Wu Ming frowned and asked. Ask him to come over and have a chat with me. Gongye Jiao waved his hand. He did not want to talk to Wu Ming. Soon, Jiang Ming saw Gongye Jiao and could not help but marvel. Even if I rely on natural treasures and spirit pills, I can't do it. Could it be that this guy also had an immortal constitution? As Jiang Ming thought of this, Gongye Jiao raised his hand and closed the door. He said in a deep voice, this place is isolated by an array formation. Even a deity transformation realm expert can't hear us. Now, we can have a good chat. Jiang Ming chuckled. What do you want to talk about, Master Jiao? I heard from Wu Ming that you have something important to discuss with me? If I don't agree, you'll expel me, right? That's right. Gongye Jiao did not hide anything and said straightforwardly, I heard that you came from the Flower Fruit Mountain. Is that right? That's right. Gongye Jiao was silent for a moment before saying, then does the Flower Fruit Mountain have any technique that people with naturally terminated meridians can cultivate? No, they don't. Jiang Ming shook his head. To his surprise, Gongye Jiao did not care much about this. He went straight to The point, then, do you have any treasures that can extend my life? Extend his life? At this moment, Jiang Ming was silent. He finally understood. Although Gongye Jiao had relied on the various treasures provided by the Gongye family to extend his life, he was still a mortal who could not last for long. Those treasures had long lost their effect on extending his life. Hence, Gongye Jiao wanted to find a way to extend his life. Again. Jiang Ming shook his head again. No, I don't. Gongye Jiao revealed a disappointed expression once again. However, Jiang Ming sensed that this fellow was pretending to be disappointed. He was afraid that there would be more specific requests to come. Then can you help me find a person, a woman, to be precise? Jiang Ming's lips twitched. Master Jiao, what kind of person are you? Do you need someone to find you a woman? With your status, you might not be able to find some female cultivators, but you should be able to find some mortal women, right? Gongye Jiao shook his head and said, the woman I am looking for is an immortal cultivator. However, my search for her has nothing to do with feelings. No, to be precise, I have a grudge against her. What the hell? Jiang Ming was stunned. Who dared provoke the Gongye family? They were a saint clan after all. Even though he was now opposing the Gongye family, that was because he had Rao Wuqing and Wu Ming to back him up. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators would not dare provoke the Gongye family. Not to mention this Master Jiao who had an extremely special status in the Gongye family. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, Master Jiao, what's the grudge between you and that woman? Gongye Jiao took a deep breath and slowly said, she killed my wife and daughter. Jiang Ming became more and more stunned. The answer was completely different from what he had guessed. Why? This time, Gongye Jiao didn't answer. He just stared at Jiang Ming. You only need to tell me if you can avenge me. The rest has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Yes. Jiang Ming was silent for a while, before he spoke again. How strong is she? More than 100 years ago, she was at the nascent soul realm. Jiang Ming's lips twitched again. That meant that she was at least at the soul formation realm now. Unless her aptitude was extremely poor, of course. Her aptitude is extremely high. In the ancient kingdom blessed land, she would have had the aptitude of a holy son. Moreover, she is one of the top disciples. This time, Jiang Ming was completely calm. Once someone with this level of talent cultivated, their cultivation speed would definitely not be slow. It was very likely that they had reached the soul formation realm decades ago and were about to break through to the deity transformation realm now. Master Jiao, don't play with me. How can I kill such a powerful person? Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. In the next second, Gongye Jiao suddenly took out a box. There is a pill inside. It is a pill that can break restrictions. Moreover, it is a pill that can break restrictions in terms of aptitude. It can increase your aptitude to a higher level. One day, it is very likely that you will reach the level of a divine son. Jiang Ming was tempted. A divine son's strength was miles higher than the strength of a holy son. After Gongye Jiao said that, his gaze landed on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt a chill run up his spine from being stared at. However, he still nodded after thinking about it carefully. All right, I promise you. He was confident that he would have the chance to avenge Gongye Jiao. At most, he would have to wait for several centuries. He did not believe that Gongye Jiao's enemy could live that long. Gongye Jiao did not know what Jiang Ming was thinking. When he saw that the latter had agreed, he immediately requested for Jiang Ming to swear a heavenly cultivation oath. Jiang Ming did not waste any time and immediately did so. This was something that Gongye Jiao had never expected. Very soon, Jiang Ming and the rest entered Gongye Jiao's residence. Gongye Zhang's expression changed drastically when he received the news. Master Gongye, what's wrong? Mo Rong frowned as he looked at Gongye Zhang. He vaguely realized that something was wrong and immediately asked. Gongye Zhang did not say anything immediately. However, Guqi said impatiently, since Ning Kaichen and the rest are staying in your family's territory, let your people distract Ning Kaichen. We will kill them now. No. Gongye Zhang shouted, causing Guqi and Mo Rong to be startled. Master Gongye, are you going back on your word? Mo Rong's expression was gloomy. They were originally discussing it well. However, he suddenly wanted to go back on his word. Gongye Zhang took a deep breath and laughed bitterly. You might not know, but Master Jiao is not an ordinary person. He is that person's son. That person? Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, they thought of something and set in disbelief. That person not from the family who took on the surname of Gongye? Was it the heavenly saint from the recent era? For a moment, Guqi and Mo Rong's expressions froze. They were trembling. Gongye Zhang nodded and then sighed. That person's identity is too special. Even our family's ancestor has to respect him because no one knows when his father will return. If we offend him, we will be slaughtered like pigs. We will definitely not be able to stop him. Guqi's and Mo Rong's expressions instantly turned ugly. However, after Gongye Zhang thought for a moment, he immediately waved his hand. However, I can go and negotiate with Master Jiao. Perhaps I can get him to hand over Ning Kaichen and the others. Gongye Zhang quickly came to the door. When he saw the indifferent faces of Ning Kaichen and the others, he was instantly furious. You guys are really smart. You actually found Master Jiao to protect you. Alas, they did not care. Gongye Zhang was furious for a few seconds. In the end, Gongye Zhang could not be bothered to waste his breath on them and went straight to Gongye Jiao. Gongye Zhang revealed a respectful expression when facing this person who was about the same age. In terms of seniority, Gongye Jiao was clearly a level higher than Gongye Zhang. Gongye Jiao could not be bothered to waste his breath and said directly, I know why you're here. You want me to hand those guys outside over to you, right? That's right, Master Jiao. They are wanted by the network, the ancient kingdom, blessed land, and the immortal feather grotto heaven. Not to mention the several other factions they've offended as well. If we let them stay here, we will be making enemies with these families. It will be extremely disadvantageous to our family. In addition, Rao Wuqing has a supreme treasure in his hands. Our family must retrieve it or it will be a huge loss. Gongye Zhang looked as if he was very considerate of the Gongye family. If it were anyone else, they would have been convinced. However, although Gongye Jiao was immortal, he was a shrewd person. You still haven't told me what that thing is. Why do you not trust me? Gongye Zhang was taken aback and realized that he had said something wrong. However, he did not want to tell Gongye Jiao. It seemed that the entire Gongye family treated Gongye Jiao extremely well and treated him as their ancestor. However, there were some things that they did not want Gongye Jiao to participate in. After all, this was the son of someone with a different surname. If not for the fact that they wanted to rely on their father to protect the Gongye family, they would have long chased Gongye Jiao out. Gongye Jiao spoke again, "It's the general's order, right?" Gongye Zhang was speechless. Gongye Jiao smiled faintly. "Do you think you can deceive me? I may not be able to cultivate. However, when it comes to the path of divination, you will not be able to catch up to me even in 1,000 years. Gongye Zhang clenched his fists tightly. How humiliating. As a direct descendant of the Gongye family, his attainments in the family's inherited ultimate arts were inferior to an outsider's descendant. However, he had to admit that this was the truth. Gongye Jiao did not only rely on the protection of his father's shade. However, he also relied on his powerful attainments in divination. He could be considered the teacher of divination for the younger generation of the Gongye family. Moreover, he was considered the grand disciple of Gongye Jiao's father. Even his father had to be polite to Gongye Jiao. Gongye Zhang gritted his teeth in hatred. However, he still put on an apologetic expression and said, "Master Jiao, it was the general's token. As long as we get it back, we can open the general's tomb. At that time, the strength of the entire family will definitely rise by a few levels." "Haha, you're simply bullshitting." Gongye Jiao snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If I had not pointed it out, you would not have told me about the general's token and the general's tomb. You would not have even told anyone in the Gongye family. What you want is to continuously become stronger, so that you can prepare to take control of the Gongye family in the future. Am I right or wrong?" Gongye Zhang was completely speechless. He wished he could kill Gongye Jiao immediately. However, although Gongye Jiao's residence looked ordinary, there were actually countless experts here. They were all people that Gongye Jiao had groomed himself. This was also Gongye Jiao's power. He was unable to cultivate himself. However, he had more than a dozen nascent soul realm experts under him. He even had more than 100 golden core realm cultivators working for him. In addition, he had an army of thousands of Foundation Establishment realm guards. In a sense, if Gongye Jiao wanted to, the entire Gongye family would respect him. This was also Gongye Zhang's goal of deceiving everyone. He wanted to use the inheritance and treasures hidden in the general's tomb to continuously grow stronger and strengthen his faction. He wanted to make ample preparations to overthrow Gongye Jiao in the future. However, he never expected that he would not be able to deceive Gongye Jiao. Even after using countless methods, it could be said that all his efforts had been in vain. Gongye Zhang's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. "Master Jiao, I'm willing to hand over the general's token. However, I hope you can hand over Ning Kaichen, Rao Wuqing, Wu Ming, and the others. After I obtain the general's token, I'll definitely go to the general's tomb and find a solution for your naturally terminated meridians." This was an extremely tempting condition. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely agree. After all, a person with an extraordinary background who was unable to cultivate due to his naturally terminated meridians was destined to yearn for the path of freedom and longevity. Gongye Zhang believed that his condition would not be rejected. As expected, Gongye Jiao revealed a longing expression and immediately said, "Since you have this intention, then I can't reject it. You can go out and wait now. I'll hand them over to you later." Gongye Zhang revealed a delighted expression and hurriedly responded before walking out of the door. Master Gongye, how is it? Will Master Jiao agree to our request? Mo Rong hurriedly walked forward. He did not dare to look down on Gongye Jiao. Gongye Jiao was the son of a heavenly saint and was definitely not someone he, the son of the sect master of the immortal feather grotto heaven, could compare to. In response, Gongye Zhang laughed heartily and recounted the sequence of events. However, he hid the matter of the general's token and the general's tomb. After listening to it, although they felt that something was wrong, they were still very pleased. He could finally capture these traitors. Bang! In the next second, the door to Gongye Jiao's residence was tightly shut. What was going on? Just as everyone was in a daze, a great array formation was activated. A powerful force isolated everything, including Gongye Zhang, Mo Rong, and the others. They were unable to get close at all. Master Jiao, what are you doing? Gongye Zhang's face froze, and he felt that something was wrong. However, before he could say anything, an angry shout was heard. Master Jiao has ordered that all of you leave quickly. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. The leader of the nascent soul realm cultivators shouted coldly. Gongye Zhang's face fell. How could he not understand that he had been played? Gongye Jiao would not hand Ning Kaichen over. Gu Qi and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Gongye Zhang was full of confidence just now, causing them to be overjoyed. In the end, they were all misled. Let me do it. Gu Qi let out a sigh. Protector Li walked out from the side and stared coldly at Gu Qi. Hand over the people now, or don't blame me for being impolite. They were both from a saint clan, and he was also a soul formation realm expert. Naturally, he was not afraid of the nascent soul realm guard in front of him. However, the nascent soul realm guard sneered. What a joke. This is a top-notch 5th grade array formation. Even a soul formation realm cultivator would not be able to break it in a short period of time. If you think you have the ability to break in, then do it. How arrogant. Protector Li flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to attack when he was pulled back. Protector Li, don't act rashly. Master Jiao's father is the heavenly saint. If we act, we might offend him. This could lead to the destruction of our ancient kingdom-blessed land. It's very likely that even Master wouldn't be able to deal with it. Gu Qi's mind was extremely clear at this moment. Upon hearing this, Protector Li could only grit his teeth and give up for now. He looked at Gongye Zhang. Master Gongye, what do you think we should do next? His tone was very cold, obviously dissatisfied with Gongye Zhang. Gongye Zhang was a little upset by his tone. After a long while, he took a deep breath and slowly said, I naturally have a way. However, I hope that everyone can cooperate with me. Haha, cooperate with you? Master Gongye, it's useless even if the strongest person in your family comes. Furthermore, you would never dare provoke Master Jiao. Naturally, you won't be able to take down Ning Kaichen and the rest. Most importantly, Master Jiao is a member of your family, yet he wants to protect Ning Kaichen and the rest. Shouldn't you, a direct descendant of the Gongye family, give us an explanation? Or could it be that you seem to be helping us and cooperating with us, but you are actually playing tricks behind our backs and don't want to hand over Ning Kaichen and the others to us? At this moment, Mo Rong's tone was clearly unfriendly. He stared at Gongye Jiang, wanting to see through him thoroughly. Everyone, don't worry. I also want to take down Ning Kaichen and the others. It's just that Master Zhou's temperament has always been strange. I need to invite the old ancestor out to have a chat with him. Soon, the news came back. However, Gongye Zhang had to clean up his own mess. Gongye Zhang's face instantly fell. He understood that the clan's ancestor was unwilling to offend Gongye Jiao. The latter's identity was too special. It was also at this moment that a powerful force swept over, causing the ground to tremble. It came from the depths of the mansion. Why are you still here? Master Zhou's words have long been passed down. He wants you to get lost quickly. In addition, Gongye Zhang, go back and reflect on yourself. Back then, you owed someone a favor. However, not only did you not think of repaying the favor, you even wanted to snatch the token back. How could such a heartless person like you be worthy of being the grand disciple of the old master? The old master referred to Master Zhou's father. Gongye Zhang's father was Master Zhou's father's disciple. Logically speaking, an elder should protect the younger generation. However, now it was the other way around. Gongye Jiao wished he could expel him from the sect. At this moment, Gongye Zhang clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to say more. However, he was pulled away by his subordinates. Master, we don't have the ability to fight against Master Zhou now. We definitely can't take down Ning Kaichen and the others. That's right. Who is Master Zhou? And who are we? Moreover, I keep feeling that Master Zhou is not a good person. He might want to take the general's token and general's tomb for himself. Gongye Zhang naturally thought of this as well. He clenched his fists even tighter and sneered. You said I'm heartless? Wasn't he a hypocrite himself? Let's go. I want to see how long Gongye Jiao can live. What he did not know was that Gongye Jiao initially had the intention of murdering Jiang Ming's group and keeping the general's token for himself. However, after meeting Jiang Ming, Gongye Jiao immediately changed his mind. Master Jiao, why didn't you eliminate Ning Kaichen and the others and take everything in the general's tomb for yourself? Someone asked curiously. Gongye Jiao sat in the pavilion and looked at the bright moon in the sky. He smiled and said, do you think I would lay my hands on a future heavenly saint? What did he mean? The subordinate was puzzled. Was Ning Kaichen a future heavenly saint? The subordinate was very puzzled. Gongye Jiao also fell into deep thought. He had said that Jiang Ming might be a future heavenly saint. He was not speaking without reason. However, it was not absolute. Gongye Jiao admitted that his ability had not reached that level. However, he encountered layers of resistance while he was using divination to look at Jiang Ming's future. It was as if the heavens did not allow him to continue investigating. One had to know that his attainments in divination were extraordinary. Coupled with the protection of the father of a heavenly saint, he could even predict the future of a quasi-saint. However, he could not predict Jiang Ming's future. It was enough to show that this person's future achievements would far exceed that of a quasi-saint. It was not too much to reach the level of a heavenly saint, right? It's also for this reason that I want him to do me a favor and kill that vicious woman for me. He gritted his teeth at the thought of that woman. Gongye Jiao used to have a happy family. However, that woman's appearance had caused his wife and daughter to die tragically. This was a blood feud. Gongye Jiao wanted to take revenge. However, after looking into it, he discovered that the woman was already a soul formation realm cultivator and was about to break through to the deity transformation realm. With such a talent, she could at least become an insightful emptiness realm cultivator or a holy lord in the future. She might even be able to become a quasi-saint. Gong Jiao knew that he was powerless to kill the other party. He could not possibly allow his father to descend to the mortal world, right? Therefore, he placed his hopes on Jiang Ming, who was suspected to be a future heavenly saint. However, it's hard to predict. He might be a future heavenly saint, or he might be protected by someone. Therefore, I can't tell. However, no matter what, he will fulfill my wish and kill that vicious woman. Jiang Ming was naturally unaware of Gong Jiao's thoughts. He watched as Wu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the soul formation pill in the courtyard not far away. As long as Wu Ming advances to the soul formation realm, we will have the opportunity to establish a sect. At that time, we will not be weaker than the Divine Eye sect and other factions, and we will reach the level of a blessed land. Jiang Ming's heart was beating rapidly. He planned to go outside the Feather Kingdom. However, he also wanted to establish his own power. There was a limit to a person's cultivation strength. No matter how long their lifespan was, they still needed resources urgently. If they established a powerful force and spread it all over the world, they would be able to obtain and use resources better. Establishing the Flower Fruit Mountain in the Feather Kingdom was Jiang Ming's first step in his plan. Wu Ming was about to advance to the Soul Formation realm, and Rao Wuqing was envious. Master, do you have any good way for me to quickly break through? No. Jiang Ming glanced at Rao Wuqing and said, "You're not a rookie. You should understand the principle of haste makes waste. Your aptitude is not bad. You've reached the Holy Sun level and even advanced further with my help. However, you still have to progress step by step. Regardless, I can help you refine pills to consolidate your combat strength." Soon, 3 days passed. Jiang Ming handed over a few pills. All cultivators in the world, even if they did not cultivate martial arts, still valued the physical body very much. After reaching a very high realm, they would begin to be reborn and raise their physical body to a higher level. Jiang Ming naturally had this plan in mind. He immediately shifted his gaze to a group of people not far away. You can fight them to hone your combat strength later. The combat strength of the cultivators under Gong Jiao's command is extraordinary. Don't underestimate them. Don't worry, I've already experienced their power. Therefore, I naturally won't underestimate them, Rao Wuqing replied. He had fought with the experts of the mansion several times in the past few days, and each time, he was beaten until he was bleeding. Most importantly, these people who defeated him were only mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators. In the outside world, mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators are no match for me. However, the mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators here are comparable to the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivators in the outside world. In fact, they are even the top batch. They are not far from the peak of the nascent soul realm. They are too strong. Rao Wuqing was mumbling to himself. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. These people were indeed very powerful. He was very curious about how Gong Jiao trained these ruthless people and experts. If we can learn from it, it will be of great benefit to the flower fruit. mountains training methods in the future. However, before that, Jiang Ming planned to improve his aptitude. The bone spirit devil fire has yet to completely merge with the blazing mystic slaughter technique. If I can take a step further and reach the category of a third-grade mystic technique. Alas, I still need to increase my aptitude. Wait, what did Gongye Jiu give me? He opened it and found that there was blood flowing inside the crystal. It was the power of his bloodline. Ying Sha suddenly sensed something and immediately came over. After looking at it in bewilderment, he could not help but reveal a look of temptation. It's actually the bloodline of a flood dragon. Flood dragon? Jiang Ming frowned. A flood dragon was a level higher than a snake. However, it was still far from a true dragon. Ying Sha looked again and suddenly revealed a puzzled expression. No, something's wrong. This is not the blood of a flood dragon. It seems to be. Heavens, this is the blood of a flood dragon that is about to transform into a dragon. At this moment, even Jiang Ming could not help but be shocked. If it was an ordinary flood dragon, he would, at most, be surprised. However, if it was about to transform into a dragon, that is, if it had failed in its initial attempt to transform into a dragon, it would be a great opportunity for him to improve his aptitude. Without waiting for Ying Sha to continue speaking, Jiang Ming swallowed the pill. What the hell? Master, what do you want this for? I'm the snake. Ying Sha wanted to cry. Although the bloodline power of a flood dragon that failed to transform into a dragon could not be compared to Mini Bai, it was still many times stronger than his own bloodline. This kind of thing was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. In the end, Jiang Ming swallowed it without a word. Get lost. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He wanted to use the flood dragon's blood to further improve his aptitude. This was a catastrophe. It was also a huge opportunity. The 9 heavens dark lightning struck again. However, it was different from the past. This time, there was the protection of the mansion's array formation. The lightning could not do anything to Jiang Ming no matter how strong it was. Countless wild beasts roared and fled frantically. The lightning could not hurt Jiang Ming. However, it could hurt them outside the mansion. The cultivators who were riding the ferocious beasts were extremely flustered. They wanted to rein in their mounts. However, they could not control them. One by one, they were thrown to the ground. Jiang Ming knew nothing about this. Even if he knew, he would not care. He tried his best to refine the flood dragon's blood. It was as if a dragon's power raged in his body and swept through his internal organs. The 9 heavens dark lightning that Jiang Ming attracted shocked more than half of Unending City. It's that Ning Kaichen again. He attracted the dark lightning tribulation. Again. What kind of monster is this guy? In just 2 short years, he has attracted 3 dark lightning tribulations in a row. This is too unbelievable. This was not the chi refinement realm. For talented people, breaking through was as easy as pie. This was the golden core realm. Every step forward would require a large amount of time and resources. At the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, Mo Lynch's lips twitched as he watched the commotion. In the end, I underestimated this child. He's not breaking through to the next realm. Instead, he's fusing with the bloodline power of the flood dragon. That failed to transform. To be able to refine such a powerful creatures Bloodline, this kid's physique is too extraordinary. However, this was only extraordinary in the lower realm. In the upper realm, this level of talent was everywhere. Therefore, Mo Lingche was only slightly surprised for a moment and did not care too much. However, what he did not know was that the bloodline power that Jiang Ming had refined was completely different from the usual ones. It contained the bloodline power of an ancient dragon. This is the bloodline power of the Crimson Lightning Dragon. Although it's only a sliver, it's still extraordinary. The black sword muttered to itself. The black sword was full of knowledge. After all, Mo Lingche was nothing in comparison. What shocked it the most was undoubtedly the bloodline power of this flood dragon. It's indeed a flood dragon. However, it's different from ordinary flood dragons. Most flood dragons only have some dragon aura and dragon might after transforming. This flood dragon originally had the bloodline power of the Crimson Lightning Dragon hidden in its body. It's just that it has not awakened. Now, it has helped my good friend. I have to say, my friend's life is really good. The black sword sighed with emotion and quickly looked away. It began to cut off everything in the outside world for Jiang Ming and tried its best to prevent some people from prying into the truth about Jiang Ming. Crimson Lightning Dragon. Although it was not a top-notch dragon bloodline, and could only be considered ordinary, the primordial dragon race had always been the top existence in the world since ancient times. Even a second or third-rate bit of dragon blood was enough to make countless people envious. At this moment, in an extremely secret place in the lower realm, was a forbidden zone called the Desolate Dragon Ancient Land. Countless beasts were wandering, roaring, and fighting. However, they were soon killed. Some of them were even as powerful as deity transformation realm cultivators. An ancient voice rang out. It's actually the bloodline power of the Crimson Lightning Dragon. It seems that the Crimson Lightning Dragon had left behind a backup plan before he died. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the bloodline power he left behind has long become extremely thin. It's not enough to be feared. However, a human cultivator who can refine and fuse with the bloodline power of the Crimson Lightning Dragon is an extraordinary prodigy. He may be ordinary in the upper realm. However, he is definitely at the top in the lower realm. It seems that the human race in the lower realm will soon give birth to another top-notch expert. However, it seems to be in the direction of the South Continent. It's a remote place. I wonder what kind of existence can be born there. Forget it, I'll give him an opportunity and see how far he can go. I'll see if he can compete with those monsters in the Central Continent. In the next moment, a majestic primordial power rose with a bang and instantly entered the South Continent. Jiang Ming's body caused the Black Sword's body to tremble. Is this primordial power? I did not expect that primordial power still existed in this era, the Black Sword muttered to itself. It was obvious that it was particularly wary of this so-called primordial power. However, it quickly shook his head. The owner of this primordial power obviously can't sense my existence. He's also helping Big Brother, so I don't have to be too shocked. The Black Sword was puzzled. At the same time, the flood dragon bloodline power in Jiang Ming's body changed. A majestic power rose up. The power of lightning and the Crimson Lightning Dragon bloodline that had been dormant for many years began to awaken. In fact, it was constantly strengthening. At this moment, Jiang Ming seemed to have returned to an era countless years ago. He witnessed an era where heroes rose together and geniuses competed. In front of them, even if it was Mo Lingche, he would have to kneel on the ground and tremble. Oh? A young child from the newborn world? Suddenly, a man in combat robes, who looked like a martial god, looked over and stared at Jiang Ming. Boom! Jiang Ming quivered. He was sure that he had just entered a mysterious realm. However, why was the other party able to spy on him? Could it be that this was another existence on par with the owner of the black sword? However, soon, Jiang Ming realized that something was wrong. These people had a strange power. What kind of power is this? Jiang Ming was bewildered. Just as he was about to leave this mysterious realm, he was frozen in place. Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll give you a great opportunity. What? The next moment, Jiang Ming's body exploded. Then, it condensed again and then exploded again. This kept repeating less than 100 times. Jiang Ming was about to collapse. What was the other party trying to do? All right. Next, you will cultivate your peerless divine body even faster. Remember, do not mention that you have been to this place in front of anyone. I've been to the primordial era. Jiang Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The environment of Gongya Jiu's residence greeted his eyes. Everything just now seemed like a dream. However, it was extremely real. Jiang Ming felt that his physique had undergone a huge change and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What is this? Don't mention the name of this place." Suddenly, a berating voice rang out. It was the black sword. Jiang Ming was stunned and looked at the black sword. Why can't I mention it? The mysterious man who called himself the Marquis had also warned Jiang Ming. The black sword had also said the same thing, which made Jiang Ming somewhat confused. The black sword was silent for a moment before sending a voice transmission. The primordial isn't just our world. In fact, even the top existences in the world could only spy on it a little bit. It's a world that isn't weaker than the upper realm. And since my era. In fact, in the era before I existed, there was evidence to show that it is an eternal world. The black sword's voice trembled slightly. It was also a little fearful and puzzled. What it could confirm was that in the lower realm, it was very likely that there were traces left behind by the primordial world. The mysterious existence that helped Jiang Ming strengthen the power of the Crimson Lightning Dragon bloodline might have a great connection with the primordial world. However, its memories had been sealed for too long, and it had only awakened the tip of the iceberg. Only when all its memories surfaced would it be able to understand the primordial world. At this moment, Jiang Ming was completely stunned. What was going on? Alright, you don't have to worry about this now. You're just a cultivator from the lower realm. You're nothing in the Feather Kingdom, let alone that eternal world. The black sword's voice rang out. It did not want to destroy Jiang Ming's cultivation heart by telling the truth. Jiang Ming nodded when he heard that. He got up and returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Jiang Ming took the initiative to find Rao Wuqing. What are you doing? Rao Wuqing felt a chill run up his spine from being stared at. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said, Seriously, I want to battle with you and hone my strength. His current talent was high enough. Therefore, he naturally did not lack combat experience in martial arts. However, it was different in terms of immortal spells. Even though he had created the third-grade mystic technique, the blazing mystic slaughter technique, he still lacked many immortal combat techniques. As the top golden core realm cultivator in the ancient kingdom blessed land, you represent the level of golden core realm cultivators outside the feather kingdom to a certain extent. Using you to train is the best choice, Jiang Ming explained, and Rao Wuqing nodded. Master, since you have the heart to improve and learn, I will naturally help you. Don't worry, I won't hold back. I will keep getting stronger. Rao Wuqing had always advocated training soldiers through battle. Cultivation was indeed a very important aspect. However, the most important thing was to keep fighting. Come. Jiang Ming's figure suddenly flashed and instantly appeared in front of Rao Wuqing. At the same time, the blazing mystic slaughter technique that he had already condensed suddenly exploded and swept across the earth, turning into a huge wall of fire that filled the sky. You're so powerful. You actually integrated two of the ancient kingdom blessed land's mystic techniques into a new one. Your talent is really unparalleled. At this moment, Rao Wuqing could not help but exclaim in admiration. Perhaps choosing to betray the ancient kingdom blessed land and follow Ning Kaichen was the wisest choice. Rao Wuqing quickly executed a series of combat techniques, slamming into his opponent's body, causing the latter to take countless steps back. So strong. Jiang Ming felt that his blood qi was slightly out of order and could not help but be secretly amazed. The strength Rao Wuqing displayed was indeed extraordinary. He did not realize that he was only in the middle stage of the golden core realm. Even if Rao Wuqing suppressed his cultivation to the middle stage of the golden core realm, the latter had been immersed in the golden core realm for so many years. Coupled with his extraordinary aptitude, his combat strength was naturally unparalleled. Rao Wuqing had a clear understanding of this. I'm no longer a golden core realm cultivator. I've had to suppress my cultivation base. However, I used all my strength to attack just now. However, you still kept quite a number of trump cards. I have to release some of my suppression. Rao Wuqing quickly adjusted his cultivation to the level of the late stage golden core realm. He took a deep look at Jiang Ming and immediately let out a battle cry. He was about to unleash 6 strikes of the sword. The 6 consecutive strikes caused Jiang Ming to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying for a long distance. Master. Wu Hen's expression changed. He wanted to step forward but was pulled back by Ing Sha. Master is currently training his disciple. Why are you trying to interrupt? Ing Sha was speechless. Wu Hen was good at everything. However, he cared too much about his master. If he did not pull him back, he would definitely have dared to kill Rao Wuqing. Huai Mei's expression kept changing as she said in a low voice, Ning Saichen's talent is too monstrous. Only those at the peak of the golden core realm can be his match. What will happen when he breaks through? Zhang Shan and Ning Kaichen. One was invincible in the Foundation establishment realm, and the other was a golden core realm monster. In the future, he was destined to be invincible in the golden core realm. This kind of person is destined to not stay in the Feather Kingdom for long. If he is placed outside the Feather Kingdom, he will shine. I don't want to leave his side either. Huai Mei muttered to herself. At this moment, Juanan, who was at the side suddenly said, "You have to ask Mr. first if he's willing to take you with him." Huai Mei rolled her eyes at Juanan. She loved this little girl so much. However, this little girl drove her nuts. However, Juanan was right. It was useless to think too much about it. The specifics still depended on Ning Xichun's plans. At this moment, Jiang Ming had no time to care about this. He stared at Rao Wuqing, trying to observe his combat style and find a weakness to counterattack. However, soon, Jiang Ming revealed a bitter smile. He could not find the other party's weakness at all. One had to know that the other party was now a nascent soul realm cultivator, with an extraordinary aptitude and extremely rich combat experience. Right now, he was standing there naturally without any flaws. He was definitely not a match for him. I can only use some of my trump cards. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and summoned the blazing mystic slaughter technique again. However, it was different from the previous ones. This time, it had the power of lightning. Is that the power of the nine heavens dark lightning? Rao Wuqing raised his eyebrows. He knew that Jiang Ming had absorbed some of the power of the dark lightning tribulation before. Thus, it was normal for him to have some power left. However, Rao Wuqing soon noticed that something was amiss. No, this was not the ordinary nine heavens dark lightning. It contained some other lightning power. Rao Wuqing was quite knowledgeable and instantly recognized that the power of lightning on Jiang Ming was extraordinary. However, he did not understand where Jiang Ming got such powerful lightning attributes. Could it be that Mo Lingche gave Master the cultivation technique of Yang 5 lightning? No, this isn't that cultivation technique. What exactly is this? Rao Wuqing became more and more shocked as he realized that there were countless mysteries shrouding Jiang Ming. What he knew in the past was only the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Rao Wuqing's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his fighting spirit rose. He suddenly threw a punch, killing everyone in the area. The sky changed drastically. Rao Wuqing had used his strongest trump card. It's the shadow killing technique. This guy actually has a shadow spiritual root. Ying Sha's expression changed. He did not expect Rao Wuqing to be an extraordinary person. The spiritual roots in his body were so strange and unpredictable. They were not ordinary 5-element spiritual roots. Jiang Ming also realized this point, and his eyes could not help but light up. Logically speaking, his lightning power should be able to suppress the shadow power. However, now that Rao Wuqing had reduced his suppression of his cultivation realm, he did not know if his lightning power would still be effective. A dark shadow turned into a violent killing intent and crashed into Jiang Ming, erupting with layers of terrifying power. The entire place was deathly silent as everyone looked at this scene in bewilderment. Who would win? Soon, the situation was clear. Rao Wuqing took a few steps back, and Jiang Ming flew out directly, spitting out a lot of blood. It was obvious that the collision had dealt serious injuries to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming coughed up a lot of blood. He forced himself to stand up and looked at Rao Wuqing with a bitter smile. I am still a little too weak. No, you are already very strong, Rao Wuqing said in a deep voice. His aptitude was on the same level as the sword maniac. In addition, his realm was much higher than Jiang Ming's. He had also combined various trump cards, such as the shadow spiritual bone. However, he was still forced to take a few steps back. This was enough to show that Jiang Ming could definitely defeat him in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and did not dwell on this matter. He got up and sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate and heal his injuries. After a long time, he nodded and said, "I roughly understand where my flaws lie." His mystic technique, blazing mystic slaughter technique, was definitely not weak. The flaw was that his control over the blazing mystic slaughter technique and the way to use it was far from enough. However, Jiang Ming also concluded that he could not defeat Rao Wuqing in terms of immortal cultivation. However, if he used his martial arts strength, he could at least tie with Rao Wuqing even if he did not defeat him. Next, I will begin to sharpen my combat skills on the path of immortal cultivation. At this time, Gongye Zhang finally could not hold it in anymore. Will the general's token and general's tomb fall into the hands of Ning Kaichen and Rao Wuqing? It really makes me unhappy. Gongye Zhang clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely aggrieved. Back then, he had only asked Rao Wuqing for help in order to save his life, which was why he had offered the general's token. If Rao Wuqing was still a member of the ancient kingdom Blessed Land, he would not have dared to think of getting the general's token back. However, Rao Wuqing was just a nobody and was not worthy of his fear. Naturally, he had many other thoughts. Guqi glanced at them and sneered. You? Guqi's words made Gongye Zhang raise his eyebrows. Holy Sun Guqi, what do you mean? If not for me, do you think you can get back that general's token? He snorted coldly. He had wanted to ask for help from Holy Sun Guqi and the others these days. Therefore, he had told them about the general's token. However, these people had no intention of getting involved in this matter at all. It was precisely because of this that Gongye Zhang became even angrier. Not to mention that Guqi dared to mock him now. Guqi smiled indifferently and said, "A general's token, huh? I have one. Too. What the hell?" This time, Gongye Zhang's expression changed drastically as he sized up Guqi in disbelief. The latter snorted and said, "There are a total of 81 general tokens. It's just that people of your level know too little information. You're actually so worried about a token. I really don't know how you became a nascent soul realm cultivator. If it were any other Foundation establishment realm cultivator, they would have been killed by Gongye Zhang with a single slap." However, Guqi's status was not ordinary, and he had Protector Li by his side. Thus, he naturally did not dare to make a move. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Holy Sun, can I go to the general's tomb with you?" "You can't." Guqi sneered. "If you're strong enough, then go and ask for it. Otherwise, don't even think about obtaining any benefits from the general's tomb even if you obtain the token. Don't forget that you are the one who needs our help. If you want your position in the Gongye family to continue rising, you will need my support." "You?" Gongye Zhang was furious. This child was insufferable. Guqi wasn't afraid and said directly, "What I want is very simple. It is nothing more than the lives of Ning Kaichen and Rao Wuqing, as well as the whereabouts of Zhang Shan. I can bring you in. However, you have to ensure that you get rid of Ning Kaichen and Rao Wuqing in the general's tomb." "That's right. You still have to help us get rid of Wu Ming as well, am I wrong?" said. This time, Gongye Zhang's brain almost exploded. The three men they mentioned were incredibly powerful. How could it be so easy to touch these three people? If we were an unending city, with the Gongye family as our backer, it would not be a problem for me to get rid of the three of them. Everyone would be afraid of our family's foundation. However, in the outside world, I'm on my own. Once the flower fruit mountain behind Ning Kaichen comes knocking on my door, what should I do? Do you think you can save me? Gongye Zhang's expression was uncertain. He did not believe that these people would stand up for him and offend the sect behind Ning Kaichen. Hearing this, Gucci laughed and said, "Don't worry, the flower fruit mountain will not come looking for trouble with you. After all, the Hall of Slaughter is restless and has always wanted to make a move on Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan. They are too mysterious, and they are the whetstones for the younger generation of the Hall of Slaughter. There should be a genius from the Hall of Slaughter coming. You just need to cooperate with him and you can kill Ning Kaichen and the other two."